like that's it. Not on camera.
No, they've got like 4. Thank you. 30-minute heats.
30-minute heats.
There you go. You got your hour. 3 on.
Wow. So they're gonna.
You know what we might need is a couple of little Gatorade bottles in case you got to do a Weezer in here. My cock won't fit in that thing. Yours might.
So heavy. That was set up from like. You don't even need that.
A bucket, dude. Need a bucket.
No, I'm not gonna squat, Pots.
Bring in a bucket.
Nugget.
Morning. I thought I don't think we met. My name's Greg. I'm involved in the production of producing.
Easy.
Yeah, using stuff. We do have a
All right, 10 seconds to start, sir. There's 10 seconds to start. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
talking over this. Yes, are we talking over? Is this voiceover or is this? Are we supposed to be hearing something? How long is this starting? Good morning and welcome to Ballito, South Africa here at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. We are watching highlights from yesterday's trials. We are getting ready to kick off heat number 1, round 1 of the World Surf League QS 10,000 event. So much on the line here. My name is Todd Klein. Alongside me is Scott Turnbull. As we look back at yesterday's highlights, fantastic action going down in the trials, and we're getting ready to start the main event.
Yeah, we're excited here, Todd. We've got some fantastic conditions this morning, really light, glassy conditions. The first heat's about to start. We've got the reigning champion in that first heat, so it's going to be a blinder of a day.
And looking back at yesterday's conditions, similar conditions today, Scott, surfing that 2 to 3 foot range. We're going to see a lot of high performance surfing, and as you point out, we're going to kick things off in red, Wiggly Dantes; in white, last year's champion here, Timmy Reyes; in yellow, Ian Gouveia; and in blue, young upstart coming out of San Clemente, California, Billabong wildcard Griffin Colapinto. So a great matchup to kick things off here in heat number 1.
Yeah, Wiggly and Ian are obviously going to go on with what their previous counterparts did yesterday, with the 2 Brazilians getting through the trials. We had a fair few in the trials, and they got 2 of those guys in the main event for today.
And Connor Coffin, we're still looking at highlights from yesterday, I believe. We're getting ready to kick things off here for this first round. Guys, can we get out of the yesterday's? It's already started. We've had a couple waves through. Flip the package. So beautiful highlights package from yesterday's trials. Now we'll kick things off here with heat number 1, round 1 of the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Wiggly Dantes up against Timmy Reyes, our defending champion from last year, in the white. Ian Gouveia from Brazil in the yellow. And the young upstart Griffin Colapinto in the blue. We've already got a couple scores on the board, Scott. We've got a 5.17 there for Wiggly Dantes, drawing first blood, and a 3.83 for Ian Gouveia. He's got one more score to drop as well. And we'll kick things off here with a replay of Red's opening wave, that 3.83.
Yeah, you can see just tags at first end section. Again, a lot of water here this morning, and managed to get 3 turns in. So he's obviously making his intentions and his strategy clear. That's get nice and busy, nice and early there. As we see Ian Gouveia up and riding here, he's got 2 waves under his belt. I think this is his 3.83, just with the wraparound. Real commitment at the end, and doesn't quite ride out of that one.
And so this morning, Scott, we kicked things off a little bit later due to a change of venues. We had a low tide this morning at 8 a.m., and so moving venues, which break are we running the competition at now? It's 8:50 a.m. local time, so we're past that low tide mark, and the condition's pretty good over where we're holding this event.
Yeah, yesterday, Todd, if you looked at the highlights package, we're at the front of our commentary position here as we just go to Red up and riding here.
Yeah, this is live action here for Wiggly Dantes. Opening turn on the backhand here. Once again, going to that backhand that we just saw him open up with, and goes to that inside section, goes vertical, and you can see on the inside, even though we've changed venues from directly out in front of us, there's a lot of mystery rocks out here, and even though it is a beach break, these guys got to make sure that their timing is spot on. Otherwise, you can find yourself, curbside, as we say, on that dry rock.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting too is a lot of the guys have been surfing out at the contest bank out the front, and they've gone and moved it this morning. So I'm not sure how much practice these guys have had out at this break here. We've got some lefts and rights coming through, so it'll be interesting to see how those goofy and natural come to play. Looks
like Ian Gouveia here, our current heat leader, up and riding. He's also going to elect to go on his backhand. Father Fabio Gouveia, former World Tour competitor, and one of the best to ever come out of Brazil, kind of putting Brazil on the map back in the 90s. He won his first event back in 1990 and finished 5th in the world in 1992, so a strong pedigree within the Gouveia family. Now we're going to draw first blood here for Griffin Colapinto, young upstart from San Clemente, goes vertical.
Yeah, so he comes around there, Todd. He was waited 5 minutes for this wave while the other guys were getting busy. He's just working through to the inside here, trying to find an intersection just to finish off, and just lets the fins go beautifully there. So that's a good little start for Griffin.
The big thing being was that we saw a couple of those early rides. The guy kind of got up and just had a couple of check turns, whereas Griffin starting there with a big turn free.
Alrighty, so standing by for scores. A couple scores there for Wiggly Dantes, opening up with a 5.17. He backed it up on his last wave. We saw there, Scott, a 4.33. So 2 solid scores to draw things off here for Red as we'll look at that last wave.
Yeah, so he drove off the bottom there, and even though it was a bit mushy, he managed to get the fins free. And the judges liked that first commitment in that first turn there. He did come unstuck in his last one, but it was still quite a good wave, as we saw Griffin on his one. Just comes around a little bit deeper water there, just trying to work through. His first turn was a good one. He's just hoping to finish this off, weaving through this in section and hoping to punctuate it. And as we said, just let the fins free at the end there. So that's a good little start for the surfer from San Clemente.
And as we kick things off here with heat number 1, round 1 at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, let's look at the judging criteria, Scott, in commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, and variety of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. And as we go from venue to venue throughout the world, whether it be the championship tour or the qualification series, an emphasis gets put on one of those more so than the others. We're coming off the CT event, the championship tour event at Fiji. The degree of difficulty was all about the late drops, the big barrels. What are we looking at here? What do you think the emphasis will be for that judging as we look at the beach break out front? We'll get to that in just a minute, as we do have live action here for blue. Griffin Colapinto, smaller inside wave here, does a nice roundhouse all the way, rebounds off that whitewater, and he kicks out. So going back to what we were talking about there in the judging criteria, where do you think the emphasis is going to be today, Scott?
I think flow, whereas yesterday, Todd, we had the rocks coming into play right up front, so the commitment, they were really looking at that. But today's flow, there's still a fair bit of water on that bank, so the guys are really going to have to work. We saw Griffin's first wave. He was really sort of weaving his way just to maintain that speed. But the guys who are going to throw the commitment, which was one of the ones you said, in that first turn and really commit to that first turn and then go in and use that flow and that speed and link in the next couple of turns, are the ones who are going to get those scores. We've got a couple of Brazilians in this heat, both of whom, Wiggly and Ian, can go to the air, so they're going to be looking for that progression there. We know Timmy can obviously do that as well, so Those are the areas the judges are going to be looking at today.
So Griffin Colapinto getting into this event by way of wild card from his sponsor Billabong, Billabong being the presenting sponsor here at the Ballito Pro. He opened up with a 6.00, so if we do have a lull here, we'll try and get that wave back up because that is the highest single wave score of this event so far. Wiggly Dantes has the best two waves, so he's currently in the lead. He's got a 5.17 and a 4.33 for the Brazilian in red. Griffin Colapinto now with that 6.0. He's looking to get a 3.50 to overtake the lead. Ian Gouveia, the Brazilian in the yellow singlet, he's got a 3.83 and a 1.50. He requires a 4.18. And looking at Timmy Reyes, our defending champion from last year, we saw him this morning. He got a warm-up out there. He's excited to be back here defending his title. But right now he's being really patient out there, yet to draw any waves. And it looks like, once again, our surfer in second, Griffin Colapinto, has found himself another right-hander. Beautiful opening turn there. You saw his fins. Bit of a setup turn and slams it there, breaks the fins free and pulls it off. So Griffin Colapinto really looking light on his feet and letting it all hang out here in heat number 1 of round 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see the replay of that one. Just before we get to that, Timmy's obviously made his intentions clear. He's waiting for the better waves. He's not going to force issue and look for these little ones. He's going to look for the ones where he can do the major manoeuvres and get those combinations and get those higher scores. It doesn't look like he wants the smaller 2-3 scores in those poor range. But with that said, Griffin's making the most of his opportunities, and that last wave certainly to me looked a lot better than his first.
Here we go now. Ian Gouveia, he had a look at that one. He actually wanted to go left, and as you pointed out, Scott, at the beginning of this heat, it is a beach break condition, so I'd have to say that probably at the moment we're looking at more rights than there is lefts, but there is that rare left out there that does have scoring potential, so these surfers will be looking to go right or left. It's an opportunity to get scores on either one. And the reason for changing venues this morning, Scott, as we kick things off out in front, the bank where normally the event is held, the sand just really isn't there right now, and we saw actually yesterday in the trials a few of the surfers going dry on the rock. There's a finger out in the middle of this bank, and so Travis Logie this morning, former World Championship Tour surfer, now our Tour commissioner, he made the call to make the change in venue, and definitely seems to be the best for these surfers to give them the best opportunity on the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of the surfers were really pushing for that too. It was kind of 2 turns and then throw your fins over the rocks yesterday. So they're really keen to see those guys be able to do a lot more of those turns and show what they've got. And it was more, today's up to the surfers, whereas yesterday it was more up to the conditions and if the wave, dry docked you or not really. As we just look back at that replay of Griffin's wave, which was a great little wave. He had that combination and went straight from each turn to the other and let the fins go on 2 of those waves.
Yeah, that was his third wave, and standing by for scores. When we saw that, I was expecting it to be the best score of the event so far in this heat, and we'll have those scores to you in just a minute. 5 judges on the panel today. You take the high score and the low, and you average out the remaining 3. Let's have another look here at that last wave.
So he did a lot better, Griffin, in that first one. You see that tail slide was beautiful there. He sort of held off on his first turn just to wait for the wave to turn up. There he sort of tags that section knowing he's got to get one more turn in, and beautiful, just throws the fins. Nice bit of variety, nice commitment. As we said, that was one of the judging criteria there. Smaller wave, it wasn't going really fast, and he was sort of pushing a lot of those manoeuvres. So that one came in at a 6.33, so just marginally better than his first score, but that's got him solidly in the lead, Todd.
So it's interesting as we look at this matchup here, Scott. You got the defending champion out there right now, Timmy Reyes, yet to catch a wave. You've got Wiggly Dantes, who's currently 17th in the world on the championship tour. Ian Gouveia, one of the standouts from Brazil, looking to qualify, as I pointed out, his father, a former championship tour competitor. But you look at the young upstart who is now in the lead, Griffin Colapinto, by way of wild card from Billabong. He comes into this event with some serious momentum, Scott. He's coming off of an under-18 title at the U.S. Championships just a week ago at lower trestles. He's only 16 years of age. I tell you what, this kid's future looks really bright.
Yeah, and I think he opened up this year in the QS, the first one of the year. He got a third as well, so he's got some really good momentum behind him. Now we see Timmy.
Here we go. Timmy Reyes, last year's defending champion. He's waited a long time for this wave. Nice opening snap. Cuts it back. Bit of a flat section here. He's going to try and look for the inside reform. Stand right next to the whitewater, the power source, and you can see as he kicked out there, Scott, showing a little bit of frustration. Now right behind him, blue. This is going to be Griffin Colapinto. He's been busy. This is going to be his 4th wave. It's setting up a lot of speed, a lot of momentum. What's he going to do with this speed as he gets to the inside section, sees a ramp, goes for the huge forehand air, but can't stick it.
Yeah, Timmy waited a long time. What are we just under halfway through this heat, and he was obviously waiting for those bigger waves, which haven't turned up for him. So he's obviously forced to go and change his strategy mid-heat. And you can see from his body language that he wasn't happy. That wave still had a lot of water on the inside, and Griffin's in a position where he can afford to throw a lot more caution to the wind and throw a lot more risk being in the lead. And being that junior, he's on the junior series. He's got nothing to lose. He comes in at the bottom end of this, and he's going to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Griffin Colapinto, and at the moment looks to be capitalizing. As we pointed out, he's got a 6.00 and a 6.33. He's our current heat leader. Wiggly Dantes from Brazil in the red. He's in second place with a 5.17 and a 4.33. He requires a 7.16. And looking at yellow, Ian Gouveia in third, looking for a 5.67. His two waves, a 3.83 and a 1.50. And Timmy Reyes, we just saw his first wave, as you pointed out, Scott, waiting a long time to catch it. It was only a 3.10. He's got his work cut out. He needs a 6.40 to move up into second place at this point.
Yeah, Timmy's an old dog. He's been around before. He knows how this game works. He's not going to panic. So he's obviously just adjusted his strategy mid-heat. Whilst Griffin is like the paternal grom, just paddling around the inside, going for everything that moves. Timmy's like the old head, just sitting at the back waiting. So I like what Wiggly's doing today as well. He's sort of sitting somewhere in the middle of that. He's just making sure he picks his waves and really putting everything into them.
As we kick things off here in heat number 1, round 1 at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Scott, let's talk about what's on the line here. What's at stake at the QS 10,000? 10,000 points, $250,000 prize purse, $40,000 going to first. But talk about the importance of those points, 10,000 on the line to qualify for next year's championship tour.
Yeah, so obviously being at QS 10,000, it's one of the sort of prime events for the guys on the tour. We're about the halfway mark. So the guys are really looking for a good result here to sort of solidify themselves moving forward for the rest of the year. We do have the changeover coming from last year's cut-off points, so the guys who are a little bit lower are looking to get through, as we see Timmy going again, Todd.
Yeah, Timmy Reyes, second wave here. Bit of a grower, as we say, coming from behind it. Got a nice section in front of him there. Beautiful snap. And connecting the dots well on this one. Speed, power, flow, finishing strong. So Timmy Reyes finally getting a little bit of rhythm in this one. As we said, last year he had the rhythm. He rode it all the way to the finals and was crowned our champion. So looking to defend his title here, his second wave a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, a grower. It starts off, sort of waist height and grows a lot bigger. He obviously saw that one coming. This first section, he just really tags that one, knowing he's got a little corner there, a little right angle, and then it sets up on that inside bank to really throw the fins and step on the tail to a much better wave there for Timmy. He's riding another Firewire, similar to last year. He's on a 5.7 today. So he said similar boards to what he had last year, and they obviously worked out quite well for him last year. So he'll be hoping to go a little bit further in the draw.
Speaking of boards, or what type of boards are these guys riding in these smaller conditions?
Yeah, it's funny. I looked at Stewie Kennedy's on some weird, he's always on interesting, diverse boards. Weird bat sort of wing with some railers. We'll come back to that.
This is a great looking wave here for Griffin Colapinto, our current heat leader. And as I say that, he had to give way to yellow because yellow did have priority. Ian Gouveia goes vertical on the backhand and again. So good back-to-back, top-to-bottom surfing there for the Brazilian. And an interesting situation there, but a bit of a veteran move for Griffin Colapinto to take off, see that yellow in front of him. Ian Gouveia did have priority, and he got right out of there.
Yeah, you wonder if he almost sold him on that one, but it was good to see, without the experience, he still recognised he wasn't going to get an interference on that one. What I liked as we go to the replay of this one, I thought he was stepping on the tail for a little barrel there, but obviously we've got Ian up and riding, a little tag in that first section. The aggression in that term I really liked, and again this one here, he threw absolutely everything into it. So the judges are going to look at that part, not so much speed, but that was critical turns with some really good aggression there, so I did like that.
It'll be interesting to see, Scott, how that wave comes through as far as the scoring. This is an important heat here for the judges. Kind of sets the benchmark for the day as far as what they'll be scoring on. A lot of times throughout the year at those championship tour events when we're at those venues and you see that top-to-bottom surfing, they really like that. They put the scoring up in that excellent range. I'm really curious to see how that wave for last of yellow Ian Gouveia comes through.
Yeah, well, I guess where the difference is, Todd, the judges normally hold off that scale and saying that scale. Here we've already got in the region of 10 waves, as we see up and riding. Wiggly. Yeah,
we got Wiggly here on the backhand. He's going to have to get around this section, so he floats up and over it, gets the momentum to climb back up on that whitewater, and as he does, that wave just peters out, so he's going to kick out quickly after getting one maneuver. Looks like we have a couple more waves through, potentially coming through the lineup. Who's going to find themselves in position? Once again, it is Ian Gouveia, the Brazilian on his backhand. Setup turn to get some speed out of that floater. Climbs up and over on the whitewater. Nice snap there. And a floater to finish. So the judges will have their work cut out. Quite a few scores to drop. Now behind him, Timmy Reyes. He snaps it back. Bit of a flatter section, so he's going to cut back, stay right next to the whitewater. Snaps it back one more time in hopes of getting an inside double up to finish with a maneuver there, and you can see there Timmy just kind of, maybe showing a bit of frustration. He waited for a while at the beginning of this heat. He's got a few waves. He just got a 5.23, so he's right in the middle of this one. He only needs a 4.27. Griffin Colapinto, though, our current heat leader, big opening turn there, throwing a lot of spray for the young 16-year-old from San Clemente. Snaps it back one more time. It's amazing to see the style that this young surfer has at 16 years of age, up against the world's best, really looking composed out there, Scott.
Yeah, he's got real rhythm. What a flurry of waves. We've got Wiggly again.
Now Wiggly goes vertical on the backhand. Nice looking wave here. Better wave for Wiggly Dantes. Snaps it again. Goes vertical. And he kicks out. So a flurry of waves right there, Scott.
I'm glad I'm not a judge for these ones here, Todd. Yeah, we had. So we look back. The judge is just locking in that Ian Gervais wave from a couple of minutes ago. That was really critical. They're liking the aggression that he had in that. So we'll see those scores drop. And yeah, we had a flurry of waves there. And again, we saw aggression from Ian. Timmy was again looking for that wave to just do something for him. It wasn't. Griffin sort of held off and waited for the end of that set wave, looking for his one. And he got a fair few turns in. And as you said, he's got a really mature sort of style. It's not sort of real flappy. He actually has a really good flow in his style, which I quite like. So we'll see how the judges go and throw that down. Whereas, we've got a lot of mid-range scores at the moment, so we're looking for the guys just with over 10 minutes to go to start locking in some better scores there and start overtaking. Griffin is what they're going to be looking for here.
Yeah, 10 and a half minutes to go here in this heat. Heat number 1, round 1 of the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. A few more scores here to drop for Ian Govea, and it's definitely going to help his cause. He may even jump up into the lead. We'll update you in just a moment. Currently, Blue has the heat lead at the moment. Griffin Colapinto with a 6.0 and a 6.33. There it is. Last of Ian Govea came through at a 5.87, takes him up into second place, and we'll look back at Wiggly Dantes is currently in third.
Yeah, so Wiggly just behind it, little foam climb to start, a nice little hook in the pocket. Again, a nice little vertical turn, and here the wave stands up for him, and that's similar to his countryman. Great aggression there, just really jamming that end section. So four turns there for Wiggly. He's currently in third. He'll be looking to better a 4.33, so it'll be interesting to see how the judges, they'll be casting their eyes over those replays and making sure they get these scores right.
Yeah, Wiggly needs a 4.54 to move up into second. And as we pointed out, that 5.87 for Ian Govea, we talked about those couple vertical turns that he did on his backhand, top to bottom surfing. It's great to see that the judges want to see above the lip surfing. They want to see fins drifting today because that score only came through to 5.87, so they're looking for a little bit more high performance based on what I'm seeing from that score.
Yeah, that score came in for those two turns, basically nothing else. So, they're really liking that aggression from Ian there, and he's moved from fourth up into second place, but we're still waiting for a lot of scores to drop as we see some of them coming in, and Wiggly having a look at this insider. He's obviously got last priority, so he can afford to go.
Wiggly will take off on this one as we're still standing by for his last score to come through. Beautiful opening turn there, throws a lot of spray, goes vertical one more time. And you can see keeping those hips loose, going top to bottom, and finishes strong. So Wiggly's starting to find his stride here as we're on halfway, actually 8.5 minutes to go in this heat. And I tell you what, as we pointed out, a lot of waves being ridden, so an opportunity for all these guys to have a good go. It's not like there's long lulls in between, as we got 4 surfers in the water today, and you're looking at the score line, and it's still anyone's heat. You look across the board. Last of Ian Govea still standing by for one more score. His wave prior was a 5.87. You can see Blue there waving to the beach commentator, wanting to know what the situation is, how much time is left, what is his current waves, what does he need as far as, why? Because he just heard Wiggly Dantes dropped a 7.17. Surfer in red is now in the lead. Our surfer Blue, we just saw on the screen asking for the situation, has dropped to second, Scott, but his last score now comes through to 6.20. He's back in the lead. Let's look back at Wiggly's last wave.
So this wasn't in his big score, but we're still waiting this one. 2 beautiful turns. He's got a really nice style, and you called it properly here, Todd. He opens those hips up really, really loose, working the wave and just finishing that one off with a couple of little turns on the inside. He's got that flow down pat, Wiggly. He's got a really nice style, rail-to-rail surfing, working with the wave, not trying to manufacture turns, just seeing what the wave can offer up for him.
So with 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go, last of Wiggly Dantes, a 7.17. He is in first place And standing by for last of blue, Griffin Colapinto needing he's just got it. He's got a 6.17. Griffin Colapinto is in the lead. Wiggly Dantes is in second, but we're looking at another score coming through for Wiggly. We just looked at that replay there, Scott, and it looks like it could change the situation. There it is. It's a 7.67. Wiggly Dantes back in the lead. They're playing a bit of a seesaw battle here between blue and red. Last of blue, a 6.17 for Griffin Colapinto. Some great surfing between these two surfers at the moment.
And I mean, I think what's similar with both of them is they're both fitting a lot of turns in, and they're doing them and linking them really well. And they've both had really critical turns there. Timmy Reyes, the defending champion, looks like he's got to get himself moving with 6.5 minutes to go now. He's looking for a 7.27, while Ian Gavea also, you can see him having a wild paddle here, hoping to drop his low score of 5.8 in this one.
Yeah, you got a couple surfers having a look here. Yellow on the inside with priority. Ian Gavea is going to go. Nice setup turn there. He doesn't like what he sees in front of him. He kicks out. And you mentioned Timmy Reyes. We look back. He's a former championship tour competitor. He won this event last year. And you have to wonder, being that, he hasn't been on the world tour for quite a few years now, is he back to just defend his title, or is he looking to make a complete comeback and get back on that championship tour in 2016?
Yeah, we were talking about this off air this morning, Todd. Timmy outwardly says that he just selects the primes. He's got the ratings to be able to do so. He selects the ones he wants and the ones he enjoys. I know he stays with the local guy here in town and enjoys coming here. But, off the back of last year, he got some amazing points. We talked about that earlier. 10,000 points sets you up really well. When you cut off last year, I think it was in the 16,500. We're saying this year it might be a little higher, around the 18,000. So you get to win in one of these primes, and you only need to get a few more good results. You got obviously 5 you can count there. It's going to set you up if you want. And we're talking about does he want to requalify? I'm sure if the opportunity is there, he'd be chasing it.
Yeah, at a QS 10,000 like we're at, the Ballito Pro here, presented by Billabong, a huge opportunity, as you point out, is to springboard your campaign to qualify for next year's championship tour. 10,000 points on the line. You look at Timmy Reyes, the next QS 10,000 coming up at the Vans US Open is surfing right there in his backyard in Huntington Beach. So he definitely wants to get a result here, but the challenge is right now he's in 4th place looking for a 7.27. Let's look at last of red, Wiggly Dantes.
Just a beautiful little hook in the pocket. The real commitment. That wave could have ran off on him. Again, just a little foam climb in that sort of section there. Just really drives off that bottom arm and rotates off that. And again here, just sits nice and high. I would have fallen off there, Todd. But he opens those hips up and just sees the centre section and just tags that beautifully. So, as I said, in these small waves, you can really force the issue, whereas Wiggly's just riding and letting the wave dictate what he does on that wave and doing it with speed, the power and flow, and it's all critical. So the judge is liking it.
You look at that last wave of Wiggly Dantes at 7.67. It's our highest single wave score of this heat here in heat number 1, knocking up on that excellent range as far as scoring goes. An excellent wave is in that 8-point or higher range, and so a 7.67, great surfing there. Wiggly Dantes really setting the tone in this one. He's gotten better throughout this heat. A 7.17 on his wave prior. He's our current heat leader, and Griffin Colapinto is in second. As we look at red, this is our current heat leader now going left, our first left of this heat. And in the first one he does a vertical hit, and then he drifts the fins, does a reverse on the second turn. Will that better a 7.17, Scott?
We're at the part of the heat where he can sort of throw caution to the wind. We haven't seen too many lefts going down today. So Wiggly, thought he'd have a look at that one. He was obviously in 4th priority, coming off taking the last wave. So the first turn was a good one, and we saw that innovation in the last turn. So let's have a look at it again. A bit of a bigger sucking wave. He just tags that first section, and here the tail was high. He controlled it quite well. The rotation was there. Did it have the speed? Did it have the height? That's what the judge is going to be looking for. The guys now are so functional with those sort of turns that that if you're going to do one of those, you've got to do a really good one if you're looking to improve on his low score of a 7.17.
So 3 minutes remaining in this heat. It is do or die right now for the surfer in yellow, Ian Gavea, and Timmy Reyes. Right now, though, up and riding is our current surfer in second. Catches a bit of an edge there, Griffin Colapinto. And with that said, he knows he's not going to better his low score of a 6.17. He kicks out. He's going to regroup, try to get back out in the lineup and position himself to better that low score of a 6.17. And staying super busy is our current heat leader, Wiggly Dantes. Once again now, he's going to go back on his backhand. Bit of a setup turn, getting speed, momentum down the line. Look for a backhand aerial here, and he does exactly that. Grabs the rail, unfortunately can't land it though. But you can see him telegraphing as he was generating that speed down the line with that incoming section coming at him. Now right behind him, Griffin Colapinto, our current surfer in second. He does a bit of a fins free there, goes for the reverse, and he can't pull it off. But look at the shallow there on the inside. The rock's exposed. That's what I talked about earlier, those mystery rocks. You got to really be careful because you could find yourself either getting banged up or you're bored.
Yeah, it is a shallow sandbar out there, but as you said, Todd, there is sort of the rocks on the inside, and there's a rip running along the inside of them, so that's why we've got this sort of right-hand carved bank. It's quite interesting to see that we've got the two surfers in the lead. You know, normally those guys would hold their positions and maybe wait for the better waves and hold the guys who need the scores off those waves. But Wiggly and Griffin decided, we're going to have some fun. We're going to get busy and see if we can't improve on those waves. I quite liked Wiggly's last one when we have a look at the replay, that one if it comes up. It was a small one. He obviously knew it, and that one had a real wedge to it and grew. As we see, Timmy Reyes is going to need to get busy. He's looking for a 7.27. Here's a better wave he'll be paddling for.
Yeah, it does look like Timmy will take this one. Solid wave here. Let's see if he can get out on the open, clean face to perform some maneuvers. He climbs over that section, does a cutty there, snaps it back again. He's going to have to go big on the inside. He knows it, and he goes for a huge forehand aerial there. No grab, and unfortunately, the board gets away from him there, and he can't pull it off. But he knew he had to go big on the inside. He needs a 7.27. Time winding down, 1 minute.
Yeah, you've got those rocks there, and it's quite shallow on the inside there, Todd, so it was a bit of a difficult landing. He didn't quite have the speed to project outwards to make that landing a bit better. He got some really good height and rotation on that one. But he'll know that's not the score he needs, and he's got to get busy in the next minute or so if he wants to make it through to the next round and progress out of this round of 96.
Yeah, he's going to have to get busy with 45 seconds to go, Scott. This could be a major upset right here. Our defending champion from 2014, Timmy Reyes, finds himself in fourth place, needing a 7.27. And it doesn't look like the scores coming through for the last one are going to change the situation, so he's still going to need a 7.27. And you look at who's advancing in this one, well, you kind of expect Wiggly Dantes, who's currently 17th in the world on the championship tour. It's his rookie season. He's having a great year. He's coming off a fifth-place finish at the Fiji Pro, coming in here with that momentum and continuing his charge as he's in the lead. Griffin Colapinto, young upstart, by way of a wild card from Billabong, wearing the blue. He's in second, and Ian Gouveia is in third, looking for a 6.63. Defending champ Timmy Reyes looking for a 7.27, and, well, that's the end of that heat.
Yeah, sad result there with the ocean going flat. You don't like to see the surfers not given the opportunity, but I think the story of that heat was the maturity shown by young Griffin. He had nothing to lose at the beginning and went all out, but surfed a lot of waves, picked some good ones and surfed them well as we look at our next heat.
So we're done with heat number one. Now we'll kick things off with heat number two. Alejo Muniz, Wade Carmichael, Chris Ward, and Marco Fernandez. And it looked like drawing first blood there. That was last heat, actually. So just a surfer coming in. We're standing by for a start of heat number two.
Perhaps a question without notice, Todd. As we got Chris Ward in the yellow, Marco Fernandez in the blue, Wade Carmichael from my hometown in the white, and Alejo Muniz in the red. So Chris Ward, what's his story?
Former championship tour competitor himself, one of the best free surfers in the world, and he hasn't been on the championship tour for a few years, but he would like to get himself back there. He's been hanging, he's traveling by himself here, Scott. I've seen him the last couple days. He's staying at the same hotel that I am, and he's still surfing as good as ever. It's just a matter of where's he at mindset, and can he get back onto that championship tour.
I know he spends a lot of time over in Indonesia, and they're copying a significant swell at the moment. So he's obviously, committed to trying to get some points up here and trying to make that recharge for the top tier, rather than doing what he's been doing the last few years and chasing those free surfs. So it'll be an interesting heat, this one here, with two Brazilians again. We've got a lot in the draw, as we see up and riding one of them.
This is Alejo Muniz. Nice opening snap. Look at the speed and momentum that he's got right out of those first two turns. Former championship tour competitor as well. And looking to get back onto that championship tour, the grand stage, the best of the best. That's where you want to be. And, 10,000 points on the line here to help that campaign to get back onto the tour in 2016.
It was a good wave there by Alejo. He's quite aggressive as a surfer. He did quite well last year. I think he got knocked out last minute around. He progressed quite some way into the event, so he's obviously looking to get back on that world tour. As you said, he got that wild card and he's looking to make the most of his opportunities. Let's just check this replay out here, Todd. He wanted the first wave. He really paddles hard and really wanted to get into this one. Drives really well off that back hand there and jams that first section. The wave grows a nice flowing rebound there. Again, another jam, and just throws the fins a little bit, waiting for this end section here. And really sets it up, fins out just to show the judges he's got that commitment down pat, and that'll be a good little start of the heat for for Alejo Muniz, surfer from Brazil.
Solid surfing, riding Sharp Eye surfboards. Same shaper, Marcio Zuvi for Felipe Toledo, who's currently number 2 in the world.
As we see up and riding again, Alejo getting busy. Just sets it up there, jams it in the pocket. This thing's going to race up. What he's going to do. And rides out of that one, Todd.
So big forehand air to reverse in the shore break there for Alejo Muniz. And as I said, formerly on the championship tour, just got the call up, was a wild card in the Fiji Pro just a week ago. Got a 13th place finish there. So he's been called up 3 times this year with injury replacements. He was 36 last year on that championship tour. And so he's got the call up at the Drug Aware Pro where he got a 25th, the Rio Pro where he got a 25th, and then the Fiji Pro where he got a 13th. Let's look at last of Alejo.
Yeah, he knows he's going to do something, so he sets this up, puts in a really good turn there to start with. He knows there's an end section here. Big rotation. He's got the grab as well and pulled that one right around. Rode out of that successfully, so that was a critical turn. We haven't seen anything like that as yet, but I'm sure we'll see some more. Alejo making his intentions known. He's 7.5 on that opening wave of the heat, and I imagine that one's going to be quite a good one as well and head into that good to excellent range. So a really good start by the surfer in red.
And he saw Wiggly Dantes, who was also our highest seed in the heat prior from Brazil. And that's one thing about the Brazilians you hear during the championship tour events, the reference, the Brazilian Storm, and rightfully due to their performance, but as well, these guys travel together, and they have a strong impact. When they travel together, they push one another, they really support each other. And so he would have been watching intently that last heat prior of Wiggly Dantes, and well, he's just posted a 6.17, so right out of the gate, Scott, a 7.50, a 6.17. As you said, he's made his intentions loud and clear. He's here to win.
Yeah, both of those waves came from not quite out the back. He sort of picked them up 3/4 of the way in, so he's obviously watching the last heat intently and saw what, as he said, his fellow countryman Wiggly was doing, just picking those waves off and getting busy.
And with 26 minutes remaining here in this heat, the winner of that last heat, Wiggly Dantes, is standing by on the beach. Let's hear from Wiggly.
All right, so we're down here on the beach live with heat winner from the first heat this morning, Wiggly Dantes from Brazil. Wiggly, some pretty tough conditions down there, but you seem to have dealt that really well. Pair of 7s out there. How is it?
It's pretty fun. I just checked the wave this morning. It looks so fun. I surfed over there like a couple of days, like a couple, 3 or 4 days. And the wave is pretty fun. I'm just happy to be back here in Ballito. I just have a good time and I just want to go there and surf.
You were obviously up against a former champion from last year, Timmy Reyes from America. Did you have any specific strategy going up against the 2 Americans?
I just want to go over there and surf. I know team surf pretty good and all the boys surf good. I just want to get the small one and just make big turns. And I find a couple little ones.
Nice one, Wiggly. You go through to the next round, and we look forward to watching you later on in the week.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
All righty, thank you very much. Wiggly Dantes on into the next round as we have live action here. Chris Ward, San Clemente, represented well in that last heat as well by Griffin Colapinto. So Chris Ward there, his second wave is opened up with a 0.50.
Yeah, we saw water out there this morning really blowing up, so it was exciting to hear.
Look. Here we go, red. Alejo Muniz, he opened up with a 7.5, then a 6.17. Another great wave here. This wave is looking really solid as he opens up turn after turn here. I tell you what, Alejo Muniz, this is going to be a big score here, Scott. I don't know why I keep calling you Chris. Can you be my Chris today?
Absolutely, mate. I think I nearly went with a Joe for you earlier on, Todd. I don't know what Alejo is doing today, but it's really good. He's going absolutely crazy. I thought the guys in the last heat surfed really well, but Alejo is almost another level again. He's really got that speed down. What I like about Alejo when you look at his style, he throws that back arm back and uses that to drive himself up into the lip and then sort of wrap his turns on rail from there. So, I'm excited to see that replay on that one. That was a good wave. I'm sure that'll go a long way to replace his 6.17 as we start to see those scores drop. The judges liked it too, Todd. Let's have a look at it. So it takes off a mid-side wave, sets up first turn. Nice little jam there. A nice little hook. Nothing is yet. He knows it's going to get steep on the inside section. Beautiful. Just shows the fins to water there and the paddle back out again. Fins out. And sort of 5 real turns there. And that's our... What did you get for that one, Todd?
That's a 9.00. That's our first wave in that excellent range, Scott. And as I pointed out, Aleo Muniz, formerly on the championship tour last year, he finished 26th, currently 36th with his 3 opportunities that he's had this year, and looking to get back on that championship tour full time. He's got a great opportunity to do so. He's coming to this event here, currently 3rd on the QS ratings. So, look for him to make a charge here. As this is a big opportunity with 10,000 points on the line, followed up by the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing just around the corner. And you know that he'll be over there to participate in that event as well.
Yeah, when he got knocked out last year, I remember it was after the buzzer call, and he came in and, well, they are a passionate bunch, the Brazilians, but my God, he had fury in his eyes. He really wants this one bad. As you said, he's been on the CT. Let's have a look at it again. He's a really smart competitor here. He doesn't just tag it, but he doesn't commit completely, so he loses his speed. It's a turn to start with here. Same sort of deal. Doesn't overcommit because he knows this next section is going to get really steep on this part of the bank here. Goes, hey, Wardo, have a look at my fins there. Beautiful. Just control. Just really stepped on that tail. Again, driving from that bottom hand, setting that bottom turn up. Again, blowing the fins out and just recovering quick enough to get a tag on that end section and, really compressing his feet to show the judges he's rode out of that one and controlling it. So a really good wave, a 9.0, as you said, for Alejo Muniz.
Not only the best surfing, but I tell you what, as we saw that wave there on the replay, the best wave that we've seen come through as well, and he capitalized. Some guys would have said, okay, I've got the best wave that's come through this morning. I'm going to surf it safe. I'm going to post a 6.5 or a 7-point ride. No, he pushed those turns, as you pointed out, let the fins drift on that 3rd turn right in front of Chris Ward. 9.00, excellent surfing.
We're starting to see what the wave's setting up, this bank, just from this second heat. The outside, it's still a little bit full, so the guy's going a couple of turns in, and then that inside middle section's where it's going to stand up, and if they can get a really significant turn in there and make it inside, the judges are going to like that, as we see a good little wave coming through the outside of Surfers Beach here.
Well, let's see if we can get Wade Carmichael or Marco Fernandez on the board. Both of those surfers have yet to catch a wave, and it looks like it's going to be Alejo Muniz once again on the inside. It paddled underneath those guys, but look how this thing's hit the inside bank. Loses his footing right there, but regroups, sets his rail. He's got that speed momentum, still going down the line. Another nice tail drifting maneuver. Slams it again. Beautiful surfing here by Alejo Muniz. Interesting to see that he got that wave underneath of the other surfers out the back. Are you surprised by that, Scott?
Well, not at all. We saw the other Brazilians in the last heat just getting busy, and that's obviously his mandate today. And he obviously had 4th priority because he got the last wave. So he's got liberty to be able to do that and have a look and get picky. And sometimes, you're free from the confines of priorities. We see. Let's have a look at this one. His board looks amazing under his feet. Look at that. The confidence just to blow that tail. As you said, he lost his footing there, but managed to still regain it. Here, beautiful jam, just aggression, and just sets it straight to this next one and just goes even further. He's at the point where he's got some scores. He can just really open the shoulders up there and just get more aggressive, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Then right behind him, this was Chris Ward's answer.
Yeah, so wrapping turn there. Again, Chris seeing it's hitting deep water there. He's just going to wait for this to set up. Just doing some rail work here. Nothing really substantial at this stage, but here's what he's looking for and waiting for. As he just, early in the heat, he didn't want to overcook it there. Perhaps he looked like he might have been in 2 minds whether he really went too big or just sort of tagged that end section. But at the moment, it's all the Alejo Muniz story in this one. So you got a 9 for that first one. That 3rd wave of his. That one that we just saw the replay of then for mine looked much more aggressive, much faster, a lot more flow. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges give him on that one, Todd.
As we watched that last replay, Scott, of Chris Ward, it was interesting because you saw him generating speed momentum on the inside section. Wardo, you expect him to go to the air, and he didn't on that one. So you wonder, as you pointed out, was he in a frame of 2 different mindsets? And, bottom line is he's not going to get a big score on that last one. Let's have a look here at blue. Marco Fernandez from Brazil. This is his first wave. He's waited a long time for this wave, representing Brazil. A couple of cutbacks here. It's going to start to get speedy on the inside. He knows it, lets the fins get up and over. Solid finish there for the surfer in blue. Now right behind him, Wade Carmichael. He's also been very patient, representing Australia, and he's continuing to just keep that board really close to the whitewater, the power source. Thoughts on that last wave there for Wade as we actually have more action out the back. We'll get to that in a moment. This is Chris Ward. He's got a rare left, goes vertical a couple times on the backhand, snapping it back. Looking for an inside finish there, and you can see kicking out right in front of those rocks.
I think sort of Wade and Marco's waves, I think they were the first waves of the heat. Might have been Marco's second one. Were really similar. They were in that deep water on the outside. They got sort of 2 rail-to-rail wrapping turns with a rebound, and then tried for that sort of end section with a little fin release. In contrast, Alejo's already had 3 or 4 waves under his belt, so that last wave that he had, he knew what the wave was doing already, and he knew he'd go a lot bigger on that fatter outside section and what he could do on the inside. So Wade and Marco, those waves will probably come in that sort of mid-range, certainly not as committed and aggressive as Alejo's, but, they'll be waves to kickstart them off at the 18-minute mark of this heat.
You mentioned Wade Carmichael's from your hometown. Which hometown is that?
It was actually a slip of the tongue. I meant to say home country, that one. I think Wade's from the Central Coast for mine. He's sort of been fluctuating on the World Tour. I think he's up around there. If you got
Avoca Beach?
Avoca Beach, yep, Central Coast there. A lot of the boys, we got a few of the guys up from that way all travelling together. I know Glenn Hall's here as well, so is Wilco. So those guys have all been hanging and surfing together. I know Wade would be really keen to join those boys on the top tier CT.
Currently 14th on the QS is Wade Carmichael, and finished 59th last year, Scott. And as you said, looking to make that cut to get on the championship tour for next year. Chris Ward, as I mentioned at the beginning of this heat, formerly on the championship tour for multiple years. And, well, can he do it here in 2015 to requalify for 2016? His last score comes through at a 4.07. Wade Carmichael's opening wave, though, have a look at that, an 8.27.
Well, I'd be keen to see the replay of that one, what he did that in that one. I wonder, actually, I feel like that might have been, we saw one of Wardo's waves. I feel like Wade might have gone left in the background for that one, and that might be a bit of a backlog. Because what I remember of Wade's wave, he sort of just did 2 wraparounds and then sort of one hit at the end. So I'd say that might have been a left he got earlier on for Wade's one there. But, if we look back, Alejo's dropped to 7.23 for his last one where he did that air. So the judges are saying, look, you guys can do those airs at wills if you're going to do them, make them really good. So they're liking those sort of commitment of those turns and linking and lots of maneuvers.
Yeah, that 7.23 for Alejo doesn't go into his scoreline. He's already got a 7.50 and a 9.00. He's our current heat leader wearing the red. Wade Carmichael's currently in second. He's got an 8.27 and a 4.23. White there on the screen asking for the situation, Wade Carmichael. And so the beach commentator will let him know your last wave was a 4.23, Wade. You're going to need an 8.24 to overtake the lead from Alejo Muniz. Chris Ward's last wave came through at a 4.93. He finds himself in third place looking for a 7.58. And Marco Fernandez, he's got one score. His opening wave was a 5.67. He requires a 6.84. Plenty of time on the clock, Scott. 15 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, so there we see Wade got a 4.23 for that one we called. It was really similar to Marco Fernandez. So, yeah, I'm not sure if we picked up the 8.27 of Wade's or not. I'd say that was while we're following Wardo's one as we see paddling up and riding blue.
This is going to be Marco Fernandez's second wave. He's looking for a 6.84. He doesn't see the potential there for that score, so he kicks right out. He's going to get out the back, try to position himself to get a score of that 6.84. Marco comes into this event rated 110th on the qualification series. He finished 82nd overall last year. And looking to climb the ratings here, a big opportunity, as we pointed out, 10,000 points on the line for first place, $40,000, a $250,000 prize purse.
Yeah, and obviously, the waves are there today. The guys are having to work a little bit for them. It's a bit disappointing there isn't sort of more swell. We had a significant swell come through here a couple of weeks ago and take out a lot of the sand from our primary venue we've had for the last couple of years where we've had some really good waves. We're hoping that later in the waiting period we'll have some more swell. Looks like there is some later in the week on the horizon. But the guys have obviously got to progress through these first rounds of 96 to make their way through to that later part of the week.
It's interesting talking about this event and the current conditions and the lack of sand out there. A lot of the surfers in listening to them speak this morning in the competitors area, this is a venue they really look forward to coming to. A lot of times there's big barrels on offer. A lot of the guys, electing to even bring step-up boards, which have a little bit longer length, a little bit more foam to help them get into those bigger waves. Doesn't look like they're going to need them based on the forecast we're seeing. Yeah, the funny thing about here, Todd, is the forecast, it sort of does change. We get a lot of open ocean moving up the coast here. From me coming here the last couple of years, we had forecast 2 to 3 foot and we turn up 4 to 5 foot. So the boys are hoping that'll happen again this year. But for today, it's clean. It's certainly, the guys are getting 9s and 7s quite easily today. So, it's certainly competitive today. They've just got to try and find the right waves. The guys who are winning are the ones who are getting lots of waves. And speaking of which, looks like Alejo Muniz is taking off on this one. Slams it off the top, cuts back there. Let's see what this wave's going to offer him here on the inside as he stays right next to the whitewater. There it goes. Now he starts to get some speed down the line. Watch this. He's going to go for a big snap R&R. What's he going to do? Well, nothing, because he got a lot of foam on the face of that one. It was an interesting section as it came through the inside. Usually they get that lip to either let the fins drift or get up and over it. That one just completely flattened out on the inside, a rare wave. Yeah, we saw Alejo sticking with that one through that section, and you saw, as you called it, spot on there, Todd. It hit that inside bank there and stood right up, but unfortunately didn't stand up down the line like he was obviously hoping for. So it's interesting with the 4 surfers out in this heat number 2, round 1 action. We've got a 9.00 and a 7.5 for Aleo Muniz, and a couple surfers being pretty patient in this one. Marco Fernandez and Wade Carmichael only catching 2 waves. Wade, though, has the better of that exchange. An 8.27 and a 4.23 sees Wade in second place. Chris Ward from San Clemente, former championship tour competitor. This year, 147th on the QS ratings coming into this event. Finds himself in third place, requiring a 7.58. Marco Fernandez from Brazil, requiring a 6.84 to move up into second place with 12 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, it's sort of a critical juncture of the heat. What do you do? Do you stick with your waiting for the best waves? We see Wardo up and right on the left.
Wardo going to elect to go on the backhand, as you pointed out, going left on this one. Gets 2 quick hits. And it's interesting as we look at these lefts, Scott, it seems like really you got to get busy right out of the gates because it kind of flattens out on the inside section, whereas that right, for the most part, kind of regroups. We saw in that heat prior a couple of waves, even we referred to them as growers. They started out smaller and grew as they went down the line. So definitely seems to be the rights are going to offer the bigger scores, but I'm sure we will see some scores coming out of the left. Somebody's going to go to the air.
Yeah, I think Wade got his 8.27 on the left, but you're spot on, Todd. It's all about the rights for the time being. It'll be interesting to see if that changes when the tide pushes up a little bit later on. We're looking for a high tide around the 1 o'clock local time mark, so that's still about 8 or 9 heats away as we see Marco Fernandez up and running.
Now Marco going to go on the right this time. Nice opening carve there, throwing some spray. Snapping it back again. 2 good maneuvers here for the Brazilian. Snaps it again. He's looking for the double up here. He does get it and hits it one more time. So Marco Fernandez looking for a 6.84. Solid surfing there for the Brazilian.
His last 2 waves were just a couple of in and outs, so he obviously knows what he's looking for. It's a 6.84 score he's looking for, but in terms of the wave, he's looking for something like that where he can link those maneuvers together and get a solid score on the board. At the moment, he's got a throwaway low score of a 0.3, so I'm sure that'll go some way to get rid of that one. Will it be the 6.8.4? We'll find out.
As we look there at that drawn back perspective, it really shows that outcropping there of the rocks, and they're throughout the beaches here. You have they're almost framed. You've got a rock outcropping to the south and one to the north. And, does that come into the mindset of these surfers out there in their timing as far as their maneuvers, Scott?
Judging yesterday, I'm going to say no. These guys know. They're not flying halfway around the world, and they're not opting out of a turn. They're going to make sure they get that last turn in. As we see Marco here, nice smooth turn, really on rail for both those turns. That one a lot more commitment, so he's going well now. What's he going to do at the end section? Doesn't quite. Well, he got sort of 2 tags there. I'm sure he would have hoped the first 2 turns were good. He would have been looking for something a lot bigger at the end there. He's looking for a 6.84 on that one.
He did well. I like those opening turns out the back as we just saw there on that replay, and then it doubled up on him. He almost looked like he wasn't going to make that inside reform connection. He did get down it, though, and get one more finishing maneuver, looking for a 6.84. As we looked at that replay, do you think it's going to be enough?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Look, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think these guys are the best in the world. They can do amazing things. The judges are going to be critical. Particularly, you've got people like Alejo earlier on was just jamming that tail and doing that 3 or 4 times. He's above the lip, was really showing 3 fins. He was getting them out. Really critical. I'm not sure it's just going to be enough for Marco to move up into that second position.
Score's starting to drop as we look back at that replay. Looking pretty solid, though. You see that first turn there, Scott. Another nice carve there. Those first 2 turns are really the money. And then he gets a little tap here. And then it goes flat on him, but he read it well, goes low road, slams it one more time, and, well, look at scores have just dropped. It's a 7.43. It was enough. Moves him up into second place now. So the patient Marco Fernandez from Brazil wearing the blue singlet is now in that advancing position in second. Wade Carmichael drops to third. He requires a 4.83, and Chris Ward really starting to get his back up against the rope with 9 minutes to go, requires an 8.17.
Well, I'm blaming you on that one. You set me up to give my opinion, and that's why I'm sitting in here and not the judges' booth, so I didn't think it'd be enough. The judges obviously saw, looking at the replay, those first 2 turns really buttery, linking them really well, that real flow. As you said, they were money turns. Interesting, a lot of the surfers are money turns have been that inside section, but for Marco on that wave, it was the outside, as we see having a look. White.
Yeah, Wade Carmichael here trying to answer back, needing a 4.83, gets the fins up and over on that first turn. It really flattens out here. But it looks like it might reform like we just saw a moment ago for Marco Fernandez. He knows that, so he's going to stick with it. Let's see what he can do on the inside. Bang, big maneuver there to finish. Wade Carmichael looking for a 4.83. That's a small and very obtainable score. Solid surfing there for that last wave of white. Wade Carmichael now behind him. Looked like Blue had a look at that one. Marco Fernandez So as we look back at Wade Carmichael's wave, what do you think about that last one?
Yeah, they both started off slow, Marco and Wade. They didn't get too busy early like Alejo has. Interestingly, Alejo's been a little bit quiet towards the end of this one. So Wade there was an interesting one. He rode it all the way through. He got a fair few turns in there. He's in a luxurious position. He's got an 8.27. So he's only looking for a smaller score from 4.83 as we're taking the replay. Here we go. So beautiful above the lip hit in that first one, which the judges will like. Just setting up a little foam climb, waiting for this to stand up on the bank. Just carves back to our power source here, waiting for that wave to stand up here where it gets real vertical. And again, goes nice and vert. We see him throwing the fins, nice spray at the back there. So I'd imagine that one he's going to replace his low score.
Well, he needed a 4.83. It comes through at a 5.63, so he is in second place now, jumps up from third to second, which means blue now. Marco Fernandez has dropped back down to third place. He requires a 6.48, so Wade Carmichael making a great decision there to stick with that wave, getting that final maneuver, 5.63. Beautiful surfing by the Australian.
Yeah, so Marco Fernandez, he's got a 7.43, and you'd think going through the heat, right, that should be a good score to launch from, but he's still looking for a 6.48, which is a fair score. So, you're going to need more than pocket 14s to get through these sort of rounds with guys like Alejo going crazy there. So, Wade, really good surfing by him. He's surfing quite well. He's got a 5.63 is his low score now, so he's with 6.5 minutes to go. He's going to look to capitalise and replace that one. Wardo's been looking for the lefts a lot. I'm noticing now he's sitting out the back there. I'd say Alejo's got first priority with Wardo second, so they're going to be, waiting for those better scores, those better waves to come through, and hoping to find some of those inside ones. But it's been the guys getting busy, the guys getting waves who are getting scores, and it's a simple formula.
Well, here we go. Chris Ward needing a 8.97, or maybe just trying to better 2 scores so he can get back into this heat. Nice opening cut back there, rebounds off the whitewater. Similar maneuver there in the second one. And the third, too. So a lot of repetition on this one. He's going to have to show some flair on the inside to impress these judges. Goes for the little air on the inside and sticks it. Looking to better a 4.93 because he currently needs an 8.97. So hopefully that will change things a little bit here for Chris. Get him back into this one, needing a big score of an 8.97. Looking back at Wade Carmichael, we just saw him post a 5.63. He really set things up with the nucleus of an 8.27. Let's look at last at Chris Ward.
So Chris just waved this wave here. Nice little wrap around with the rebound at the end, nice and smooth there. Held his speed again. Another wrap around there. He's looking for something more critical, and the variety at this stage of the wave isn't quite there. So he's looking to do something different. Wave stands up. You asked him for something different there. You got the fins out, but it was really quite a small section by the time he got there. So 3 really similar turns at the beginning with a critical one at the end. I'm not sure he'll have enough for an 8.97 there, but he's got 5 minutes to get back out there and look for that higher score.
So coming up on the 5-minute mark in this heat, currently red holds down the lead. Aleo Muniz with a 7.50 and a 9.00. Wade Carmichael in second. Wearing the white, an 8.27 and a 5.63. He needs an 8.24 if he wants to take the lead. Marco Fernandez wearing the blue. His 2 scores of a 5.67 and a 7.43 requires a 6.48, though, to get up into second place. And Chris Ward looking to better his score situation at the moment. He needs an 8.97 to move up into second.
Yeah, a little bit lully, so this part of the heat, hopefully that means the last few minutes will have a flurry of waves, as we've seen in most of the heats, or the first 2 heats of the day. So obviously Wardo will be hoping for a better score, just locking in a 5.03 for that last one. So still not enough, requiring an 8.87. So he's going to be looking for one of those better waves towards the back half of this heat to try and get that. Marco Fernandez looking for a 6.48, as you said, Todd. But at the moment, Alejo's sitting really pretty in first place, quite comfortably, controlling this heat.
4 minutes remaining here in heat number 2, round 1 action of the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Blue up and riding Marco Fernandez. Drawn out cut back there. Sets up nicely for his next maneuver, though. Vertical snap, lets the fins drift. Snaps it again. You can hear the whistles on the beach, and slams it one more time. The crowd likes it. He likes it.
He likes it. The finger snap. Looking for a 6.48 there, Marco. So, again, he's opening up with that first wraparound turn there, and then he got busy on the inside. So, he'll be looking for a 6.48. His body language, and as you said, the whistles on the beach suggest that was a good wave. Let's have a look at it. So, setting this one up, nice smooth one. Looks like it's got some wall. Carl's back to the power section here, just waiting for this one to stand up. Beautiful jam there, setting the fins right at the back with control. Again, another one here, and linking those turns all the way to the inside. So 3 critical turns there with a wraparound to set him up at the beginning. So, is it a 6.48? How about I put you on the spot this time, Todd?
Yeah, I think it's going to be enough, but again, we'll see. I think he ticked all the boxes as we look at live action here for red. Muniz looking to better his low score of a 7.50. He cuts back. Once again, staying right by that power source. Kind of gets caught up a little bit. He wants to finish strong, and he knows it's not going to change the situation, so he kicks out. But going back to last of Marco Fernandez, fantastic surf. And, his opening maneuver wasn't super strong, but, he kind of waited for that wave to dictate what he was going to do. Was very patient, nice roundhouse cutback, stayed right with the power source. And as soon as he came out of that first cutback, out of that rebound, that wave just went vertical in front of him. And as soon as it did, he went straight up and answered with the tail drift. Got the fins up and over, came back down, went vertical again, let the fins drift one more time. Needing a 6.48, as I pointed out. I think he's done it, but we'll wait and see what the 5 judges think.
Yeah, so as they just come in now with an 8.27, and it's a great wave. As we have a look at it again, nice big wrap around. This one's steep. So first one, jams that tail, really committed there, links it to this next one. Doesn't wash off all his speed because he knows there's that last one just to punctuate the end section. Little finger snap. 8.27, he's happy. He's up into second place. Wade Carmichael now leading a 7.44 with 2 minutes to go.
So as we look at this heat with 2 minutes to go, Wade Carmichael's opening wave was an 8.27. He was really selected before he even got that first wave. Do you think he got too patient in this heat? He might find himself ending up in third place, needing a 7.44 at the moment.
I'm hopeful that obviously the guys will get a chance to do it. Potentially, that wave there was just, it wasn't part of a set, it was just a one-off wave, and it was a really nice one for Marco from the outside. We saw that Chris Ward's wave, he had 3 wraparounds and only had 1 chance for that vertical section. Those judges, you need to do those wraparounds to maintain your speed and set up for that inside section, but, you can't get the scores just doing 3 or 4 of those on a wave. You need to be going vertical, and, obviously you need the wave to provide that, so it's all about picking those waves. So Wade can get busy now and look for them, but it's all about, as you said, the wave dictating whether he can do it or not.
Well, as we look at the current situation with just over a minute remaining, Muniz still in the lead. And looking at Marco Fernandez is now in second. He needs an 8.24 live action, though, here. Wade Carmichael, big tail drifting maneuver there to open up. Gets caught on the second maneuver on that whitewater climb. He was needing a 7.44 because last of blue was an 8.27. Look at Chris Ward's situation, though, Scott, with less than a minute to go. Really bad here. He needs 2 waves totaling 15.71, and time not on his side.
Yeah, we were watching Ward at the start, and we were sort of throwing a few wows as he was free surfing this morning, but he just hasn't been able to get himself on the right waves. Wade there in that one, he recognises he needs to go pretty ham, so he went big on that first one through the tail, but the wave didn't offer it up for him, as we see a little paddle battle. They're going to be best mates for this last minute, Marco and Wade.
Yeah, interesting situation here between blue and white. Wade Carmichael's in third place, needing a 7.44. Marco Fernandez now in second, wearing the blue jersey, so he's going to try and make sure that Wade Carmichael does not find a wave out there if he can help. Out the back, though, yellow here. Chris Ward, as we pointed out, needing 2 waves, totaling 15.71. As we count this heat down, it looks like it's going to be all she wrote, unfortunately, here for Chris Ward at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong.
Yeah, and see what he does at the end here. The shackles are off. He's probably going to do something quite big. And this will be his best wave. It will count. Obviously, he needs a combo. But we unfortunately see Wardo bowing out, and Wade Carmichael as well will walk away. As we look to the next heat, we've got Jack Freestrone from Australia, Billy Stamard from New Zealand, Luke Davis, and the young Kano Igarashi, both from America, coming in for the next heat.
Alrighty, well, as we kick off this next heat number 3 here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, we'll bring in Gig Sellers and Martin Potter for the call.
Wade Carmichael from Australia down in third. Surfers in the next 10 seconds to automatic starts. We'll count you down. And let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we continue with day 1 of action here in Ballito. We are on the east coast of South Africa and welcoming all of our viewers to the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. Another great week of surfing action as the world's best surfers descend down into South Africa for an extended period of action. Gig Sellers alongside probably the sport's best analyst, 1989 world champion Martin Potter. Potts, it's always a big welcome when you're back in South Africa.
Yeah, thanks, Gigs. It's been a while since I've been down this part of the world, but I remember as a young grommet coming down here and surfing all these beautiful breaks down here in Ballito. Good to see the boys lighting it up, though. There's been some big scores already this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some solid surfing in the opening two heats. Wasting no time, up and riding. Kanoa Igarashi from California, I believe he's based. Potts, I haven't seen too much of him being based here in South Africa. One of his rare trips down here, but certainly he has been building a platform through the last couple of seasons, and we'll pull some info up on him shortly. But Potts, just having a look at conditions here this morning. Low tide around 8 o'clock this morning, so we are dealing with an incoming tide. Wind coming out of the south, so right to left on our screens as you see our athletes in the lineup, and it's going to be another solid performance here from the boys in this round one.
Yeah, round one, it's a very important round. We just saw defending champion Timmy Reyes go down in the first heat, so you really got to have your wits about you. Top two move through, so you got to pull out all stops. There's no holding back, and we've seen some amazing heats already this morning.
Yeah,
big
absolutely.
Scores.
Well, Kanoa Igarashi opens up with that opening score. We'll wait for some numbers for the judges to arrive for that. He's taking on the likes of young Luke Davis now, a fellow American in young Luke Davis. He's having a good trot through 2015 as well. Picked up a 17th at the Quicksilver Pro in Saquarema Pot. So we'll watch out for young Luke Davis. Can't help but think that these conditions may just work to that lighter frame of his, as we are picking up on is this who we got? Billy Stearman. Now, New Zealand surfer, seen him getting some momentum through the last year or two as well. So young Billy, a nice tight heat here for us, and of course no rides for Jack Freestone yet as well, Potts. So it's a good little lineup here. Jack Freestone, Billy Stearman, Luke Davis, Kanoa Igarashi. I kind of put them all in the same sort of scale as far as athletes go. All natural footers, similar approach to the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely right. All these guys definitely have a bag of tricks, one would say. All got that airs, those big air reverses. Jack Freestone, we're still waiting for him. But Billy Stearman, his claim to fame, took down Kelly Slater at the Margaret River Drug Aware Pro a couple of years ago. So he's no slouch. This kid likes the big, heavy stuff coming from New Zealand. So he's got his work cut out for him in these little waves. But you got to have the complete package, Gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those surfers that does have the complete package is Jack Freestone, who is in the red singlet. We'll be looking to him as well, former ASP World Junior Champion, the young Australian from the Gold Coast. And yeah, as I say, we'll wait expectantly for him to get to his feet. Nice overview here of Ballito as we see Billy Stearman now unlocking a second ride. Goes for the float, does the link. Nice hit there. Fair conditions on offer here this morning here, Potts. I mean, no real complaints. And now Freestone on frame gets his momentum going in this opening heat. And Freestone, of course, as we've said, we are expecting big things from him in 2015, knocking on the door for a possible championship tour berth next year.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's just a matter of time, not if, but when. Kid's got some amazing air game. He's working on that rail stuff, but I think the whole competitive package is what's required these days. You know, you look at what it takes to be one of the world's best. Let's have a look at Billy Stearman's wave here. As you said, conditions are perfect this morning. Real high-performance surfing. A couple of good turns right there from Billy. So just building his momentum, which is what you got to do in these minor conditions. Here we go. Look at Jack Freestone. Watch his turns. Puts a lot of power in there, trying to show the judges some variety, which is what you got to do in these small waves. Beautiful little fin waft at the end there, so great opening wave there for Jack Freestone.
So Jack Freestone showing his pedigree here. A rare left now on screen for our competitor in blue, Kanoa Igarashi. That's a big hit on the second one. Now, as the tide comes in, we'll see if those left-handers start playing more and more of a part. You heard Todd Klein talking about the rocks and how they're holding the sand bays here. If the geography of the area, we are east-facing here on the South African coastline. We're around 50 kilometers. It's a half an hour drive north of the original home of the event, Durban. So this region known for its punchy beach breaks. We've got these semi-crescent bays with good sand packed in them. Let's have a look at Kanoa here.
Yeah, beautiful backside snaps right here. Kanoa hones his skills at Huntington Beach, so well versed in both backside, frontside. Watch this kid grow up on the tour, king of the Grimes, all that kind of stuff.
And Freestone for the replay here. It was a two-wave exchange there. Those surfers splitting the peak there. Pots, bit of air there for Freestone. You'd expect that from him in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Just mixing it up. You know, the judges want to see variety of repertoire things part of the judging criteria these days. So You know, you kind of got to mix it up for them. You got to show them that rail game, those big snaps, those float maneuvers, get some speed, and then bust the fins out at the end.
So judges now starting to put numbers down for us here as we pick up on more action from our surfer in yellow, young Luke Davis, trying to unlock and get some momentum now. Smooth out on the face. This is a smaller wave. He's done good here. He's got some momentum. Can't help but think that that in the bigger context of the heat will become a throwaway score though, Potts.
Yeah, you know, you've got to build that momentum. We've seen guys, well, we saw Muniz in that last heat, you know, just kept plucking away, just kept putting himself on waves, finally got that 9-point ride, which was the difference.
All right, so we'll go to a short ad break and then we'll be back for the Ballito Pro. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. It's the QS 10,000 event coming to you live from the east coast of South Africa. Potts, talking about performances out in the water, numbers starting to arrive now. We are using 30-minute heats for the format for this morning. Definitely looking at the landscape of numbers starting to pour in now for those early exchanges. Looks like Kanoa Igarashi will pick up on the better of the numbers, almost pairing up a pair of 5 and 6 point level scores. They are just peppering in at this stage. You can see slight overcast skies Monday morning here in South Africa, local time around 10 a.m. And we are, as I said, just north of Durban. And we are going into that holiday season here, and Ballito boasts some of the best weather and climate. So a lot of the people from the hinterland, from the Johannesburg areas and all around the rest of South Africa will be heading down here this week to join us on the warm sand beaches. Water temperatures themselves around 22, 23 degrees. You can easily board short with a little Neo jacket for a free surf, and there is plenty of good free surfing on offer in the stretch as well. Martin, you grew up in the area. This is where you honed your skills. You sharpened all your tools here. You know how many good surfs there are available in the zone here.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to wait for the, you know, it's obviously picks up a little bit more swell than Durban. So there's those mornings you wake up and, you know, make the little trek down here. It's a beautiful part of the world. Back in the day, very uncrowded as well. But, yeah, just so many little breaks in between the rocks. Great variety.
Yeah, absolutely. These beaches can pack a lot of punch. We've seen in the history of the chapter of this event when it had the Mr. Price Pro mantle on it. They moved it to Ballito 2009. Competitors were met with 8 to 10 foot thundering waves again in, I think, 2011. So this place does receive some swell, packs a lot of punch. But today we're packaging it more, looks like a Californian beach break, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that's what's playing into Kanoa Igarashi's hands. 6.67, 5.50, currently with a slender lead though. You know, we saw what it takes to win those heats, those first couple of heats we watched. It's going to take big turns. You know, there's 9-point rides being dropped, high 8s as well, so these guys are going to have to crank it up.
Absolutely. Well, Freestone in red now mounts another attack here. It's his 4th ride of this heat. Still got a full 20 minutes ahead of him in the context of the time. And Freestone just hammering away. The tide is coming in. So the boys will want to keep momentum here. You spoke, Potts, we hear you a lot, especially commentating on the championship tour. You talk about momentum a lot. You talk about rhythm. Now, looking at yesterday's trials, all the surfers that got the best results caught the highest number of waves as well. Not a usual thing,
yep.
But in these mixed beach break conditions, certainly a good formula.
Yeah, well, you know, you sit too long. You watch Timmy Reyes in the first heat. That was Jack Freestone right there. You know, you saw Timmy Reyes wait quite a long time to open his account. His first wave, he looked a little nervous. You know, you've got to build that momentum, dust out the cobwebs, get your feet in the wax. You know, the more times you catch waves, you're going to find yourself in that rhythm of the good ones, and that's what it takes out here today.
Yeah, absolutely. So mixed beach break conditions here on offer for day one of the Ballito Pro. Great that the Quadakuza Council and the municipality have got behind the vision here. They're building a entire city to the north of Durban here. Even the main airport has moved close to the region. Have a look at this. Fins free flaring from our surfer in blue, Kanoa Igarashi. He is starting to build some momentum. I'm stealing Potts' word there, momentum, but that's genuinely what he's doing here. He posted with a 5.5 to start, then a 6.67. It's now becoming a tussle between himself and Jack Freestone here. Let's talk a little bit about Kanoa's momentum there, Potts.
Well, you talk about that momentum. I mean, both Jack and Kanoa are the busiest surfers. So yeah, both guys catching a lot of waves, hence first and second at the moment.
All right, so nice overviews here from Willard Beach and Ballito, and we'll take it down to the beach for that interview.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're down here on the beach with previous heat winner, heat number 2 in the round of 96, Alejo Muniz. Alejo, you're currently lying third on the QS. How important is a good result for you here for the second half of the year?
Yeah, it's really important to get a good result here. You know, we almost half of the year, and everyone is surfing really good. It's the first time we surfed that little beach. You know, I've been coming here for 5 or 6 years, so it was fun. I had a good heat, so it's good to keep this confidence for the next rounds.
You know, we were up in the commentary booth talking about the Brazilians traveling together and the support that you guys have. You guys are doing a phenomenal job on the World Tour. How important is it for you to qualify onto the Championship Tour next year?
Yeah, you know, I've been there for 4 years with Miguel, Felipe, Adriano, and they're doing so well. I just want to come back and do well again. You know, the Brazilians are surfing really good, any kind of waves. So I think it's really important this comp here in Ballito to get points and be there next year with all my friends.
Awesome, Alejo. Anything you want to say back to the crew at home watching online?
Yes, obrigado a todo mundo que torce pela gente. Esse é um campeonato importante para os brasileiros. Estou feliz de ter passado com o Marco e valeu, boa noite.
Yeah, well done. That's Alejo Muniz, winner from the last heat, along with Marco Fernandez going through in second, the 2 Brazilians through to the next round. Well done, Alejo. We'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so Alejo Muniz there showing the form to keep him moving through the rounds here. We are picking up on Heat 3. We've got around 17 minutes to go here. And let's pick up some replays here, Potts. This is young Luke Davis.
Yeah, Luke needs to get a hurry up. I mean, he's currently fourth at the moment. His backup score just a 0.5, so that's going to help right there. You got to finish with authority gigs. You know, that little shore break at the end offers a little bit of a punchy little closeout, so you're going to see the guys going fins above the lip for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So having a look here at your surfers on screen, Kanoa Igarashi now in a, well, I'd say it's a nice lead, a 6.67 and a 6.53, a good pairing of scores there. That's going to be a banker for sure. Freestone in red lying second. His requirements, he's going to need the biggest and best wave of the heat thus far. 7.47 is the points requirement for our surfer in red, Jack Freestone, to attack the lead of Kanoa Igarashi. But let's look at the back half of this heat. Billy Stearmond and Luke Davis, they really need to engage. Young Luke sitting on a 4.37 and a throwaway score. We are waiting for his last ride to bank, and it does check in at a 5.6. Pot, so a little bit of a momentum build here. Now starting to look in that place where he can reach out for a 5.64 and attack second place for Luke.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Top 2 make it through. So, you know, not necessarily having to win your heat. Just make sure you're in that first and second. Obviously now we're needing a 5.33. So, you know, you looked at that last wave from him, that last maneuver is where pretty much all the points came from. Kind of set it up nicely. Oh, the judges went all the way up into 6.5 there, so loving that last turn from Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up on young Luke Davis, smaller inside wave. They are using that first, second, and third priorities out there, so probably operating under authority there, Luke Davis. He's going to need more than that. Banking a 5.9 and a 4.37 is the young American right now. That'll be a throwaway score for him. We are keeping a very close eye on Jack Freestone as well. He's building momentum in 2015, as we spoke about. That's another little inspection and a throwaway for Davis. Jack Freestone getting some good momentum here in 2015. Potts a second at the Burton Automotive Pro, and also sneaking a ninth at the Hurley Australian Open, and his visit to Lowers at the Oakley Lowers, picking up a ninth. So I'm looking for big things from Jack Freestone. He has been knocking on the door for a couple of seasons now.
Absolutely right. I mean, you look at Jack, he's only 23 years old, hails from the Gold Coast. His highest QS ranking was 18, so just missing out. His best QS result was second in Newcastle. His best amateur results, 2 times world junior champion. So this kid is a winner. He knows how to do it. But, get on the big stage, Gigs. It's a whole different ballgame, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of people toting Jack Freestone for a big career still on the championship tour, and we'll keep seeing as we go through this Ballito Pro if this QS 10,000 is going to be a banker for the young man from Queensland. Now Davis under pressure on the inside, looking to find some numbers now. This has got a little wally section. You'll go to the air. A flat, what do they call that? The credit card air, right? Just dumps it at the end. Not a whole lot to report from him. You're going to see a high work rate from him. He's definitely going for that momentum building sort of strategy here. Already posting 6 rides, most of them throwaways, banking a 5.9 and a 4.37 is young Luke Davis. So Kanoa Igarashi from the United States leading this heat, holding that pair of 6 spots, a 6.67 and a 6.53. That's the numbers that the rest of the field have got to stretch for here.
Yeah, absolutely right. You look at the guys that don't have priority, down in that 3rd and 4th priority, you're better off just catching waves, just as you said, build that rhythm, try and find the good one. All it takes is that one little sneaky one, big maneuver at the end. He only needs a 5.33. Billy Stem, she only needs a 5.64. So both guys require average scores to get themselves into the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Having the privilege to get back on the World Surf League commentating thing here, I don't get to see the level of surfing as frequently as you do, Potts, but I'll tell you what, for those of you sort of back at home, to put this into literal terms, average guys would probably battle to ride a fish in these conditions. Not the most powerful waves on offer. So when you start seeing the level that these guys bring on the QS and the CT, these guys are absolutely flying. Their body dynamics, their strength to weight ratio, the equipment they're using, it's mind-blowing. You've got to see this stuff for yourself.
Well, that's exactly right. It's average waves that these guys are turning in big scores. So, it's pretty easy to ride a good wave. It's hard to ride these ones, though, and these guys are doing a great job.
All right, so Stearman with priority, picking up on this. He's lying 4th in the seat. That's a good power gouge for the Kiwi surfer. Bangs it out, and he'll ditch it at the end. So possibly an opportunity throwaway there for the surfer in white. Now, Freestone lying 2nd, on the hunt for points. He's trying to eke out a 7.47 here. You can see how the guys are forcing the issue here, Potts. Incoming tide, relatively weak swell. We've got about a 12-second period running in the Indian Ocean here. It's not more than a 3 to 4 foot open ocean swell. So certainly the guys really have to pump to get board speed.
The other thing too, it comes down to that maneuver selection as well. And those last couple of waves, you can see the guys who are kind of indecisive with what maneuvers they wanted to do at the end, and that's, you've got to be real confident with that. Make sure, and you can't really determine what's going to happen until it does. So it's that split-second timing that's going to be the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of these competitors will be looking to build another score here with around 11 minutes remaining in this Heat 3. Picking up on screen there, Kanoa Igarashi in blue is your heat leader. Having a little look there. Remember, we are also operating cameras at a slightly oblique angle here, Potts. We've moved into the next bay in Willards Beach here in Ballito. In fact, I can never recall a contest being on this sandbar ever in the history of all of the surfing in the region.
Well, let's talk about the difference in the wave. I think the whole thing was, once that tide comes in, we're going to be able to run further into the day, as opposed to where they had it set up for yesterday. With that higher tide, it became real critical on the inside with the rocks. So better off moving it down, and that way we get to run further into the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So a better all-round bank for the surfers here in Ballito. A glimpse of Freestone there, who's holding a pair of scores, a 5.73 and a 5.5. He's going to need to lift those numbers to attack Kanoa Iragashi's scores. There we go, Freestone, that's more the sort of look, but another incomplete. That one will become a throwaway in the context of the heat. And now, Potts, we're into that back 10 minutes.
Very important, isn't it? These guys have got to make sure they get a giddy up, especially Luke Davis, Billy Stearman. You know, it kind of hurts when you're searching for an average score and you don't get it. You're better off needing an 8 or a 9 than needing a 5 or a 5.63 and a 5.33. So average score is required. These guys have got to make sure this next encounter is going to be a good one.
Well, young Luke Davis, he didn't get a great result at the Volcom Park Pro. Looking to the Hurley Australian Open, picked up a 37th and 650 points. He did squeak out a 17th at the Quicksilver Pro Saquarema. So Luke Davis, if anything, building some momentum in the ladder here for his QS campaign in 2015. But right now, lying third, not a big requirement there, Potts. A 5.33 to make the cutoff of the top two. But when you start looking at his scores, he does have the 5.9. That could bring him into the discussion. But he's backing it up with a lowly 4.37. So that's the stone in his shoes, so to speak, on the numbers board. Kanoa Igarashi, with now 8.5 minutes to go, is in the lead, a 6.67 and a 6.53, his two scores. And let's be honest, it takes not much to get into the 7s and 8s. You just need a little bit of open face and a bit of power.
That's exactly right. Make sure you stomp that last maneuver. You know, the judges have been real critical this year with completing your rides. You know, we watch, especially on the big stage, you know, we watch these guys do all the hard work, fall at the end. We've seen so many heats lost by not finishing off your waves.
Yeah, absolutely. So a complete repertoire required from the judging panel. Speed, power, flow. You hear Potts and them talking about it. Ross Williams as well. They talk a lot as they analyze what the delivery of performance is required to get into those top numbers.
Well, you look at dynamics as well. You know, how dynamic the maneuver is, the degree of difficulty, and that all comes down to that last turn. You know, they do those big open face maneuvers. Once that wave shuts down at the end, that's where you've got to have that speed. Once you've got speed, Gigs, you know, you can do pretty much anything you want.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anyone can generate speed, it is our athletes on display in 2015. Kanoa Igarashi leading this heat here in the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. Not big numbers for him. Jack Freestone lying second now as we look at the proceedings. Freestone in red is second. His requirements now a 7.47 to take the lead from Igarashi in blue. But now starting to trail and feel the pressure will be Luke Davis in the yellow singlet and Billy Stearman in the white. Have a look at your heat leader here, picking up again. More and more so, I think this is his second contribution on the left here, right into the corner of the granite rocks there. But you know what? He's done good. He's harvested that. I think that's going to be a solid delivery from our heat leader.
You know, that big open turn at the start of the wave, so important. You know, that commitment that you need to make sure you smack that lip straight off the bat really does contribute. Now, he's got a 6.53 on that last left-hander that he got, so let's see if that goes into his top two, Gigs.
Yeah, we'll wait for those numbers to drop as we'll go through the replay now. We'll wait for that to come on the loop here with Kanoa Igarashi going left. He's already squeaked out a good one on the lefts already, so let's have a look at this replay here.
Nice turn there. You see that opening maneuver. Total commitment's what you need for that. A couple little check turns at the end there and showed commitment, riding it almost under that dry reef. We saw Freddie P do that on the Gold Coast, didn't we? And it was probably hailed as one of the most interesting waves of the year so far.
Well, Freddie P, no shortage of entertainment for surfing fans around the world. Waiting for those numbers to drop. Now, remember, your heat leader in blue, Igarashi, needs to improve on a pair of 6s if he wants to broaden his lead. Now, on screen, this is Billy Stearman down in 4th place. That's a good snap right there. Does keep the flow and momentum through. This could be one of his more useful waves right here. He's got to try and drop a low scorer of a 4.33, which appears in his top two at the moment. Ideally a 5.64 he's on the hunt for or more to bring him into second position. Now, a few more sets rolling into the lineup here at Willard Beach and Ballito. We are waiting for numbers now to drop for Igarashi in blue and Stearman in white. Those numbers coming through from the panel. It doesn't look like Igarashi's going to improve his lead here. That backhand attack we just saw will come in just slightly short of his pair of 6s. Potts, let's have a look at this because this is Stearman again.
Yeah, I think this is one of his better waves. Nice little turn right there. The second maneuver is the one. Bang, right off the top, up and over there again. So he knows he's got to finish off. He's done the hard work, and that he does. Just connects with that end section. Didn't go for anything too radical, just made sure he finished it. And let's have a look at Kanoa's wave here. Kind of got caught behind the whitewater, so sacrificed a little bit of the wave for that opening turn and banged it up a few more times. So that probably is not going to go into his top two, but Billy Stearman needs a 5.64. I think we might see a bit of a change here.
All right, so numbers starting to drop now as we get inside that last 5-minute mark here of the heat. And this is going to be a welcome score that's going to get to Billy Stearman's eardrums as beach commenters will be getting ready to throw out the numbers here. And Potts, you were right, this one is going to check in as a banker. Goodbye to his low-scoring 4.33. He replaces it with, enough to go to second, a 6.6. So, little shuffle in the order here. 3 minutes 45 on the clock. Now, Freestone and Red down into third. Luke Davis bumped sequentially down into fourth.
Happens that quick. One good wave, can change everything. Jack Freestone, here he goes.
So, with that priority, now surfing smart here, finding himself down in third. This is a little bit of a lackluster wave for the tall frame of Freestone, and it's going to become a throwaway. So, vital moments here now with 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Freestone finding himself in third, holding a pair of fives there, Potts. A 5.5 and a 5.73. You can't go to war with numbers like that on your scorecard.
No, exactly right. You can't expect to win heats with 5-point rides. It's got to be, up in that 6 to 7 point range here at the moment. We're going to have those odd heats where those big bombs come through, and we saw 8s and 9s in the last heat with Aloha Muniz. Let's have a look at this wave here again from Billy Stearman. Opens with a nice little turn there, tries to get those fins free, but this is where a lot of the points are going to come from. See, he gets low off the bottom, jams those fins in and throws a lot of spray. Up and over the top again, and very, very important part of the wave right here to finish off, which he does. Doesn't go for anything too radical, but just stamps his authority on that wave, showed commitment, showed total control. The judges loved it. 6.6, boom, into second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Kiwi momentum they're building in the final minutes of this heat here. Now we are approaching the final 2 minutes, and Kanoa Igarashi is holding on to the lead here. That pair of sixes we spoke about, a 6.67, a 6.53 for the American in blue, and he'll be high up on the priority order now for wave selection. Stearman climbing up into that second place position. He can also look for an improvement, holding a 5.6 as one of his counting two. His requirements to attack the lead now are 6.61. But we are keeping now a close eye on Freestone, who's finding himself under pressure. His requirements, Potts, are 6.48. That's asking one of the better waves of the heat for number requirements.
Yeah, and it all comes down to priority as well. Is he in first or second priority, which is going to be very important as well. Billy Stearman, he doesn't really need to improve. He's just got to make sure that he tries to stop Jack Freestone trying to log in that score. I mean, we know Jack's got the capabilities of doing it. Super talent, as is Luke Davis. So this heat's not over. I mean, we've got 1 minute and 20 on the clock. So Ocean's looking a little quiet as we look out the window, Gigs.
Well, Potts. For some points here in the back part of this heat. 45 seconds to go now.
Yep, the business end is coming down, and as I said, that Ocean's looking pretty quiet as I'm looking out the window. So it's looking like Billy Stearman is going to dodge a bullet, somehow manufactured that score and took over that second spot. So you can see Jack Freestone, absolute frustration right now. He's come a long way to surf this, and he finds himself eliminated here in round one.
Well, with 20 seconds to go, we are counting this heat down now. And if anything untoward doesn't happen, then Kanoa Igarashi in the blue and Billy Stearman, who squeaked past with effort. It's been a tough heat for the athletes, this one.
Very tough. But you know what? It's the same for everyone.
Right, so into heat number 4 we move now, introducing the surfers 2 in the water. From Australia, the red, Matt Banton. From America, the white, Tanner Gadowskis. And in Ranguru, and in blue, Mehdi Bemenadi. As you see, wasting no time is surfer in red, Matt Banton getting to work. White water, a little bit over tweaked that one and just gets completely swallowed up by that white water. So short opening right there from red and white. And in white is Tanner Gadowskis. So the Gadowskis brothers, no strangers to Ballito. Alright, so we'll catch a quick post-heat interview with Kanoa from the United States. Winner of that last heat. We'll see him down on the beach in the next minute or two. Now watching surfer in yellow. Big blast off the top there for Arisa Randuru. Now cutting back into white water, building up some speed through the inside section. Gets a nice little bowl ahead of him. What will he finish off with? Just off the white water. Finish good, but race number 1 under the belt for Arisa Randuru.
No image. Working on a blank screen.
A little slight technical issue, but I guess we're back. Hope you guys are enjoying the action.
All right, so we're into heat 4 here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. 4 surfers now on the cards. Matt Banting from Australia wears the red. Tanner Gadowskis in white from the United States in white. And, well, a couple of early scores popping in for our surfers. They're all throwaways, except the first of our surfer in yellow, Aritz Aranbura from Spain. So if you've just managed to join us after a long day in the office, it's welcome to the east coast of South Africa. We are just north of Durban. It's Ballito. And this was, of course, the home of the Mr. Price Pro for several years. In fact, Mr. Price picked up on this event in 2000, originally held on the Durban beachfront. And then in 2009, the Quadakuza municipality opened their arms and brought the longest running professional surfing event in the world up to their region here in Ballito. And some great waves on offer here. Now in its new edition called the Ballito Pro, the Quadakuza municipality, in a strategic partnership with the World Surf League, are bringing the world's best surfers back to the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. So we are just waiting for some scores to drop in here for our opening exchanges. You are joining us with Matt Banting, Tanner Gadowskis, Aritz Aranbura, and Mehdi Vermanadi. Looking for slots to progress through to the next round. Numbers on the cards at this early stage of competition here. Aritz Aranbura in yellow has eked out an opening score of a 5.17. No real numbers to report just yet for Matt Banting from Australia in red. And nothing really for Tanner Gadowskis in white. No scores on the cards for Mehdi Vermanadi just at this moment. But let's go to a replay. Potts up and riding early on in this is Matt Banting.
Yeah, Matty Banting there, just putting his foot down just a little bit too hard. And I think sometimes you can do that in these kind of conditions, gigs, just overpower it just a little bit too much. You've got to kind of be a little gentle with the wave, so to speak, and make sure that, you know, you don't overdo your maneuvers. Obviously, Matty Banting started off with a small score, but then has backed it up with a 6.33. I'm sure we'll get you that replay here very soon. So Aritz Aranburu, a 5.17. He's come off, he got a start over there at Cloudbreak in the Fiji Pro. So he's high on the QS rankings, which means if there's injuries, which there's been lots of this year, he's going to get a few shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Matt Banting making his debut on the championship tour this year. Potts, you've got to see him up close in the first 5 events this year. We'll talk a bit more about that right now. Picking up on live action, this is Mehdi Vermanadi, and nice backhand surfing from him as he brings his goofy foot attack onto the inside bowl. That's a useful wave to get going here as the tide starts to turn in Ballito. All right, so without any further ado, we'll join Jared for the beach interview down on deck for the winner of that last heat.
Igarashi. All right, so we're down here on the beach live with previous heat winner Kanoa Igarashi from United States of America. Kanoa, pretty tough conditions out there. Just I know you got down a little bit earlier watching the waves out there. Did you have any particular approach going into this heat?
Yeah, I mean, I just went out there and wanted to find the rights, the insiders that bowled up, and then my best score was a left, and I mean, I wasn't looking for any lefts, but the one stood up, and I'm not going to pass up a good-looking wave, so yeah, I went, and luckily it was a high 6, and that pretty much solidified my heat.
So tell us a little bit about the QS this year. You're sitting in the top 100, I think currently ranked at about 84th. Very important for you, obviously, to get a great result here to give you that momentum going into the second half of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing these events for experience. I'm not trying to qualify this year. I just want to get experience and learn more. And yeah, I mean, next year and the year after is the years I want to try and qualify. So I want to have a seat to be able to do all the events. And this event's gonna try and give me momentum for the next event, which is Huntington. It's at my home break, and yeah, I'm excited for that one.
Kanoa, just lastly, your first time out to Ballito in South Africa. First impressions?
Yeah, this place is rad. We haven't got the best waves, but we've been driving to Durban and getting some fun waves there, and people are super nice, and I really like this place, and I'd probably come here for a free surf trip as well.
Lovely. Well, there you have it, Kanoa Igarashi, winner from that last heat. We'll see him through to the next round a little bit later on. All the best, Kanoa.
Your last
Thanks.
score is 633.
Thanks so much.
All right, so Kanoa Igarashi will move on to the next round of the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. You are joining us here in South Africa with Mehdi Vermanadi on screen and banging away here. He really does get that backhand turns going. This is a little replay, I think, of an earlier wave. Maybe not. It was almost an identical if it's his wave too.
Yeah, no, that was live. I'll tell you what, he's got a dangerous backhand. Once he gets that rhythm, once he finds that little groove on the wave, he's got that ability to unleash a lot of turns. So looking at 2 good scores right there.
All right, so now here we go for Tanner Gadauskas on the backhand. So 2 goofy footers. We can interpret the goofy foot approach here with our 2 surfers in blue and white, matching it up on the heel, so to speak. And we are getting some numbers in now from our World Surf League judge panel as well. Mehdi Vermanadi has picked up a 7.73, our athlete in blue. Big banging score to start. He'll already have backed that up. There'll be some more numbers coming for him. Matt Banting finds himself with a 6.33 as something to talk about. And let's have a look at this wave here, Potts.
Yeah, this is wave number 2 for Mehdi. You can see how he just finds the groove on the wave, and it just gives him that speed up and over the top. Nice vertical approach there. So he's going to back that 7.73 with another good one. Tanner Gadauskas trying to follow suit, get that backhand snap going. The thing that the goofy footers have advantage with, Gigs, is that get that board nice and vertical right at the end. Watch here, bang, 12 o'clock. Finishing off with something exciting is very important.
Great body dynamics on the backhand from both Mehdi Vermanadi and Tanner Gadauskas to lay down a foundation of scores here in the early part of heat number 4 this morning. It's day 1 of the Ballito Pro, brought to you by Billabong. We are in the northern beaches just north of Durban, a great region. If you've never done a surf trip to the area, strongly recommend it. And what about the exchange rate? If you come here with $1 for a surf trip, you're laughing right now, Potts.
Absolutely laughing. It's around about 12 to 1 at the moment, so figure that one out. Stuff's not that expensive. There we go. Second score come through for Mehdi. A 5.73. He's got his 2-wave total happening. And Tanner Gadauskas, a 5.0 on his last wave. Still in that 3rd spot due to the lack of backup.
Well, Numbers in for our surfers, and now with all surfers on 2 waves apiece, those orders is very clear. Medi Verminardi now in the lead as we go into the 20-minute mark here in Ballito. A 7.73 Potts, that's the big number to talk about. Backs it up with a 5.73 early on, so a third of the heat done. He's got his scores there. Now he'll just go to work and look at dropping that 5.73 for a builder, so to speak. Clear testimony to momentum. We've been speaking about it in the previous heat. There he's got it already. A 7.73 and a 5.73 packed into a 10-minute period. Now Banting lying second in red, a 6.33. That's a number that he can bank for now, Potts. But momentum not quite in his favour, backing it up with a 1-pointer. And then Aritz Arambura. Well, Aritz is a very versatile surfer too. Done his time on the championship tour, a soldier on the QS, so to speak. A 5.17 in his scorecard at this stage.
Yeah, Aritz is the master of adaptability. You know, no matter what conditions are like, he's got that ability to change it up. You know, he rides a pintail most of the time, which is quite unique in these smaller conditions, but surfs tricky waves really well, so watch out for him.
Well, I tell you, his backhand tube riding is just something to talk about. That's another whole subject. Anyway, here we go, talking about backhand surfing. This is Gudauskas. Building momentum now. That one, he's sneaked a little further over to the south of the cove. Now, Medi Verminardi wasting no time. You've heard Potts talk about momentum. He's kept a high work rate here. A little throwaway score in the bigger picture of the heat for him, but he's gambling the opportunity. And why not?
Yeah, well, he was third in line with priority, so roll the dice, you know, just try and apply that pressure. I think the more times you're up and riding, you're in your opponent's head. You know, every time you stand up, you know, you're hearing your colour being called out. You know, your opponent starts feeling that sense of urgency, and hence mistakes can follow.
So, Potts, let's talk about Matt Banting a little bit. His first year on the championship tour this year, he picked up a 9th in Rio on the Oi Rio Pro. Having a look at him in the beach breaks there, Potts, anything that you can say he'll be bringing to the beaches of Ballito here?
Yeah, very dangerous surfer, Matty Banting. Started off the year with a good result on the Gold Coast, took down Mick Fanning in the first round. You know, he's put on a lot of muscle this year. He's looking stronger. I think his rail game has really improved. He's got an air game second to none too. So, you know, he's starting to find that rhythm on the big stage. He's going to be confident out here. At the moment with a 6.33, he's going to be very patient. That's what I've noticed about Matty Banting. He's not one to rush. He's going to take his time. He knows what he's got to do. He only needs a 2.27 to get himself in the lead. Looking to drop a big bomb on the next exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be looking for big stuff from Matt Banting here, World Championship Tour surfer in 2015. Right now he's holding a 6.33, nothing to back it up except a 1-pointer, finds him down in that 3rd place position. So points requirements, Medi Verminardi is in a relatively concrete, solid lead here. Tanner Gudauskas has found himself in the 2nd place position, holding a low score of a 3.6 as one of his two. An 8.46 required by the American in white to attack the lead of blue. Banting, requirements a 2.27 to jump to 2nd. And we've been speaking about Banting's 6.33, speaking about his ability. You spoke about his mental attrition. He doesn't get flustered. He keeps a calm head. That could serve him really, really well in the championship tour as we go into the back half and to the more sand-based waves, right?
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, it's just finding your feet on the big stage, which he's doing. Here we go.
Aritz Arambura from the Basque Country in Spain. Everyone's favourite backhand tube rider on the forehand here in Ballito. And he's such an all-round complete surfer. He's a consummate professional, one of the great athletes out of Europe in the modern decade of surfing. And we'll wait for some numbers to join there as we pick up on screen. Now, this is Banting. We've been talking about him. You've been speaking about his flow, his power. You've mentioned that he's putting a little bit of weight on those bones now as he moves into his early 20s. And a great all-round athlete is Matty Banting. You see, he's almost got a calmness to everything that he does.
Well, that's what I said. You know, he's a very patient surfer. Doesn't rush things, takes his time. You know, he's very good at maneuver selection, which is so important. Let's have a look at Aritz's replay first, though. Nice, smooth wraparound cutback just to get things going here. Aritz, too, very calm surfer, under pressure as well. Both these guys need scores. Ritz there finishes off nicely. You can tell the body language, you like that. Now watch how calm Matty Banting is, and then bang, unleashes a huge turn out on the open face. Nice choice of maneuvers right there to get himself back into the power source, and finishes off with a couple of little turns. So tell you what, doesn't need much to move into the top two. I think he's done it with that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll wait for numbers now to match Matt Banting's performance there and go into the automatic computer system. And then the beach commentary will relay that score to the athletes in the water. Now, 14 and a half minutes remaining here in Heat 4, day 1 in Ballito. It's exciting times for the South African community as they welcome the world's best surfers back to their shores. And certainly the two goofy footers, Verminardi and Gadauskas, were dominating that first third of the heat. Now, scores dropping in for Aritz Aranbura will momentarily jump him up into the running here. A 6.27 for the Spanish surfer. Solid wraparound cutbacks, a nice punch at the end. But judges are going to lean in that exchange slightly in favor of Banting as his score comes in now. Having a look at Tanner Gadauskas, this goofy footer will need to respond now to the last scores of Aritz Aranbura and Matt Banting, and he's done a good job of delivering a backhand attack there.
Great job. I mean, that was 3 massive turns. You know, he used that attack to take down Kelly Slater at Trestles last year. So this guy's no slouch, let me tell you right now. Big scores dropping though. Matty Banting goes from 4th all the way to 1st place with a 7.40. Cool, calm and collected, as I said.
Absolutely. So now new numbers for the heat leader, Matt Banting, a 7.4 and a 6.33. Now Mehdi Verminardi, heat leader, bumped down into 2nd, uses his backhand again as he, he comes unstuck there on the inside. So all of that energy and effort rolled in vain for our surfer in blue. Mehdi Verminardi, a 7.73 and a 5.73 are his 2 scores. Got to look at now getting a 6 to attack the lead of Banting.
I'll tell you what, let's have a look at what's just about to drop here. This is what we saw. Tanner Gadauskas bangs it off the top, which is low bottom turn, snaps it again, and a 3rd one in a row. Vertical, critical surfing from Tanner Gadauskas. Gigs, 9.10. Wow.
Well, that's the single highest wave score of the day thus far. And you saw as he got to his feet there, Potts, just that rail drive, no pauses, no trepidation. Bang, 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 3 massive ones. I'm going to ask the director for another replay of that for sure, because that was just a clinical delivery of backhand attack right there.
Yep.
All right, so now Gadauskas in white, your new heat leader, already banking a 9.1 and suddenly re-energized here in the back part of the heat here, Potts. 12 minutes to go. Tanner Gadauskas has suddenly come alive on us. A 9.1, now trying to drop a score of a 5.
You know what, it's amazing how one wave can change everything. I mean, you saw the body language. You saw how he's, as you said, energized. You talk about that low bottom turn straight into that first snap. Super critical there, and again the transition between turns clean. Another nice snap there, just giving it a little bit more, and then again off the bottom, nice and vertical there to finish off. So 3 consecutive radical turns. The judges loved it. Gigs, 9.10. Wow, that's a big score.
Well, a power package delivery from Tanner Gadauskas there. So much strength off the heels there, straight up, straight down, and judges loved it. So their angle slightly different to what we are seeing on screen here, and they really appreciated the power, the application, the intensity, and the way those maneuvers were linked. Just a beautiful delivery.
You know, length of ride isn't that important these days, which I'm loving, because that used to be part of the judging criteria back in the day. Length of ride, counting maneuvers. Now it's just you can get big scores with single turns, but if you throw 3 of them together in a very short space of time, which is what Tanner did, I mean, scores went all the way up into the 9.5 range for that.
Well, if we run a tape measure on the distance that he traveled in those 3 maneuvers, I don't think he went more than 20 yards, but he just went up and down with such ferocity that the judges couldn't help but throw out the big numbers there. Judges looking at numbers of a 9.5, as you said, their pots, lowest of it was an 8.8, highest was a 9.5. So a 9.1 for our heat leader, Tanner Gudauskas. Now, 10 minutes to go. Gudauskas in the lead, his 9.1, with room for improvement now for your heat leader, holding a 5 as his backup score. Let's have a look at this replay again here.
You know, that second turn, I think, was the money shot, really. Finished off on his feet with authority, and I think that's what really stuck in the judge's mind, and it's given him a little bit more energy right now.
All right, so Tanner Gudauskas already banking a 9.1, looking for momentum now, and looking to ditch a lower scorer of his 2, a 5, and really get a stranglehold on this. Breathing down his neck is Matt Banting, a 6.71 required for the Australian in red to attack the lead. Now, on screen, Aritz Aranbura down into 4th position, holding a 6.27 and a 5.17. He'll work this through to the inside. He'll square up that turn. Nice power from the Basque country surfer. Now Banting will get flowing and working. Potts, you've been speaking about his calmness, and here he is on display. You'll see he just goes for the link, flares the turn out. Beautifully executed by Matt Banting from Port Macquarie, which is, where's that? A little north of Sydney, right?
Yeah, a little north of Sydney, but you know how unfair is it when you can do those kind of maneuvers in virtually nothing? I mean, he created so much speed from absolutely nothing. Let's have a look at Aritz's way first. Aritz is needing a 7.46. Beautiful, smooth rail-to-rail surfing, riding a pintail, which to me is very interesting, but he gets that drive out of it and able to just really connect with that last turn. Matty Banting, on the other hand, watch how loose and sort of snappy his surfing is. Little gouging maneuver right there, setting this last turn up. And as I said before, how unfair when you can do that kind of stuff.
Wow. So Matt Banting delivers a performance on the hunt for a 6.71 to attack the lead of Tanner Gudauskas. And we'll wait for numbers to reach the cards now on that exchange. Great surfing, high entertainment value here, and it's only day 1 of competition, Pots. You've got to love these compressed beach breaks. It just, the action comes thick and fast, consistent, and with surfers of this caliber, it's non-stop.
Well, I think everyone's had a go at first place, haven't they? I think we've seen, 4 or 5, maybe even 6 lead changes. So exciting stuff for sure.
Absolutely. So now the clock has a little over 9 minutes to go. Judges now working on scores for Banting lying second. They owe us a score for him, and is it going to be enough to attack the lead of Tanner Gudauskas? Potts, what do you reckon? I say we go out on a limb and say yes.
I reckon it's a no-brainer for sure. Here we go.
Aritz Aranbura now will continue momentum in the back third of this heat here in Ballito. Big foam climb for the Spaniard. Through to the inside, he really needs to square it up. Does flare the fins out there. Gets a little bit of air, releases those fins. Now, this man originally in the lead is looking to find some scores as well. Big backhand hit, though. Real squared up man turn on the closeout section for Medi Verminardi. And wow, high entertainment, as we said. It's coming thick and fast here, Potts.
Yeah, I think Tanner's in a sticky spot right now. He's got that one good wave. His backup, though, a 5.0. Is that going to be enough to get him through? I think these other guys are coming at him. I mean, you're looking still one more score for Aritz to be dropped in. Needs a 7.46 to get to the top 2. Might not be enough. Tell you what, though, Matty Banting, he needs a 6.71. Let's have a look at Aritz's wave first, though. Nice, smooth cutback. Didn't quite connect there. Up and over the whitewater. This last turn, here's the money shot, though. Watch this one. Bang, throws the fins out. Lovely end maneuver there, but is it going to be enough?
Well, good questions, and we'll find the answers. This is a replay here, Potts, of Medi Verminardi, who really squares it up on the end.
Yeah, beautiful snap right there. Is that going to be enough? I mean, Medi's looking for a big score as well, a 6.38. Scores have just dropped for Banting, and it's enough, Giggsy.
Yeah, a 7.4 for Matt Banting. Got that tail out, got the rotation, clean as a whistle. And Matt Banting now in command of this heat. Tanner Gudauskas, we spoke about the exposure of that 5-point ride as one of his counting 2, and now it's played out. He's holding the 9.1, still his score of a 5 now got him down into second. So Tanner Gudauskas, not a big requirement, it's a small decimal, and needs a 5.4 to attack Banting's lead. But check it out, Potts, an 8.57 arrives for that big squared out backhand attack. We spoke about Medi Verminardi's attack.
Holy lead change. I mean, this is insane. Matty Banting the replay from him. Watch this turn here, right in the face of his opponent. Eat that, he says. Matty Banting, no, currently in second spot. A 7.10 due to this maneuver right here. Boom, throws it out there as easy as you like. Total confidence there from Matt Banting. And finds himself in second spot, though, with a pair of 7s, a 7.4 and a 7.1. Not enough for the lead at the moment.
Well, Banting with grace and polish there, really flaring out the tail for the judging panel. 7.4 and a 7.1 as you spoke about. But his requirements for the lead here, Potts, he's going to have to dig deeper than that, an 8.9 required. So lots of discussion now in the back part of this heat as we get into around the 9-minute mark. Mehdi Verminardi back in the lead, holding scores of an 8.57, backing himself with a 7.73. That's a big pair of numbers right there for a 16.3 heat total. Banting will be hunting that, but needing an 8.9.
What's going through Tanner Gadaskis' head right now? He's got the single highest score of a 9.1. Here goes Mehdi.
Well, your heat leader now will want to keep that backhand attack of Tanner Gadaskis at bay. The discussion with Gadaskis, you've just mentioned it, a 9.1. That has him right in the discussion. Replace the 5 with just something a touch higher, right? Now, picking up on Tanner Gadaskis, down into third at this stage of the heat. Tanner Gadaskis will want to square up the section. Now it's got a wall ahead. It's got a little collapsed section. It'll end up a frustrated effort for Tanner Gadaskis. So, busy here in the back part of heat number 4.
5.40 required on that last wave from Tanner. It's not going to be enough. Back to the drawing board. And I tell you what, if he comes out of this heat without a win or moving through, he's going to kick himself. 9.10, kind of tapped off since then, hasn't he? Sort of let that rhythm go. You know, once you drop those big scores, you've got to make sure you back them up. 5.0 as a backup at the moment, not enough.
Absolutely. With every single ride being scored by the judges and appearing on a spreadsheet in front of us, the lowest amount of waves paddled for is Matt Banting. He's only rolled the dice on 4 selections, but 2 of them have been crisp as a whistle. So that's testimony to the calmness of Matt Banting. So this is the opposite way to approach a heat right here. Banting with a low number of waves, but reasonable scores. What concerns me now is Aris Arambura needs to bring himself back into the discussion. A pair of 6s for him has him down in 4th. Tanner Gadaskis easily able to topple this heat back in his favor. He's holding the trump card, a 9.1. And now Banting up and riding. He's on the hunt for an 8.9. The Port Macquarie surfer will unleash the first. Now just jams a second one through as he flows through to the inside. We've spoken about his grace and polish. He just presses. It's like a computer. Press the button. It spits out the result every time Banting flares out that last maneuver. Not particularly high. Don't think that's going to have the flair of that previous big air of his. But we'll see what the judges go for a number on that.
Well, it's a couple of big turns there to kick things off. So an interesting score just about to be locked in.
So Banting needing an 8.9 and lying second. He's chasing Verminardi in blue. Verminardi has really nailed down some big numbers as well. Now, Aritz Arambura, your 4th place surfer, picking up on a big wall. He's used his priority well here, Potts, and he's got the big jam in, but there's only the 2 big hits on offer on that. So a little frustrated here for Aritz Arambura with now the 2-minute mark approaching. Tanner Gadaskis on screen. He's holding the 9.1 already. Banging away trying to drop a 5, and well, not sure the judges are going to throw numbers at that one, Potts.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's an amazing heat right now. You look at Aritz Aramburu's scores, that was enough to move through that last heat. You know, Billy Stearman, Luke Davis, Kano Igarashi, it was enough to get himself in the top 2, but not in this heat. We've seen 8s, 9s, you know, Matty Banting with a pair of 7s. Is he going to improve his scoreline? If he betters at 7.1, then Tanner's going to need more than a 5.4. So there's a lot of maths has to go down right now. Let's have a look at Matty Banting. Opening turn right there. Beautiful. Another nice little snap through the lip again, and then finishes off as he does with that little air reverse. As you said, not a high, not a degree of difficulty, but still a good one nonetheless. Aritz Aramburu. Beautiful opening turn. Bigger wave. Snaps it up through the lip there. Sacrifices the wave for that one turn as it runs away. Is that going to be enough? 7.83 is required by him.
Well, what I liked about Aritz Arunburu there, Potts, was he was throwing big power on there, but I think he just needed another hammer on that wave to sort of bring him into the league. We'll see what the judges go for numbers on that. His requirements are a 7.83 to attack that second place position. It was a big wave. He really did go to town on the power aspect of the criteria. And we're seeing some numbers approaching now. It's a 7.27, just marginally short of the requirement. Now Tanner Gadauskas will check in with some scores as well. But in the meantime, we're right in the pokey end of the heat here. And you can see it's desperation stuff with Tanner Gadauskas trying to eke out another score here. Backhand attack for Tanner. He already owns the 9.1. He's got to match it up if he wants to progress here. Wow, a flurry, Potts.
You can see the sense of urgency there. You know, obviously Matty Banting dropping that 9, Mehdi Verminati with the lead, but because Matty Banting dropped that 7.93 gigs, Tanner Gadauskas, our past winner here in 2009, needing a 6.23. Is that going to be enough?
Well, the 6.23 requirement for Tanner Gadauskas in the dying seconds of the heat. Judges do owe him a score. 2 more judges to lock numbers there. It's going to come in marginally short. So with that number about to bank and become official, the unofficial results of that heat will be Mehdi Verminati in the blue progressing. Good numbers to his credits there, an 8.57 and a 7.73. This was a high batch of numbers as well for Matt Banting, coming in on the high 7s with a 7.93 and a 7.4. And testimony to the level of this heat, a 9.1 for Tanner Gadauskas, but he is going to finish third. Potts, great action there, I think, with that incoming tide. Just a whole new momentum kick in that heat from the previous one.
Yeah, super exciting gigs. And there you have it, final results. Tanner Gadauskas, past winner here, is going to be kicking himself, unable to back that 9.10 up. That's how hotly contested that heat was.
Well, it's day one here in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. We'll go to a break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
Welcome back to Ballito, South Africa, here for the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. We're looking at heat number 5, round 1 action here at the Ballito Pro. Todd Klein joined by Scott Turnbull. Another great matchup as we look at surfer in red, Keanu Singh from Hawaii, Tommy Whitaker, former championship tour competitor in the white, David DeCarmo in yellow, and Vicente Romero in the blue. And opening up here in yellow is David DeCarmo on the backhand. Nice opening snap. And again, that second turn stronger than the first. Solid turn, and again, so 4 hits there, whistles on the beach. Support for the Brazilian, David DeCarmo, opening things up here in heat number 5.
It seems every heat we have, Todd, we've got the Brazilians just opening up with a flurry to start off with. So some really good surfing there by David DeCarmo. We see up in red, Keanu Singh.
Yeah, he is on the championship tour right now. Big forehand air to reverse. Going to bring that front foot back so he can regroup and get speed and momentum down the line. He's already done a huge opening maneuver, looking to finish strong as well. Bam! Slams that inside section and kicks out right there on those rocks.
Wow. Different start there by Keanu. A lot of the guys have been doing sort of turns to start. I think that's the first sort of air we've seen as an opening turn, particularly in the opening wave of the heat, and then still going on with it, not just a throwaway at the end section. So real commitment by Keanu there.
So even though it is a beach break, Scott, you can see on the inside those rocks. Let's have a look at that last wave here. Opening wave for David DeCarmo.
Yeah, not big in stature, David, but he really drives through those hips there in his upper body. Just floats backhand over that back section. Beautiful first hit. Second hit there again, just winding up, just flying rail to rail there. That's the third one, and finishes off really nicely. So 5 maneuvers there, a really good start. And as we saw Keanu behind him, just opening up beautifully. Got a nice steep section. That wind just started to blow on shore from the northwest there. So hopefully we'll see the guys doing that. It helps the board stick to their feet a bit more, Todd. and again works through, just tags that section, waits to the end, and a nice critical punch at the end just to seal that. So really good opening waves by the two surfers there.
Yeah, both of those surfers, but I think in the end it's going to be the difference with that opening maneuver, the degree of difficulty for Keanu Singh in the red. As I mentioned, he's currently on the championship tour, having his rookie year here in 2015, and looking to secure that spot, so he's here to get these big points that are on the line, 10,000 qualifying points for next year's tour. Right now, though, he's doing all right. He's coming off a 13th place at the Fiji Pro, the last event on that championship tour, and he's 24th currently on that championship tour. The cutoff, the 22nd spot.
Yeah, he just came off a 9th. It's his best result this year at Rio, and he got a 9th also at Newcastle up and riding blue.
We see Vicente Romero here opening up on his first wave. A couple of quick snaps. A really nice-looking right-hander here. A lot of open wall in front of him. He goes vertical again. This one's getting kind of quick for him, and unfortunately a little bit too quick as he goes to climb up onto that whitewater section, loses his footing, and goes down. But a couple of decent turns to open up for Vincent out the back. Interesting backstory, Scott, for Vicente. He's currently 180th, or actually last year he was 180th. This year he's currently
around the 290, I think.
Yeah, so he's having a tough go. He's only surfed one event so far, but his background's really interesting. I was speaking with him just a little bit ago. He was born in Florianopolis, Brazil. His family, though, is from Barcelona, so he represents Spain, and he currently lives in Galicia in Spain. And with 25 minutes, 45 seconds to go, he'll look to put a solid score on the board. Vincent Romero, as we're standing by for those scores, let's hear from the winner of the last heat.
All right, so we're down here on the beach live with heat winner from the last heat, Mehdi Veminati from Reunion Islands. Mehdi, what an incredibly tough heat, man. All four guys just going toe-to-toe out there.
Yeah, really stressful. Everyone was catching score, and they were mad. Everyone was ripping Tanner, Harriet, so it was really stressful, yeah.
It must mean a great deal to you to win against such big names like Tanner Ganasses and Aritza Runbrew out there.
Yeah, this is only my second contest of the year. My first one was in Saquarema, and I did pretty bad, so I'm really happy to go back on a good roll now.
And also your first time out to Ballito as well. You used to a couple of beach breaks being based out in France. Any sort of strategy coming at you with a small surf?
No, just trying to push as hard as I can on every turn and trying to not rush on little bad waves, like 2-pointers. Just wait for the bombs and trying to push hard.
And lastly, you I think looked on the World Surf League app, you're 216th on the tour at the moment. So great result here. Will give you a huge jump.
Thanks. Yeah, I only had one comp, so I got zeros to replace.
Awesome, Eddie. Well, you through to the next round, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit later. Anyone you want to say how's it to back home?
Yeah, merci à tous ceux qui supportent à la maison, Willy, Davy, Zezatar, la Vader Team, tous les gars à la Réunion, merci pour le support. Et voilà, Narto va bientôt, mais on rentre la Réunion bientôt, donc voilà, Narto.
There we go, Mehdi Veminati. Well done, Mehdi. We'll see you a little bit later.
Scores in for the first exchange here in heat number 5, round 1, 8.50 for Keanu Singh. That opening huge forehand aerial to reverse. A couple of maneuvers on the inside to back up that big maneuver on the outside. So an 8.50 to open up for him. David DeCarmo in the yellow, a 7.67. Another solid score for him to open things up. Vicente Romero, he's got 2 scores, a 5.50 and a small one of a 0.80. Tommy Whitaker, former championship tour competitor, now grinding it out on the QS. He's being patient out there waiting to post a score. As we see, it looks like blue there on the inside paddling for this one. It's going to be Vicente once again. He's got a lot of speed, a lot of momentum, throws the fins free, does a reverse there. You can see that front foot way up on the nose as he sticks to the nose. We call it a nose pick, getting those fins free and pulls it off cleanly. But one maneuver there. But the difference is it's going to help him. It's early in this heat. He needed a better 0.80. Now it looks like out the back. A busy heat here. Keanu Singh, our current heat leader. Nice opening maneuver there, a bit of an off the top and a floater all in one maneuver. He gets caught, though, on that second one.
Yeah, it looks like airs are going to be the go. You can see there's a lot of water on that inside section. The guys have moved in over the last sort of few heats as we're at the peak of the tide and it's starting to drain out. So a lot of water in there. The guys are going to be doing a lot more airs. I said earlier that wind's just started to dust a little bit onshore. It does seem to switch a lot here and often throughout the course of a heat. So, we've seen the guys... Vicente and Keanu starting to go to the air early on in this heat. Keanu getting rewarded early. Vicente only the one manoeuvre on that wave, Todd.
You mentioned this morning we had an 8 a.m. low tide, so the tide's going to be filling in throughout the afternoon, Scott. One thing to keep an eye on, you mentioned the winds are on shore. We will see more above the lip surfing as it is more conducive, starts to give you that little bit of a coping, as we referred to from a skate term, for these guys to launch off of. But one thing to really take note, as that tide fills in, it's going to push that inside, the wave onto the inside bank, and that rock's going to start to come into play, and hopefully these guys can negotiate that well, because it'll definitely take a fin off real quick.
Yeah, we saw Vicente there, as you said, that nose pick. Only the one manoeuvre, got the speed up there and really spun that, controlled it. Really drove through the hips, nice high arms, and had really good control over that manoeuvre. But, it's not going to compare to Keanu's one, where he's able to back it up with some critical turns as well.
So here in heat number 5, 21 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Current situation is Keanu Singh in the lead, wearing the red jersey, representing Hawaii, an 8.50 for his opening wave. A 2.83 is his second score. In second place is Vicente Romero. He's got a 5.5 and a 2.93. He requires a 5.84. David DeCarmo in the yellow opened up with a great score of a 7.67. He requires a 0.76.
As we look back to that first 8.5 for Keanu, look at him just setting the section up beautifully. Rotates nice and high on that one, controls it really well. You can see that the foot's almost on the nose there. He slides that one back, just gets around the section here. Right, I've done the hard work. Let's finish it off. And here we go, live action.
And this is live action now as he goes vertical on the backhand, not once but twice. So finishing up, we talked about his backup score prior to that wave was a 2.83. He's on the championship tour for a reason. It is his rookie year, but I tell you what, he's learned a lot already in the first 5 events, and he's looking to apply it here in the qualification series and come out with a big result.
Yeah, Keanu came home with a bang last year. He needed the result and got it right at sunset. And he's a really nice guy. He had his family all there supporting him. A quick story down at Bells this year. He was at the event. He was helping out with the local barbecue for the local Torquay board riders clubs, and he's just going to pop in his head there. And I think he logged about 5 hours turning sausages all day. So a really nice guy, Keanu from Hawaii. So he's in control of this heat at the 20-minute mark. Tommy Witt's interesting. Is taking the patient approach, and we've seen early on, Todd, that hasn't always paid dividends in the early stages of the event.
We'll see. He's got plenty of time on the clock with 20 minutes to go. Last of red, Keanu Singh, a 5.93. You mentioned that he's from Hawaii and kind of his demeanor. Well, you think of aloha, and he exudes aloha. Super nice guy, and you always see him with a smile. Actually had dinner with him and some of the other Hawaiians last night, and just, at that table, you could just feel the energy. The guy's super happy, telling jokes, having fun, and excited. They really enjoy coming here to South Africa. It's got a good vibe here. And generally, it's got a punchy beach break. In the years past, we've seen big barrels on offer, but unfortunately, having to make some changes maybe in their equipment, going to either their standard board or even smaller boards, and stepping up to the occasion of the smaller surf on offer.
Yeah, so interesting. We've got some real experience in this heat. You mentioned Keanu's on the CT. David DeCarmo's had some wildcards into some CT events, and obviously Tommy Witt's an ex-CT competitor. So it's going to be interesting to see how that comes into play. Again, the ocean's just gone a little bit quiet here. You talked about that tide there, Todd. So we've seen a lot of waves going down. Let's just hope that still is the case, and the guys do get the chances to really show us what they're made of.
And as we look at the 4 surfers in the water, they're sitting out there side by side, and we talked about Tommy Whitaker waiting patiently. He'll have first right away as far as the priority goes. He's sitting there in the white. And we look at the current standings coming into this event on the qualification series. Keanu Singh, 65th. Tom Whitaker, 21st. David DeCarmo, 57. And looking at Vicente Romero, he's only surfed one event this year. Unfortunately, lost his first heat where he was seeded in round 3. And he's 256, but a huge opportunity still early in the year. We're running off of the seeding points from last year's results on the qualification series, and they will adjust after the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, which is the next QS 10,000 coming up in California at Huntington Beach. But this one right here is a big opportunity for these guys to solidify their campaign and really kick things off here in 2015 to qualify for next year's championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely there, Todd. So the guys are looking for a big result. I was just at the back of the competitors area, and some of the big names we've lost early on. Tanner Gadaskis is an ex-winner from 2009 of this event, and he was knocked out in the last heat. We saw Jack Freestone is going really well in the QS, did really well here last year. I think he made it to around the quarterfinals. He was devastated that he dropped out of this event.
We lost Timmy Reyes this morning, Scott, first heat, our defending champion here in 2014, and really excited to get back here in South Africa. But I tell you what, Mother Nature just didn't go in his way this morning. Seemed to be he was a little bit out of rhythm with the waves and didn't find himself on those set waves that he needed this morning.
And it's been sort of anyone's event so far. You know, we saw a young wildcard on the junior series make it through this morning, Griffin Colapinto. So, you know, it's not just about these guys with all the experience. These guys are all so skilled and talented now that any one of these guys can take out one of the heats.
Yeah, looking back at Griffin Colapinto this morning in that early heat where, you know, he moved on in second place, Wiggly Dantes with the win. We talked about Timmy Reyes, unfortunately, losing out in round one here, last year's champion. Looking at Griffin Colapinto, 16 years of age from San Clemente, coming off a under-16 win at the U.S. Surfing Championships just last week at Lower Trestles. And I saw him in the competitors area just a few moments ago, and he was excited with that opportunity to get a wild card in here by way of his sponsor, Billabong. And looking to really, you know, take the opportunity here at this QS 10,000 and get some points, some much-needed points, and hopefully, you know, kind of set things up for him, whether it be for a seeding next year to get back into these big QS events, not needing that wild card, or to maybe even give it a go and try and qualify.
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. You know, we had Kanoa performing really well. They're both going to progress through to the next round, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. The guys are just going crazy as we see Tommy Witts let that wave go through, and we'll see David DeCarmo up and riding.
David DeCarmo on the backhand. Nice opening snap, really quick. Most of the surfers from Brazil are very quick. They grow up on the beach break conditions. A lot of times quick waves, so you're going to have to react with your surfing as such really quick in your own right there, as we see him finish with one more maneuver there on the inside, gets the fins up and over. Smaller wave, though. David DeCarmo really just looking to back up his opening score of a 7.67. And if you look at the current standings, Scott, he's in third, but he only needed a 0.76, so possibly a great opportunity there for him to move up into that advancing position and apply the pressure to the other two surfers.
Yeah, it's we're about the halfway mark now. It's been a bit of a slower heat. We've only seen the sort of that's a seventh wave that was ridden. So obviously recognising that David, he's got the big one, so he just wants to get a second backup score, which he's done there with a flat 4. So that moves him to second position for this heat. Looking good at this stage.
So as he does move up into second position there, dropping that 4.00, it applies the pressure now to Vicente Romero in the blue, and Tommy Whitaker, who is, well, we're coming up on the halfway point here, 15 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Tommy Whitaker yet to catch a wave, wearing the white jersey out there. Once again, he does have first priority. You've been here for quite a few years, Scott, coming to this event, and, you know, have seen it through multiple moods as far as swell and tides. Based on the conditions we have at hand here today, you know, what is the incoming tide? How's it going to affect the conditions?
It's interesting, Todd. We yesterday, the reason we moved over there today was because all the guys were sort of watching where we're surfing today. They were watching that yesterday. It broke the whole way through the tide. We ran the trials right at the front, so hoping that'll happen again. It's slowing up, but as you can see from this set here, it's still really, really surfable. And have a look at this one.
Well, it's not going to be Tommy Whitaker, who's been waiting patiently. This is going to be Vicente Romero. Coming from behind, climbs up and over that first whitewater section, gets out onto the open face now, snapping it back. Let's see what he can do here on the inside as it does start to get vertical. Bang! So a good wave there for Vicente Romero. Multiple maneuvers out the back, and it's going to help his situation. He currently had a 5.50 and a backup score of a 2.93. He needs, though, a 6.18 if he wants to move up into second place.
Yeah, certainly not surfing like someone who hasn't had a lot of competitive experience this year or someone who hasn't a lot of practice. He's surfing really well there. I'm sure we'll pick up a replay of that shortly and just see a lot of critical moves and snaps there on a quite steep face wave. So the judges will no doubt like that one, and I imagine that'll go some way to replace his low score of a 2.93 as we see a few waves just approaching out the back. This should play an interesting part in how this heat pans out. We'll see if Tommy decides to go or if he lets the other guys.
We see all three surfers scrambling, trying to get position, and you might have a split of the peak here potentially, and it looks like all three of the surfers that were out the back found themselves unfortunately out of position. Let's have a look back at last of Vicente Romero.
Yep, so takes off behind the white water, which is really, sets him up for this move. Does the foam climb. Again, didn't race out on the wall too early. Nice and steep, jams that one in the pocket, just drives off the bottom and just punctuates that end section and jams it. So a smaller wave, didn't force it too much, but had some really good speed throughout that wave there.
His board looking really smooth and loose, a lot of drive down the line in these smaller conditions. And I was speaking with him just prior to his heat. He's riding a 5.7 Sharp Eye, who he's recently just partnered up with. Sharp Eye Surfboards out of San Diego. Shaper is Marcio Zuvi, and the model that he's riding out there is a game changer. And he now lives in Galicia in Spain, and the beach where he is currently surfing is a beach break similar to here, he said, so he's feeling right at home.
Yeah, and as we said, certainly looking at home, so it'll be interesting to see how those scores come out. Just what I've got, I think you mentioned before how nice a guy sort of Keanu Singh is. David DeCarmo, a quick story last year, he made it through to the round 4 last year. Unfortunately, managed to injure himself. I think he took a surfboard to the face and had a significant facial injury and wasn't able to compete in his next round. He came back and was in the competitors area supporting his fellow Brazilians, but what he did is he actually donated all of his boards to a program here called Surfers Not Street Kids. He's doesn't have a major sponsor who's supporting him on this tour, and he's still nice enough to go and give all those sort of boards away. And just earlier in the week he came back and he actually went back to the hospital where they fixed him up and got to meet with the doctors and the nurses, and it was a really cool moment. So he's a really nice guy, David DeCarmo.
It's a cool story, and it's great to hear those backstories on some of these guys. We know them as just surfers, but there's much more to it. A lot of these guys are fathers, and they come. Some of these guys, from different countries, coming from hard up, kind of beginnings, but have really strived and stepped up and made great careers for themselves. So good backstory there for David DeCarmo, who's currently in second place right now. Blue, Vicente Romero looking for a 5.98 as we see Vicente taking off on this one. Good-looking wave here. Let's see what he can do. Floats over that first section. Comes around that with a lot of speed and momentum, climbs up onto the whitewater, catches the outside edge, and goes down.
Yeah, that's one of my moves, that one. He won't be progressing too much further with that one. What I found is interesting is as we approach the 11-minute mark, Tommy Witt's still...
That's what I was going to say. I'll tell you what's interesting is White. Tommy Whitaker, is he out there?
Tommy's actually does a lot of work with the Oakley team riders, so he does a lot of coaching with the guys. So I've got no doubt he would have done some scenario work with the guys, so he wouldn't be panicking at this stage. He'd have a formula in place on what to do. We saw that big set come through. He recognised he could have gone on that. It ran into deeper water, was a bit fat. He knew the score wasn't going to be there. So being very patient, we saw that a couple of heats ago. It certainly doesn't mean he's out of it, and he's certainly got the capability. He needs a combo at this stage. But only 11.67, so he's certainly capable of doing that with 10.5 minutes remaining.
Well, that's what I was going to say. With 10.5 minutes to go, he doesn't need one wave, but he needs two, as you just pointed out, at 11.67. It's going to be really interesting if he can pull this off because, with 3 other surfers out there, he currently has first priority right now, but he's going to go to the back of the bus once he catches a wave. So he's going to really – this is an interesting situation right here, Scott, because he's waited this long. Now you'd have to think, is he thinking in his mind only excellent scores? He's not even going to take off on a wave unless he feels it's going to be an 8 or better, and could it be his kryptonite for Superman, if you will?
Well, he's coming off a quarterfinal result at Sakurama, the last major event we had. Interestingly, he lost to Chaya Belly, who's also an Oakley team rider, so there was a bit of speculation about throwing the heat there. But no, Tommy's fully serious about getting himself back on the tour and keeping that high ranking up. He's been in the top sort of 50, 60 for the last 5 years on the QS, so he certainly knows what he's doing. But at this stage, if it was me, I'd be getting a bit of a move on because you do need to get waves to win heats. I know that much, Todd.
Well, an interesting situation. We moved venues this morning due to the fact that the sandbank in front of us is really bad, but currently where the surfers are sitting is the best sandbank in the area. But the challenge is this tide moves in. You pointed out a few minutes ago, we're really starting to see long lulls in between the sets. You'd have to think our tour commissioner, Travis Logie, former championship tour competitor himself, is down there assessing these conditions with the heats, the surfers coming up. Is there enough waves on offer for these guys to have a go out there at competition? We're still seeing solid scores when they do come through. We've got an 8.50 already in this heat for Keanu Singh, but the lack of consistency has to be playing in right now on his thoughts.
Yeah, and Travis a wily competitor. He's from South Africa, the QS commissioner, so he'll be making that judgment call in consultation with the judges as well as some of the competitors as well. But as you full well know, Todd, you've been around a long time, is often we'll have those heats where we've got flurries of waves and there's lots coming, and then the next heat it'll go dead. So let's just hope that towards the end there is that opportunity for the guys to get those scores.
Well, the good news is, Scott, with 8 minutes 40 seconds to go in this heat, it's just about 11:10 a.m. here local time. The wind's been coming up in the afternoons. Right now, though, it's a perfect light onshore, which is great for these guys. Gives them a little bit more push, a little bit of coping when the waves do come through. But we need some consistency while we have a bit of a lull in the action. Let's talk a little bit more about Keanu Singh. As I mentioned, it's his rookie year this year in 2015 on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. He's currently 24th. Coming out of that last event at the Fiji Pro where he got a 13th. And I mentioned I was at dinner last night with him. He had his girlfriend, Kaylin Curran, who is an MMA fighter from the USC, alongside him here at this event. It's the first time she's traveled outside of Hawaii to an event. She was really excited to have the opportunity to come here to South Africa. And you could see that Keanu Singh was really stoked to have her here supporting him and the opportunity to see this country. A beautiful one it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an awesome form of CrossFit. It's sort of beyond me, but that sort of training, certainly plays into the fitness needed, for these guys who are paddling flat out. Obviously not today, but generally in these conditions, they've got to get a lot of waves and move around a lot.
If your wife Kirsten was an MMA fighter, would you be late for dinner?
Yes is the answer to everything to her. So,
so you'd
no,
be late for
to
dinner.
you, no, I wouldn't.
You'd find yourself going to sleep real quick, maybe in a chokehold. Yeah. Well, let's check in on the situation with 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Keanu Singh still in the lead with that beautiful score of an 8.50 on his first wave, backed up by a 5.93. David Del Carmo in the yellow. He's got a 7.67 and a 4.00. He's in second place in that advancing position as we see him having a look at this one, looking to better that 4.00. Can't catch the wave. Let's look at third place, Vicente Romero wearing the blue. He's got a 5.50 and a 5.70. He requires a 5.98. And at this point, Tommy Whitaker, he's going to have to get busy because, 6 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Still needs two waves totaling 11.67 as we see out the back. Looks like action. This is going to be David DeCarmo. Quick snap, quick kick out.
Yeah, so not much enough there as we see Tommy's just rolling into this one, just out of screen.
So Tommy finally on the board. Let's see what he can do. He's going to have to step up big. As we can see, we're just now putting his name on the screen. It's like we've been playing a footy game here for 20 minutes, and he's just been introduced. But unfortunately, that's not what he waited for.
No, he's still got 6 minutes to go. Tommy not able to get a whole lot done on that wave. He's got a wave on the board, so hopefully he's got his feet in the wax and he can just decide to cast the shackles. Sometimes we said that priority can sometimes be a bit of a hindrance because you start to overcook your ideas and go, do I not go? And when you don't have the priority, you're just free of that and you can just go for absolutely everything. So it'll be interesting to see if he again waits for another wave or does he just go crazy and try and find some insiders and swing like David DeCarmo is here.
Yeah, David DeCarmo is looking to stay busy out there as he is up and riding on the backhand. Quick snap there. Let's see what it does on the inside as it should start to get vertical, and it does. He gets one quick hit on the inside. You can see him put his hands up there, and it wasn't a claim. It was more like scared of the rocks on the inside. Is now behind him, Vicente Romero, needing a score of 5.98. And again, you'll start to see these guys really paying attention to that inside final maneuver because it's going to be touch and go as far as do you go for the maneuver. If you need a score, I've actually spoke to a few of the surfers, Scott. If they need a score, they're going to put it on the line. But I tell you what, it could be challenging to make sure you have your fins intact and your body intact if you don't pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the guys bring 4, 5, maybe 6 boards, and if you're planning on going through the whole week, with this you do have to make those last turns. But if they're going to take their boards out in the process, lose fins, etc., it's obviously going to be playing in the back of their minds. It's a very quick split session decision whether they actually do that or not.
So situation is scores start to drop for. Last of David DeCarmo was a 1.00. Doesn't change things for him. Scores getting ready to drop for Vicente Romero. Let's look at Tommy Whitaker. His wave was a 4.67, so he's out of the combination situation. Now he needs a wave of a 7.01, 4.5 minutes to go. So it is obtainable now. Tommy Witz is in this heat, and he's got some time on the clock. Will he get some space from his other 3 competitors to find himself on an open face wall to post that score of a 7.01, Scott?
Yeah, you mentioned space, Todd. Earlier on we saw a couple of guys paddling up and down the beach, some lefts and rights going down, but as you can see previously on the screen, the guys are all sitting right with each other now. As we see David DeCarmo is just paddling into one.
So quick snap here on the backhand. Again, the majority of these guys electing to go on the rights as they have been the more scoring potential as opposed to the lefts. This is a pretty good one here for David DeCarmo on the backhand, looking to better a 5.13, was able to put multiple maneuvers, a couple snaps on the backhand. Pretty solid wave there for last of yellow.
Yeah, solid in that he sort of has got one, I suppose, but also because the manoeuvres that he got in were quite critical. It is, as we said, with the tide coming in, they're not going to get as steep a face and as many opportunities to hit that lip, so they're going to have to try and manufacture those moves. I think David was lucky in that he had some lip on those waves, whereas we saw Vicente on the wave afterwards. The body language sort of said he just wasn't able to get those sections that he would have otherwise liked. So 3.5 minutes remaining. Time to get the guys busy.
Yeah, last of David DeCarmo, a 4.33 for those couple of turns on the backhand. Doesn't change the situation, so he's still in second place, though. First and second will advance into the next round, and unfortunately bowing out will be third and fourth. Let's look at last of yellow, David DeCarmo.
Yeah, so manages to find some speed. It's a little flat there. Comes up, just drives on those bottom turns. A couple of hooks in the pocket, a sort of third one there, and really drives. He had a chance to do a bottom turn there and drive up and go vertical on that one. So, 4 turns. The last one was a bit more critical. So as you said, he's sitting in second place with a 7.67 and a 5.13, looking for a 6.67 to move into first position.
So 11:15 a.m. local time here on a Monday. Pretty packed house on the beach as they've come down to see the world's best converge here in Ballito for the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. $250,000 prize purse. More importantly, though, 10,000 points on the line for first place in that qualification series. And all of these surfers out in the water, they want to make it to the grand stage, that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, the world's best stops against the world's best surfers. Speaking of which, coming up in about a week's time, we're going to be down at Jeffreys Bay for the next stop.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of the boys talking about going down there, and you guys certainly had cooking waves last year, and again, they're hoping for the same sort of thing. But whilst we look, I just noticed that last wave ran through all the boys. You could just see we're looking back and just trying to watch how that wave behaved over the bank. Was that wide one going to run through, and were there some turns in it? Obviously a little bit different to the previous heat where we did had some left-handers and the guys would have set up thinking it would have been the same. But as is the case with Mother Nature, things do change quite easily, and that tide has put a bit more water over the bank and made it a little more challenging for the guys. So,
yeah, it really seems like in this heat that water is really pushed in as we see yellow there. David DeCarmo asking the beach commentators, what is the situation? How much time is left? Where does he stand? Does he need a score? Well, he's currently in second place. The beach announcer will let him know he needs a 6.77. If he wants to overtake the lead from Keanu Singh, he'll also let him know that the surfer in blue out there is in third place, and he only needs, or I shouldn't say only needs, it's a pretty solid score, a 7.11. So David DeCarmo will take note of that. He'll try and keep Vicente Romero off of any wave to come through that's going to allow him that 7.11. And with a couple of waves that have just posted now, Tommy Whitaker, his task has got a little bit harder now. He needs an 8.13, so time winding down for those surfers in third and fourth place with less than a minute to go.
Yeah, we talked about earlier on that sort of onshore wind coming in, and sometimes, you find at many places that'll blow the swell in a little bit. Unfortunately, it's only a light dusting today, so there's not a whole lot of waves being blown in with that. Not much the guys can do but sit there and be patient, a bit of a playing game. I guess in the old days, the guys used to fight it out for priority and paddle over the top of each other. Now we've got that priority disc, so the guys can make more informed decisions about whether they're going to go or not, and we see that happening right here as Blue Head to pull off for Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy Whitaker here looking for an 8.13. Nice opening snap. He's got very smooth style. You give him some open face, and he will open up as he lets the fins drift a little bit on that one. Speed, momentum, oncoming section. Goes for the aerial, sets the fins free. Unfortunately, you can see a little bit of a rib coming up the face due to that inside rock section. It caught his outside edge, and he goes down. But Witts there not holding back, knowing he needed a score of an 8.13.
Yeah, 8.13. The first, I think that critical turn he did was a really nice one, perhaps one of the better ones we've seen in the heat outside of Keanu's big turn. And you talked about it earlier, Todd. Will they go for it or not? And Tommy did. Unfortunately, wasn't able to stick to it.
Well, unofficially, it looks like Keanu Singh with the win and David DeCarmo in second. Let's look at last of white, Tommy Whitaker.
Yep, so just jams that turn there, which will set him up for the little foam climb here. Nice little vertical hit and really just jams the fins in, which is great there. He's just hoping this next section will come up. He's sort of waiting. Force a little air there, and as you said, just a couple little warbles forcing up the face because that shallow water over the rocks. Unable to get the job done, so Tommy Whitaker will bow out, looks like, as will Vicente Romero. So David DeCarmo and Keanu Singh progressing through to our next round. Who have we got up next, Todd?
Coming up in heat number 6, we'll see Joan Deroux from France up against Thomas Hermes from Brazil, Ramsey Bukiam from Morocco, and representing Hawaii, Kieran Jabor. As you can see there on your screen, the colors for each one of those surfers, the flags that they represent. This is a great matchup. We keep referencing the Hawaiians. Kieran Jabor here looking to get these much-needed points to try and qualify for that championship tour. Kieran Jabor, one of the standouts in really big, heavy conditions. But at the same token, I've seen him, at places like Aokai and some of the beach break conditions. This kid's got the bag of tricks to perform here at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, so we see Thomas Hermes, like most of the Brazilians before him, getting busy early. Big snap from that first there. Nice carve in the pocket. Unfortunately, just overcooks his turn and bogs the nose a bit and comes unstuck there.
You can see on that snap there, he caught that outside edge, and we saw it happen, a few moments ago for Tommy Whitaker. Timing is so important on every single maneuver, but on the smaller waves, sometimes it's more important your timing as opposed to on bigger waves. There's more forgiveness in the bigger waves. There's more power behind you. This smaller stuff, you catch an edge, it'll be exposed and the judges will see it.
Yeah, and I think that's why generally surfers ride those wider boards with a bit more meat in it. They can be a bit more forgiving. These guys are riding really thin, really short boards, and so they can become unstuck a little bit easier.
Sometimes, though, with that said, Scott, those wider boards can be feast or famine. They're easy to generate speed and momentum, but when you do get a tight pocket, it's more conducive to catch those edges. So it's a fine line. It's just like a small wave board. Your timing has to be on point. As we look at scores for first of White, it's a 2.83. He's going to spin around on the way back out. This one was underneath the surfers. This is a good inside section. Look at the speed and momentum that he's got going down the line. Thomas Hermes from Brazil, but with all that said and all that speed, wasn't able to do anything with it.
Yeah, unfortunately the wave had more speed and momentum than he did. So, but good little tactic. He perhaps watched the last heat and saw it wasn't a whole lot coming through. So just took his time paddling back out to see if anything else had come through. And you mentioned that under the priority there, he just was able to go. Interesting, the guys seem to have moved down the beach a little bit more to where the lefts were running into. So they seem to be trying to maybe backdoor this main peak section, or maybe they're just having a bit of a paddle battle early on in the heat, trying to establish who's going to get that first priority now. Thomas Hermes has got himself out of the picture.
Yeah, Thomas just dropped another score, a 1.83, so already with 2 waves on the board, but both small scores. Sees him out into an early lead. And you know that all 4 of these surfers in heat number 6 here would have been watching heat number 5. They saw that how much water moved in. The tide has come in. With that said, we've seen the break actually push in a bit. So now as we look at the 4 surfers in the lineup, they're not sitting as far out because in the last heat, quite a few waves, even though they weren't real good waves, the best scoring waves kind of went underneath those surfers in that last heat, as it does look like we have one potentially approaching out the back. We'll see who can get into position, as it looks like Red is up and riding on this one. Nice opening wave here for Joan Duru. A couple of quick snaps representing France. This surfer's got a low center of gravity, really stocky surfer, strong power, and unleashing some good backhand turns there to open things up for the surfer in red.
He's got really good flow, Joan Duru. He's obviously coming from, there's a lot of beach breaks in France, normally a little bit more power than sort of here, but really good flow on that sort of wave. I'm sure we'll pick up a replay of that just to see how he's linking those turns together, which the judges will like.
Joan Duru comes into this event currently 8th on the qualification series. Let's look at this last wave.
Yeah, so just tags that first sort of section, really drives off his bottom turn, gets sort of caught up. It's a bit mushy, that lip, not real vertical, so he just cuts back the power source, and this is a turn he's really looking for. Really jams it there and just finishes it with a little foam climb. So not a bad little start for Joan Duru from France.
Well, let's have a look. It looks like a bit of a paddle battle, and in the end, it's going to be yellow catching this one. Ramzi Boukiam representing Morocco. And wow, one quick snap and that wave closed out. So that was an interesting wave because that's the first time we've seen the whitewater coming across more of a left from the opposite side of the bank. Now behind him is going to be blue. Kieran Jabor, his opening wave, draws out that opening bottom turn, kind of gets caught on the opening snap. Nice climb up over that first section there. You can see he really keeps his body busy, Kieran Jabor, trying to capitalize on that smaller wave. So with 25 minutes remaining in this heat, let's hear from Keanu Singh, who won that last heat, current championship tour surfer.
All right, we're down here live on the beach with the last heat winner there, Keanu Singh from Hawaii. Keanu, great start to that heat.
Yeah, it was nice. I didn't know what score it was. Couldn't really hear, but it was a good start. I started up, kind of deep by the rocks, and then I got linked into that wave, and I knew I didn't have much opportunities out there, so I made it count when I had it.
And coming down to South Africa a few years, we were chatting just before this interview. You've been out a couple of times. How important is it for you to get through a couple of rounds here, especially before you head on down to Jeffreys Bay?
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect. This is my 3rd year doing this contest. Never really done good in South Africa, so it's I don't have any pressure. I'm just really enjoying this place and enjoying the surf and then just enjoying myself. I love this place. I come here every year, and it's really important for me to get some heats here before I head down to JBA. So I'm enjoying myself.
Lastly, just take us through the challenge of traveling all the way from Hawaii. I know it's exactly halfway around the world for you. Do you suffer from jet lag and a little bit of physical tiredness?
Oh, definitely. The jet lag is pretty bad. But I guess that's just a part of traveling, and you get used to it. And yeah, I mean, make sure you don't like sleep during the day or something. You gotta pick your naps and stuff. It's kind of funny, but that's just what it is. My crew been waking up at like 3 in the morning, and we all been hanging out, so everyone's on the same time zone. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, there you have it. Keanu Aisling, winner of the last heat. He goes through to the next round, buddy. All the best.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, congratulations to Keanu Asing, and he mentions his crew. Well, he's hanging with the Hawaiians, Freddie Patasia, Ezekiel Lau, Kieran Jabor, and as I mentioned, he's also got his beautiful girlfriend here, Kaylin Curran, and I'm sure Kaylin's keeping them all in line. She's an MMA fighter, and if they step out of line, she'll let them know. Here we go, Kieran Jabor, part of the crew. Snaps it back. Nice opening turn this wave. Really flattening out, though. He's going to have to get a motor on the back of that board to make that wave. Let's check in on the situation, as we do have scores now. They have posted during that interview. 12 and a half minutes to go. It is Joan Duru who opened up with a 6.83, wearing the red jersey. Kieran Jabor, his opening score was a 6.00. We're standing by for his second. Thomas Hermes wearing the white, 2.83, 1.83. He needs a 3.18. Let's look at last of blue here, Kieran Jabor.
So just drives off the bottom there, really jams in that section, which is a great little turn. Now he knows he's got to get busy, tags that sort of section here, and still a little bit fat, but jams the pocket and hoping for a third, and really punctuates that end section, and the judges really like that one. His first wave there, they gave him a 6, so that was his first wave, apologies, not the last one. So see on a 6 and a 2.43 at this early stage, holding the lead.
So let's look back at the situation. Ramzi Boukiam, representing Morocco, wearing the yellow. He opened up with a small score of a 1.67. Ramzi Boukiam, one of the taller surfers here at this event. Super fit, but he's going to need a little bit bigger waves to get that speed and momentum. So waiting out the back a little bit more patiently than the other surfers in hopes of a bigger wave coming through. But he would have watched that last heat. He would have seen Tommy Whitaker and the patience that he had. But unfortunately, the patience did not pay off, as it looks like red. Joanne Duru currently in second, needing a 1.60, opens up with one snap and then goes straight vertical on that second. So 2 quick maneuvers. That second one pretty strong.
Yeah, real aggression in that second one. He knew that there was not much more the wave was going to on offer, so he could just really go crazy at the end and really put a lot into it. And that's what you got to do to get the points.
So looking at the current rankings for these surfers on the qualification series, as I mentioned, Joanne Duru currently 8th. Thomas Hermes 89th. Ramzi Boukiam 91st and 75th for Kieran Jabor. It's early, though, in the year, and a few more QS 10,000s to come up. As I mentioned, the Vans U.S. Open is surfing just around the corner, so the majority of these surfers will probably head straight to California, to Huntington Beach for that event, maybe in between try and find a wave somewhere, but they'll definitely be licking their chops at those points on offer coming up at the next event.
Yeah, absolutely. But, for the meantime, they're hoping they can get through here and make their way through and really start launching. We said it's about the halfway mark of the QS season. So the guys will hopefully be able to get some points here, some really valuable points. It's interesting. We heard in that post-heat interview that it is a long way away for a lot of surfers. Brazilians have got about an 8-hour flight. The Hawaiians, from America, you can tell us how far you came. I know from Australia it's about a 14, 15-hour flight for us. So it's a long way to come for, unfortunately, if you can't make it through. They talk about the dream tour, which is, the big level, but to get there, you've really got to work quite hard. And, sometimes, it is a dream. You get, boards, you get to live your dream and surf for a living, which is amazing, but it's also, I'm sure it's really stressful for these guys as well. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, there's so many things that take place, behind the scenes that we don't see it when we watch a 30-minute heat. As you point out, Scott, these surfers travel from around the world. They have to really make sure that they're in shape. It can be challenging trying to keep your diet in top form when you're traveling, in between airports, etc. Stretching. But, a big thing we heard there, in the interview with Kieran Jabor, the winner of that Keanu Asing from that last heat, was, the jet lag. He flew from basically around the world coming from Hawaii. I flew from California, all up. It was from door to door, about 30 hours or even more. And, we all know, we're all veterans as far as traveling, and that when you get there, you try and just lock into that time zone, not go to sleep, don't take a nap, wait till the sun sets, and then lock in. But unfortunately, when I got here, I said to myself, I'm not going to nap. I found myself falling asleep at 3:45 p.m., set an alarm just to take a 1-hour nap, and, well, that didn't go over so well. I ended up sleeping all the way through the night, but finding myself waking up about every 2 hours. So a lot of these surfers will come in a couple days early so they can adjust to the local time zone. as well as sort out their equipment and the beach breaks here and try and get it their nerves out and get ready for competition.
Yeah, that's the dream, I suppose, isn't it? You've just sold it to us there. But these guys are all, a lot of them, even though they're veterans, you said it's really quite hard. You've got other challenges amongst that too. I was chatting to Perth Standerlick yesterday, and his boards got sent from Sydney to he's not sure where, and got the call a couple of days ago to say, hey, your boards are back in Sydney. So he's on borrowed equipment at the moment. So there's some other things that guys have to deal with when they're out here.
Yeah, good point. Coming up, we talked about the crew, the Hawaiian crew, and Ezekiel Lau, his boards haven't made it yet either, and he actually went into one of the local surf shops, grabbed a board off the racks, and he'll be riding a stock board, I believe at Channel Islands, and we'll see him coming up later in this event. But yeah, there's a lot of variables that go into play, and I know, when you speak with these surfers, these athletes, they try to do all they can to eliminate as many of those variables as possible. One thing that you'll never be able to eliminate is Mother Nature. It's one of the many things that makes our sport so unique. You can do all the preparation, but at the end of the day, if you're not in rhythm with the ocean, you're not on the best waves, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to advance. And you hear people, our surfers like Kelly Slater, and being in rhythm with life, he gets pretty deep about that, and he's having a tough go this year, finds himself having one of his worst starts of his career on the championship tour. And he says he's got a lot of things going on personally, and so many variables go into the competition side of things here: headspace, equipment, traveling. The list goes on, and it's the world's best that can eliminate all of that and come out on top, and that's who will be our world champion. But here on the qualification series, they want the points. They want to get to that championship tour. As we see Kieran Jabor, 2 quick turns, snapping it back one more time. He's currently in second place, needs a 6.01, finishes strong all the way onto the inside, onto the beach, bypass those rocks.
Yeah, so we had a bit of a lull there. So good work by Kieran just to get busy there. And you've been talking about those rocks for most of the morning, and you almost seemed a bit shocked that they were there at the end, just trying to save his equipment at the end of that wave, but really committing to riding all the way through.
As I mentioned, he's currently in second place, needing a 6.01, 17 minutes on the clock. We'll see what the judges thought of his third wave. Surfer in blue there, Kieran Jabor. Joan Duru came out of the gates at 6.83 and a 5.17. He's our current heat leader at the moment. Thomas Hermes from Brazil, wearing the white. He's in second place, needing a 5.61. Let's look at last of the Hawaiian here.
Yeah, really generated some speed at the beginning, really jammed, got a nice steep section for his first turn. Snaps in that little intersection, and here he'll just do an air under that girl's head. Not an air, so I just released the fins beautifully, and 4 nice sort of turns there for Karan. So he'll be looking for probably suggest a mid-sized score there on that one, looking to replace his 2.43 to solidify his spot in that sort of top 2. Obviously, Todd, only the top 2 guys are progressing through to the next round in this QS format.
And if you do bow out in this round, 4th place, you're going to take home 550 points, $750. 3rd place will give you a 49th place, 600 points, and $1,000. But I tell you what, as we just pointed out a few moments ago, majority of these surfers have traveled around the world. They're not looking to bow out here in the first round. No,
those points certainly aren't going to the bank, and it's a tough one for the guys. What I admire in these guys is they are absolute professionals. Personally, if it was me, and I've put all this time, effort, money, energy into this preparation, and I bowed out, I'm not sure what my reaction would be. The board had probably been 1,000 pieces, but a lot of these guys, losing's a part of competing, and a lot of these guys are competitive animals, but they take the losses, and deal with them quite well and quite professionally, a lot of the guys too.
Well, traveling on that championship tour, you watch the best, the guys that are constantly up there in that campaign for a world title or already have world titles to their name. Those surfers, win or lose, you'll see them, they'll have a moment to themselves. They'll try and regroup and take the positive and the negatives and wipe it off, go straight into the next event and go into it with a positive mindset, draw upon the past, that the positives, not the negatives. And the guys that seem to really struggle are the ones that stew on those bad results, have that negative mindset when they get onto the beach, maybe do punch up their board, etc. And, it's the guys that get through those growing pains and can get onto that championship level and contend for a world title and not abuse themselves.
Yeah, spot on. And it's a fine balance. You don't want to go, oh, that's a loss, and not try and learn from your mistakes or what didn't work for you. So I guess that's the beauty of having all the webcasts and the heat analyzers, particularly at the CT level where you do a lot of work, Todd. The guys, we often see them, analysing the heats and looking at the heats and listening to experts like yourself as to what the judges are looking for and what trends are happening.
It's funny you say that, Scott, because at a lot of the events, you'll watch, the guys like even Kelly Slater. He'll come down, multiple heats prior to his and really get in tune with how the judges are scoring, where the waves are breaking. And if he doesn't come down, he'll watch it, like you just pointed out, live on that broadcast at home before he comes down. But he'll be in tune regardless. And the majority of the surfers nowadays are doing that. And whether they're watching it live, in the heats lead up to theirs, or they go home later that night, watch the heat analyzer of their own heats to see what went, wrong or right. It's great to have technology and what we're doing here today at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, broadcasting worldwide. You look back just a handful of years ago, you had to wait multiple months to read about it in your local surf publications. Now it's live around the world. It's pretty mind-blowing as we see White having a look here. Thomas Hermes, pretty flat wave here to start out, so he's going to cut back, stay right next to the power source. Now it's going to give him a little bit more face to work with. Cuts back one more time. Snaps off the top. Look for the big finish there, and there it is. Fins free. So a solid wave there for Thomas Hermes, who was in third place, needing an 8.44. Why? Because he only had two waves prior that were small scores. I don't know if that'll be the score he needs, Scott, but I tell you what, it's going to help his cause big time with 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's got 13 minutes to try and get another score, but that'll obviously be a good one for him to start launching the rest of the heat from. Yeah, it's unfortunate there's only sort of one wave in that heat, but Thomas must have had priority on that one, was able to go. Got a fair few turns in. Let's have a look at it again. You said it was a little flat, and so he's just decided to do a roundhouse cut back to get to the power source. Here it stands up a fraction more, jams up. He's just waiting for that wave to stand up. Here's where he gets a nice little cutty in the corner, and he knew he didn't have much done, and it was all about that end manoeuvre and really jam those that last section there. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that one. But as you said, probably not going to be an 8.44, but that'll be his a wave which will set him up for the rest of the heat, as we see yellow Ramsey Bookheim paddling this one.
Yeah, that'll be the best wave for Thomas Hermes, as we do see Ramsey Bookheim on his backhand. Second snap there, goes vertical one more time, so not getting the open face that we just saw Thomas Hermes get, but was able to go vertical a couple times there on the backhand.
I really admire, like you mentioned that Ramsey's a big guy. He is, towers over me, and really means he has to compress a whole lot more, particularly in these waves. If they're not going to be really steep, he's got to really drive and compress and come out to generate that power. Whereas for the smaller guys, we saw Keanu, he's quite a bit of a pocket rocket for his last heat. Was able to fit in the pocket a whole lot easier.
Ramsey Bookheim traveling with a lot of the guys on what we refer to as the Euroforce. And those guys do a lot of training, a lot of jiu-jitsu training, and some of the fitter surfers on the tour. Ramsey Bookheim, score starting to drop for him. Let's have a look at last of White, a 7.17 for Thomas Hermes. So as we pointed out, might not be the score that he needed up in that excellent range, but a fantastic score there in the good range. A 7.17 now makes things a lot easier for the surfer in white. He now requires a 4.10. Last of yellow, Ramsey Bookheim, a 4.50. Let's look back at this 7.17.
Yeah, so wraps around beautifully there. Again, another little wrap around here, just flying from turn to turn. Jams, that one's a nice turn, not overly critical, but this one's a real sort of money turn, gets the fins out. So we look at this, if we compare that to some of the waves we saw in heats 1 through 4, it might not have been a 7.17, but what the judges do is they adjust their scale. They're recognising, A, there's not a lot of waves out there, B, whilst they weren't critical in terms of the first few turns, he connected them well, and he was able to fit in a fair few turns there and link those quite well. So, that criteria and what the judges are looking for does change, and they do adjust that scale throughout the day. So 7.17 for Thomas Hermes, a good score, and that'll sort of set him up. He's only looking for a 4.10 to move into second now.
Well, to your point about the judging criteria, the judging criteria stays the same, but as you pointed out, the emphasis on the different points in that judging criteria does adjust throughout the day with the conditions. As we look at that, the commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, the combination of major maneuvers, and the variety of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. And this morning we saw waves breaking further out the back, a lot more vertical face on offer. And now it's kind of a midsection takeoff, kind of flat, and it's really what I'm based on what I'm seeing in that last wave of Thomas Hermes of the 7.17. The emphasis is really on that final maneuver.
Yeah, it's quite hard to be critical as if you've got a wave that's a little bit flat and isn't really steep. So you're spot on. They're going to look for how do they just tack through that sort of fat section, or are they able to link turns and use turns to generate and maintain that speed? And obviously that's what the judges are looking for.
The heat prior, heat number 5. We saw Keanu Singh do a massive forehand aerial reverse on his opening maneuver. So There may still be potential out there on that opening maneuver. It was only just a heat ago, but as we said just a moment ago, the tide is filling in. More and more water getting on that sand bank, so we'll probably see less and less outside waves like that, and it's going to be all about the inside section with 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Situation is the same still. In red, Joanne Duru, 6.83 and a 5.17. Behind him, surfer in blue representing Hawaii, 6.00 and a 5.27. Let's look at Thomas Hermes here, 7.17, and really break this wave down.
Yeah, just linked that turn beautifully. Really high upper body, driving through. Even here you can see, really opens up those shoulders there. Didn't overcommit and hit the rebound there because he knew the wave was going to race off on him. Sets the bottom turn up beautifully here, jams it in that pocket, stamps on that back foot, but again, doesn't wash off too much speed because he knows he's got to hit this intersection. This is the money. Fins come out. Beautiful control in that one. Nice and speedy as he hit it. Nice and critical. So 7-1-7, the best wave we've seen in this heat for Thomas Hermes. Now looking just to back that up.
Beautiful surfing there for the Brazilian.
I'm sure he's a beautiful surfer as well.
He is a beautiful surfer. But he's currently in third. Still needs a 4.10. And Ramzi Boukiam representing Morocco in the yellow. He requires a 6.77. Ramzi, he's got a couple of small scores on the board, a 4.5 and a 1.67, but still right in this heat, only needing that 6.77 as we see White Thomas trying to break over to this wave that's coming into the south here and can't catch it. So trying to post a score. Now yellow here is going to take off on this one. Ramzi Boukiam, a couple of quick hits on the backhand and a third there. So he'll kick out, needing a 6.77.
Really knifey. I love Ramsey. Just drives from the bottom. Really sets his bottom turns up from a long way back and goes really vertical every time I see White.
This is Thomas Hermes currently in third, needing a 4.10. Nice opening turn. Snaps it back. This is that inside section that does usually offer some vertical face. Nice snap there. He's not done yet. One more little courtesy whitewater tap, needing a 4.10. Going to be a close one there. Smaller wave on the inside, but milked it for all it was worth.
He actually paddled for a wave earlier on, just about a minute ago, just before Ramsey's one, and didn't quite get into it. And that sort of had him a bit further in, and that sort of set him up to catch that wave. So we're really going to see that priority come into play. Joanne's been sitting there for quite some time waiting for his wave, whereas the other guys can get busy. We see Ramsey, look at his bottom turn, set this up really well. Nice and vertical every time. Really drives off that bottom hand and really gets vertical on that one. So not a big wave. And we looked at Thomas Hermes on that one. Really just driving through, again, just jamming the pocket. Really a bit of a smaller wave here, but you said sort of just finishing that end section. Nice carve, even though there wasn't a whole lot of lip, and just tagging that sort of end section. So a good wave for Thomas Hermes there. So he was looking to replace a low score of a 2.83, which I think he might be able to do with that one, with 6.45 to go.
Thomas really doing well to get speed and momentum on these smaller waves. And as I pointed out, he needed a 4.10. The judges liking that score. It looks like it's going to be enough, as we have 5 judges on the panel. We'll take the highest score and the lowest score, drop those, average out the remaining 3, and see if it will be enough. Needing a 4.10, 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Big moment here in this heat as the surfer from Brazil in white, sitting in third, wanting to advance out of this first round here at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. Ramzi Boukiam also with a score to post. There it is. Last of White takes him all the way to first place. Thomas Hermes, a 5.93. Jumps him all the way to first. Now out the back live. Joanne Duru, who was in the lead, drops to second. He requires a 6.28. Opening snap there on a flatter section. Now it starts to get vertical. He snaps, goes vertical again. So a couple of quick turns there. He needs a 6.28 to overtake the lead. With that last wave of Thomas Hermes, Scott, it really applies the pressure now to Kieran Jabor, needing a 6.01, and Ramzi Boukiam needing a 7.27. Time winding down, 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Ramsey's wave came at a 4.73, so still leaving him with a high-end score that he needs to get. As he paddled in for that one, I'm sure John would have heard the beach commentators saying that he's moved into second position. He's been waiting for quite some time, only 2 waves before that one, so he's obviously only waiting for the quality ones. He'd been sitting there a while. He knew he needed to go. He had first priority, was able to get a fair few turns in there. So looking to try and drop a 6.83 if he wants to move into that first position on that wave. So we'll no doubt pull up a replay of that and have another look at that one for the surfer from France. Currently sitting quite comfortably in second, knowing that the surfers behind him need a 6 and a 7.27 respectively.
So we'll see. Not a massive score there for Kieran Jabor. We saw him open up with a 6.00, and he needs just better than that. He needs a 6.01. One thing that I was surprised by coming back to South Africa here, Scott, I hadn't been here in about 25 years. Last time I was down here was in Durban for the Gunston 500. And, it is wintertime here, and I was expecting it to be colder. The last, couple of years I've been able to go to J Bay. It's always cold there this time of year. But here, pretty warm. It's about 68 degrees Fahrenheit in the water, or 20 degrees Celsius, and, warmer than that in the air. So, beautiful day here for the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, I'm actually in the same boat. I've packed a couple of beanies and gone, oh yeah, even though we're in the southern hemisphere and it is winter, it's really nice here. It's sort of a little bit higher up towards the equator. I spoke to a few of the surfers out in the same boat. They've actually packed thicker wetsuits. We've seen some guys, Miguel was free surfing this morning in just boardies, and some of the guys are out there in the full steamers.
Well, a big adjustment in our standings with 4 minutes to go. Joanne Duru just posted a 6.33 in the red, regains the lead. Thomas Hermes now drops back down to second, still in the advancing position wearing the white. He needs a 5.99 to overtake the lead from Joanne Duru. Kieran Jabor now, things getting a little bit more interesting for the surfer in blue. Needs a 7.11 as we look back at last of red.
Yeah, John up and riding here, really flat to start with, so he carves back to that power source. We've seen most of the surfers do it. Nice jam there, sets up the bottom turn, goes beautifully vertically there. Punked, the nose nearly sort of went underwater. He really had to step on the tail to make sure that didn't happen. Real commitment in that last sort of turn there, really critical, and I think that last turn is where most of the points got done.
So Ramzi Boukiam is good friends with Joanne Duru from France, and Ramzi Boukiam, the Moroccan surfer in yellow, needs an 8.37. He's also a goofy footer out there, so he would have taken note on Joanne Duru's approach on that last wave, seeing the score that he got of a 6.33, and he's going to have to do 2 points better than that, needing an 8.37. Ramzi Boukiam with 3 minutes to go. Things are definitely getting challenging here for the Moroccan surfer, the Hawaiian who flew basically around the world to get here to this event, not looking to go home after round one here in the Ballito Pro. Kieran Jabor needing a 7.11.
Yeah, even from the start of the heat, the servers have moved in a lot closer, as we see a nice little sort of wedge coming now. We can see who goes for this one, blue.
It looks like it is going to be Kieran Jabor needing a 7.11. He's going to have to open up big on the inside with that final maneuver. It's usually the one that's going to give him the most vertical face. Couple of quick snaps out the back. This wave, though, doesn't come together for him on the inside to give him that ramp that he needed. And unfortunately, he's going to kick out, try to get back out there with 2.5 minutes to go to get that score of a 7.11.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's had a lot of water on that wave there for Kieran. We're not seeing a couple of set waves, and they're not drawing a lot of water off that sandbank. So those one waves that are coming in, that one wave that is coming in, you're having to make the most of it. And if it's a bit full and a bit fat like that one is, there's not a whole lot you can do to try and get that 7.11. There was never going to be a 7.11. In that one, looking at it in retrospect. So he'll get back out there and, under fourth priority, he'll try and hunt around for something if there is, away from the other three surfers.
So with under 2 minutes to go here in heat number 6, coming up next, heat number 7, Alex Ribeiro, Nomar McGonigal coming off an ISA win recently down in Nicaragua, and up against Tanner Hendrickson from Hawaii, and Marlon Lipke, another great matchup coming up here in round 1 of the Ballito Pro, heat number 7. That'll be coming up next in about a minute and a half to go. Right now, though, Kieran Jabor doesn't want this clock to tick as quick as it is going right now. He still needs a score of a 7.11, sitting in third place to move up into that advancing position. Ramzi Boukiam in the yellow, needing a score in the excellent range. He's definitely got his work cut out, an 8.37. As we look at how this heat's been going so far with a minute to go, things not looking good for third and fourth place, Scott.
No, so Kieran and Ramzi, that clock will be ticking really, really fast, but for Joanne and Thomas, it'll be going really, really slowly. So we see the guys paddling here, and we talked about priority. There's not much you can do. Up and riding Ramzi.
Yeah, Ramzi way on the inside as this tide's filled in. These guys really starting to surf that inside section now. You can see the timing there a little bit off. Catches the nose, goes down. Frustration there for Ramzi Boukiam as time winding down. Less than a minute to go, needing a score in the excellent range. 8.37. Tough luck here for the Moroccan surfer.
Yeah, these guys would have been down here this time yesterday looking at conditions and seeing, and it's a far cry different from what it is. As we see, last-ditch attempt, Joanne just holding the other guys off.
Yeah, Joanne Duru, our current heat leader right now, looking to better his low score of a 6.33. Beautiful opening turn. Nice second maneuver there. Tries to drift the fins, and you can see a lot of chop going up the face, and reason being is on this higher tide, that's all that inside rock, and so these guys trying to avoid that. At the same token, put some scores on the board. So a challenging situation out there with these conditions. 15 seconds on the clock. Unofficially, it looks like Joanne Duru with the win. Thomas Hermes in second. And unfortunately, bowing out of this event, Kieran Jabor in the blue and Ramzi Boukiam in the yellow. Coming up next, heat number 7. Alex Ribeiro, Nomar McGonigal, Tanner Hendrickson, and Marlon Lipke.
Welcome back to the action here in Ballito. It's the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong in 2015. 47 years of professional surfing continues to unfold here in South Africa with the longest running professional event. Join us for Alex Ribeiro taking on Noemar McGonigal, Tanner Hendrickson and Marlon Lipke. In this encounter, Gig Saliers alongside the best statistician and analyst of the modern sport, Martin Potter. We're straight into the action here with our surfer in blue, Marlon Lipke, out the gates early from the Algarve area of Portugal. Great all-round athlete, a good representative of the sport as well. And now have a look at this man. The Costa Rican Noemar McGonigal, big power surfing in his repertoire, and he brings that here in 2015 to the east coast of South Africa. And as I say, joining us here in Ballito, we are about 30 minutes north of the original home of the event, the Gunston 500, from the old Durban days. But the area has developed. It's a big economic push here in the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal with Ballito, the city of Ballito, getting behind this event. And now some smooth surfing as well to set the stage here with opening rides for Alex Ribeiro from Brazil. So a little opener from him as well. We are looking at hard tide conditions here, and we'll have a little look at the replay of Noemar McGonigal, power surfing.
Yeah, beautiful turn off the top there. Bangs it up through the lips, so some critical surfing there. You know, even though these waves are quite short, we're going to see some big scores nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So local time now just on the midday mark here in South Africa. Folks from Sydney, Australia, it'll be just before 8 o'clock in the evening. So welcome to you after your Monday in the office. And well, too early to greet anybody on the west coast of the United States. They're still a late Sunday night there. Obviously, viewers from Brazil around 7 in the morning will be plugging in as well here as we join the action in Ballito. Numbers coming in early here for Noemar McGonigal. Now, this young man comes off a big ISA win down in Central America, the Costa Rican. I did see him at the World Junior, the Allianz World Juniors in Portugal last year, Potts. Power surfer. I'm expecting big things from this name in the future. Noemar McGonigal, a 5.67 to start.
Yeah, son of the McGonigal brothers, hailing from San Clemente in California, relocating to Costa Rica, so representing that part of the world. 5.67 to kick things off. Comes from a long line of great surfers, Noemar does.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Alex Ribeiro checking in with a 4.5, our surfer in red to start. Now Alex as well coming off some good results on the QS with a victory in Brazil just a short while ago. So we'll keep a very close eye on our surfer in red. Marlon Lipke, a 2.67 to start. And, well, we'll look for bigger numbers from him. Nothing on the scorecard at this stage for Tanner Hendrickson from Hawaii. Of course, late in the evening now in Hawaii on the other side of the globe around midnight. No doubt there's a few diehards that will be online there, Potts. The Hawaiian Federation, very enthusiastic about Tanner Hendrickson, right?
No doubt about that. We've got, doesn't matter what time of the day or night it is, we're going to have people from all over the globe checking in to follow their favourite surfer.
Well, Tanner Hendrickson, having a look at some results from him, he did pick up a 17th in the Oakley Lowers Pro a little earlier this year around April, Pot. So he'll want a number here in Ballito for his visit to South Africa. He didn't fare well at the Quicksilver Pro Saquarema, so looking for something from Hendrickson in the yellow. Little flurry there on the main peak. You are looking at a little bit of an oblique angle to the lineup here. That is because we've chosen, the head judge has chosen to use the sandbar a little bit further to the south, so to speak. There's a nice overview of these rock crescent shaped bays here just north of Durban. This is the municipality of Ballito, the Quadacusa municipality, getting behind pro surfing and really sticking a flag in as far as the chapter goes in professional surfing here. So great to see that the municipality values the exposure and sowing into not only the highest level of professional surfing, but they're also getting really stuck into the grassroots development of the sport as well. The World Surf League can proudly boast yesterday with the Ballito Women's Pro, a QS 1000 event. We had a young Zulu girl surfing in the event. First time in history, just amazing that a girl from the tribal land is in the water representing. So Sam Selly made history yesterday. Fantastic result there for her, getting to the quarterfinals of the ladies event. and there's a great energy to this northern part of Durban. Now, Potts, when you got your break on the big stage, 1981, in the finals of the Gunston 500, I was a frothing gom on those old rock piers. We were marveled that a guy from our ranks could just get in there and mix it up. That's 1981. There was nothing in Ballito back then.
No, definitely not. Just these beautiful beaches and a few rocks. But the waves kind of have remained the same, though. That's one consistent thing about this part of the world. A few big high-rises now that have kind of changed the landscape a little bit, and hope that that doesn't affect these beaches too much.
No, absolutely. They've been mindful in how the development has been unfolded here. And let's have a look now at Tanner Hendrickson out the gates now for wave number 1. Strong cutback. You saw how that rail was chattering through the water there. Now linking the second turn. This is his opening ride for the Hawaiian. 2 useful turns. I did go and chat with Pratamo Arendt, the head judge, and we'll talk about what the judges are looking for, as I did pick them out on a few things on the criteria. But for now, we'll go down to the interview with the previous heat winner.
All right, we're down here on the beach live with winner from the last heat, Jean Deroux. Jean, tell us a little bit about that heat, man. It was pretty tough, went quite flat for quite a while.
Yeah, the tide was kind of high, but I got lucky to start with a good one, so after was more easy for me.
Jean, take us through this year. You're having a great run so far. You've had a couple of quarterfinal finishes, finishing 9th in, I think, 3 events so far, lying 8th in the top 10 of the QS. Must be feeling pretty good going into the next half of the year.
Yeah, just want to make more hits, and let's see what happens after.
Last year you had a good year. You finished 20th on the QS, and you've been driving pretty hard, traveling a lot, doing some good results. What would be ideal for you here?
I don't know, just do a lot more good result and see what happens.
All right, and Jean, winner of the last heat, he's going to go through to the next round. And Jean, we look forward to watching you, hopefully in some better conditions later.
Thanks a lot. See you.
All right, Jean Deroux, winner of the last heat. We'll catch up with him a bit later.
Going through the thoughts of that heat win there, Jean Deroux, of course, moving through to the next round. You are picking up action here in heat number 7. And we are watching Noamar McGonigal with a 5.67, then Alex Ribeiro with a 4.5. Tanner Hendrickson picks up on a 3.5, and we'll go to that replay. Well, we'll first pick up on Alex Ribeiro here. It's 4.5.
Yeah, Alex Ribeiro, great backhand surfing. Won the QS down in Brazil, so on a bit of a roll here. Needs to keep that going, though. You know, one good result's not going to cut it. You got to back them up with some positive results. 4.5 on his opening ride, so holds him in second spot.
Well, Ribeiro, during that interview, posting another ride, so we'll expect that score to drop in shortly. You can see that sea breeze and the incoming tide around the midday mark here in Ballito. Starting to affect us, just starting to dampen the concave face of the waves a touch. I did have a chat to Pratamo Arendt, the head judge, and the strong emphasis and the reason for moving to this sandbar is it's opening up the opportunity for combinations. He spoke to me a lot about combinations. Obviously, the emphasis on big aerials, but in the critical section. Those were 2 strong confirmations from the panel.
You know, the combo is just meaning that variety of maneuvers, backing a solid maneuver up with something special right after it. We saw Tanner Gidaskis on his backhand. That was the combinations that they're talking about. Opened up with something good, backs it up with 2 solid turns. Combination of major maneuvers, a critical part of the criteria.
All right, so Ribeiro, your Brazilian, having a little look at an inspection there. Nothing in a throwaway score for him there, but he has already banked a 5.33 and backed himself up with a 4.5 here. So early start for him. The judges have put a 30-minute heat offering on the table for day 1 here in Ballito. So 4-man heats, 30 minutes. This one's still now a little over 20 to go. So if you break the heats up into thirds, it's about that 1/3 now expired. Just the 2 scores to talk about for Alex Ribeiro, 5.33 matching up with the 4.5. Noamar McGonigal in the white singlet, a 5.67, a single ride, along with single rides from Tanner Hendrickson, a 3.5. I think Hendrickson's wave there, Potts, just let him down a little bit. He started getting going with the big cutbacks, and well, just a 3.5. Nothing really banked by Marlon Lipke, an opener of a 2.67. And I think we'll go into a slightly slower rhythm here with the filling tide. I did think that we'd have a problem with the high tide, but the selection of this sandbar did work all the way through the high tide yesterday, hence the reason for the relocation.
You know what, Giggs? I wouldn't be surprised if they're having a good look at it right now, because we're seeing a trend in the scores dipping, obviously, at the moment. You know, you talk about Tanner's wave, 3.50. Started off nicely with that big cutback. There was no inside section, so these guys finding it a lot harder to find those good scores. I would not be surprised if the head judge is having a good, long, hard look at it right now.
Well, as I say, 30 minutes on offer. We'll see how the platform of scores work out as we move through into the high tide at around 2 p.m. today, which is about 2 hours out on the clock. On screen, your four surfers in picture. It's a tight bunch there on a sand wedge here in Ballito. Noemar McGonigal in the white, the highest of the single wave rides, a 5.67 for your man in white. However, heat leader in red sitting just inside of him geographically, holding a 5.33 and a 4.5. Now, looking at Alex Ribeiro there, Potts, you did mention that he comes off a win at the Quicksilver Pro in Saquarema, held just recently. He did feature, of course, in the Oi Rio Pro as well in that early round. Let's have a look at this backhand attack.
Yeah, I think this was his 5.33. You see that nice drawn-out turn there. Snaps it off the top. Beautiful timing there. You can see how there's no rushing involved with his surfing. That's what you got to have out here. Tricky conditions, a little bump on the face. So you really got to nail your turns there. Nice and vertical. And does he ride out of it? Not quite. So that last turn there will be deemed incomplete from the judges. Had he nailed that, Giggs, had he ridden out of that, we're looking at a wave up in the 7-point range.
Yeah, absolutely. Numerically, that could cost another whole point and a half. Here we go now. This is Hendrickson from Hawaii, out the gates and flaring nicely on wave number 2. That's got a big smile on Potts' face right there. And that is what the criteria was about. Pratamo Orange head judge saying they want the big air in the critical section, then they'll recognize the points on that. So a good display there from our Hawaiian on wave number 2.
You know, that combination of maneuvers, started off nicely and then just unleashed that huge air reverse. Let's have a look at the replay. Takes off there, a little fade off the takeoff. Right there, nice snap, and then straight into that right there. Nails it, absolutely perfect. Judges are going to like that.
Oh, absolutely. If we do a full clinic and we even go to that last maneuver again and even slow it down more, you've got to see that the whole surfboard not touching any part of the wave face at any time. So complete breakout. The guys are getting fins out a lot, but they'll often be nose picking. That one will be interesting to see if we can go for a full slowdown here.
Yeah, well, you see, the other thing the judges will be looking at right now, that's just a check turn, keeping his speed going. Watch how high the fins get out the back of the wave right there. The higher the fins, the more critical the maneuver, the higher the points.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as airs go, Potts, you've got to look at that and go, well, not the highest elevation, but certainly clean rotation and momentum. And we'll see what the judges say about that. Potts, they're going to throw in a 6.83 at that.
Hey, I'm not surprised. That was, great surfing, clean. You didn't catch the rail. The transition between the two maneuvers was perfect. The judges are rewarding that.
So approaching now the midpoint of the heat, 16 minutes remaining of the 30 on offer in this heat, and we will pick up on our surfer in white. This is Noemar McGonigal, and he already opened with a 5.67. Now unleashing big power on the rail there, slightly inside broken wave. Nonetheless, I think he may have picked this up without priority in his favor. He's done the grovel act there, but what he has done is he stamped a second score just for now, doing the banking thing. Let's see how that pays out in the big picture of this heat. Noemar McGonigal certainly got plenty of power in his workshop.
That he does. I mean, he's, as I said, comes from a real solid surfing family. That rail work is indicative of how his dad and his dad's brothers surf, just that big, powerful rail-to-rail surfing.
Yeah, the Costa Rican McGonigal picking up a third place, a semi-final in the Quicksilver Pro Saquarema. And now, the Hawaiian back in motion, picking up wave 3 here, through to the inside. You saw him punch out that big air. Just a nice ejection shot there at the end. Wraps up wave number 3, Potts. I think maybe a slight improvement on his opener. He did have a 3 in his bag there. And we'll get our scores back shortly and we'll bring you those numbers. But let's see if we can get a number value to that shortly. Here we go. This is McGonigal again. Live action on the inside. The guys are feeling the squeeze now as we move into the second half of the heat. Big power slashes there from him. He's got the goods to go all the way to the championship tour, Potts.
I think he does. He's still a young guy, ISO world champion now as well. So that's another feather in his cap. But, he just builds that, those results, gets that confidence going. And then once he hits that big stage, I think he'll be ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, so McGonigal having a go at the Burton Automotive Pro in Newcastle, picking up results there. We are back with, we're going to a replay of that third ride of Tanner Hendrickson.
Not a bad move, getting this little inside wave there. Beautiful little maneuver at the end. So just keeping busy, which you've got to do. McGonigal, big snap. I love this last turn. Jams it through the lip right there. A lot of power involved in that last turn. The judges are going to like that.
All right, so here we go. Now, a little throwaway effort there from our surfer in blue. And having a look at Noah McGonigal's results here through 2015. He did have a roll of the dice at the Burton Automotive Pro. Not a great result with the 25th there. Did sharpen his skills at the Ron John Vans Junior Pro, getting a third there. So he's still mixing it up in the juniors. The Pipeline Pro Junior picked up a 25th, not a great one. But like I say, his Quicksilver Pro Saquarema result, getting that semi-final place in that third, that'll be a little feather in the cap for Noah MR in 2015.
Yeah, you're looking at the qualifying results. I think you're going to have to get around about 18,000 points. Big snap there for Tanner.
Well, Tanner now, live action through to the inside. And another big snap as well. So flowing nicely here. Well, let's have a look and see. We still don't have scores. They're waiting to come back to us. Also, judges now getting compressed with a lot of rides to digest here as we move into around the 12-minute mark remaining. And you can see that sea breeze and the filling tide. We spoke about the head judge looking very, very closely at conditions when we started this heat's discussion pots. So maybe they may be looking at this and going, are the numbers starting to drop? Is the tide killing it? Is it robbing the surfers of any opportunities to really perform out there?
Well, we're looking at a high tide around 2 o'clock, which is in a couple of hours. It's already kind of filled in, so I dare say that they will be having a good long hard look at it. Scores dropping now. We've got a couple of big scores for Nomar McGonigal as well as Tanner. Tanner's in the lead at the moment with a 6.83 and a 3.50. He's going to improve on that. Tell you what, the judges have had their work cut out for them today, Gigs. There's been a lot of waves ridden.
Well, that's it. It's been a compressed, small geographical footprint, the lineup here, and therefore the wave count per surfer does tend to go into the 7s, 8s, and 9s as far as numbers go. And here we go up on screen. This is Alex Ribeiro coming off that win in Brazil. He's lying third in this heat, folks, and he'll need to flare out like that. Comes unstuck. Possibly 10% too much energy in that effort there. He could have managed that, broken the fins free, but Potts, you'll take us through that breakdown shortly. It's going to become a throwaway score in the bigger picture of the heat. 11.5 to go. Tanner Hendrickson in yellow is in the lead, banking a 6.83 and a 5.93 for some fins free surfing on the inside section at Ballito. Noah McGonigal waiting for a score now, which will have an impact on the heat possibly. Lying second, requiring a 7.09 to go into the lead. Looks like he's going to check in and around the 7-point mark here to ditch a low scorer, which he will do, and he becomes the new heat leader right there, 7.33. So that's testimony to the power of McGonigal.
Well, that's it. Obviously the air maneuvers are, the judges are loving that, but don't forget about the rail work. There's a lot of kids focus so much on one aspect of surfing. You've got to have the whole bag of tricks, Gigs. You've got to have that rail work, got to have the airs, and you've got to be able to finish your waves off. Yeah,
absolutely. So now, getting into that final third of the time frame here in this heat, 10.5 to go in this 30-minute heat. Noah McGonigal from Costa Rica wearing the white singlet out front. 7.33 and a 5.67 to the credit of the heat leader. Tanner Hendrickson been going to the air to lie in second, a 6.83, holding a 5.93 as one of his counting 2 as well. His requirements are 6.18. Well capable of that score is Tanner Hendrickson. Now falling behind in the race here is Alex Ribeira, needing a now much bigger 7.43 just to climb to second. And well, Marlon Lipke hasn't been a discussion in this heat. He's in the combo land, so to speak, so he really needs to click something in the back 10 minutes here, Potts.
Yeah, just that combo, 12.77. It's not a big combo. Giggs, a 6 and a 7, and he's back in the heat. But it's just that, are those waves coming through in time? There's each guy's got priority. Obviously, Marlon sitting out the back, no doubt would have that first priority, but needs 2 good waves to get back in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. So all 4 surfers on screen. The temperatures have risen nicely here. It's a beautiful beach day. I heard Todd Klein talking about he packed all the wrong paraphernalia and apparel to come out here. You think it's winter in the southern hemisphere, let's pack all the warm goodies. But that's the beauty of Ballito as a holiday destination. It's just north of Durban. It's high up on the east coast, and the weather is just crisp all the way through. Have a look at this. Ribeira now flares out his fins. Oh, another stumble at the end there for the Brazilian. Remember, he's coming off a victory in Brazil in a big number. He wants to lock in something in this QS 10,000 here in Ballito, and it's not going to happen with those last 2 effort spots.
Just giving it a little bit too much, maybe just over-amped, and sometimes when you get caught behind like that, you feel like you really need to do more than you actually do. Just got to finish off his waves, a couple of big turns, nice clean surfing. Nomar with a 7.33 for 2 big turns. So he's got to think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're talking history and we're talking the past here. This is the original Gunston 500, then morphed into the Mr. Price Pro. Now in its chapter called the Ballito Pro. It's just a fantastic event. It's got a lot of heritage. Potts, when I look back at the list of winners here, it's just a great barometer of the times, the ages, and the champions of the day, so to speak. We'll pick up more on that discussion, because here's an important ride for Marlon Lipke. If he's going to get involved in this heat, he needs to unlock something right here and right now. He's got to come in the 5s and 6s to become part of the discussion here, with now just under 8 minutes remaining. Lipke gets a little crack there at the end, slightly lackluster from Marlon. I mean, he's a dynamic athlete. I think maybe just that high tide dampening his efforts a touch now.
Yeah, it's so important to be out there when those good ones come. There's not a lot of them. Have a look at the scores. I mean, the highest at the moment is 7.33. Nomar's got two of the best waves at the moment. It's all about being out there with priority, in that rhythm when those good ones come through.
So now we are clock watching as we move towards the 7-minute remaining mark. Noemar McGonigal in white in charge of this heat, a 7.33 and a 5.67 for a combination of 13 points. It's not a huge heat total by any means. A 12.76 for Tanner Hendrickson, just trailing a touch there. Your second place surfer in yellow with a 6.83 and a 5.93. So it's all very tightly bunched. We will very, very closely watch Alex Ribeira here, because he needs to become part of the discussion here, and he's going to choose that left option. Towards the rocks he goes, and well, right onto the rocks there. So that, as a decision, not going to pay out for the Brazilian in red now, with 6.5 remaining on the clock.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of frustration there. I don't blame him. Started off the heat well, had the lead there for a little bit of time, but just kind of fell behind. I mean, you look at his last 5 waves, nothing over 3 points. So he's got to try and fix that. Obviously, conditions very tricky out there at the moment, but you got to look at it, Giggs. It's the same for everyone. These guys are finding the good ones. He's got to try and get himself back into that rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Your point of discussion earlier about McGonigal 7.33 means that there are still waves in the very good, bordering on excellent range. So we'll keep a very close eye on the remaining 6 minutes of this heat. McGonigal in charge, Hendrickson from Hawaii lying second, Ribeira from Brazil in third, and uncharacteristically a 4.5 as one of his counting 2. So looking to ditch that as quick as possible now. We are using that 4-man priority system. Now, Potts, that does tend to even out the opportunities between all the athletes and take away that scrap and that fight and that part of the surfing story, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the priority thing, it's kind of relatively new in the 4-man criteria, but what it's doing is it's just allowing everyone to be have an opportunity to catch waves. Back in the day, without the priority situation, we would have seen a lot of hassling going on, a lot of interference calls.
All right, so split peak. We'll focus on McGonigal, your heat leader. Down the line he goes, and that will not feature in his top two. And, we'll wonder and see, and we'll get a replay shortly of the split peak effort there from Ribeira, I think it was, that went on the left peak. So now, just under 5 minutes remaining, it's going to be pressure in the back part here for Alex Ribeira. I think that became a throwaway for both of our surfers. We've been talking about the tide, we've been talking about the sea breeze, but Potts, same for everybody, and it's about being patient, but also keeping a work rate. Isn't that just a delicate balance? It's almost a contradiction, right? To keep a balance, be slow, but also keep a high work rate. I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, especially when it's like this, the tide's coming in, there's not a lot of opportunity. It almost, there's a little bit more luck factor comes into play, just being out there at the right time for those good ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So McGonigal has a little inspection, your heat leader, nothing to it. For people who don't understand the sport and are just starting to look at our modern sport of professional surfing, the ocean can go through quite a few changes, not just in the course of a day, not just in the course of a week, but even in the course of a heat itself. So these are all the dynamics at play. These guys are going to choose the good ones. And what about that flare out right there for Alex Ribeira? We'll talk about the ride out in a minute, but that was an important moment right there in the heat. 3 minutes 40 on the clock. Do you see a little bit of dejection to his body language there, possibly?
Well, honestly, I think the first mistake he's making is he's going on that left. There's not a lot of distance before that thing hits the rocks here. I mean, a nice turn, good little air reverse, didn't quite ride out, so it's going to be an iffy score. He needs a 7.34, so I think needs to go to his backhand again, try and get a couple of vertical turns, and then maybe finish off with a nice classic backside air reverse. Let's have a look here. Races down the line, throws it out over the top there. Nice rotation, kind of rides out of it, but it's not going to be a huge score in the scheme of things.
Well, Alex Ribeira goes to the air for an effort from the judging panel. With 3 minutes to go now, he'll be digging deep and looking hard for more opportunity. Marlon Lipke, however, did improve his total, not by a huge amount though. He's unlocked the combination pots. He did bank a 3.93 for his last effort. Still finds himself in fourth though, and trailing by a big distance off Hawaiian Tanner Hendrickson. An 8.83 is Marlon Lipke in fourth place position's requirement. Alex Ribeira expecting a score now. It's going to check in and around the 4-point mark there, Potts. Maybe judges a little critical. We might even get another replay of that at some stage. Now, let's have a look at Marlon Lipke. This is an important ride for him, and he'll have to give way here because it is priority to Tanner Hendrickson. Little strategic block there, possibly, Potts, or did he like the opportunity on the inside? There is a lip section, a little bit broken. It's starting to get the chatter and the backwash from the granite rocks on the inside. And that's going to all end up a throwaway for both athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a purely strategic move right there. Using his priority, knew Marlon was looking for a score. Okay, scores coming through for Alex's last ride, a 4.60. Let's have a look at it there. Nice. See how he just got the nose in the white water. Let those fins bring the board back around. So not too critical. The judges sort of didn't really like it that much. 4.6, so he's still looking for that 7.43.
So that a slight dampening of the score, not major projection, and certainly a questionable ride out. It banks at a 4.6, no change to Alex Ribeira's situation. He remains in third position, and it's a big requirement. Potts a 7.43 right now. Noah McGonigal in white and Tanner Hendrickson in yellow are right in charge of this heat. A last-minute effort will require a 7.43 from our surfer in red. And, well, Marlon Lipke had to bow out of that last ride. His requirements remain an 8.83. Those are now big asks of 7- and 8-point rides in these conditions.
Well, once that tide keeps moving in, it's, the distance of the wave's going to shorten up. You've got to really find something spectacular to lock in those kind of scores.
Now inside that last minute here at the Ballito Pro, brought to you by Billabong. It is heat number 7, Noah McGonigal in charge of this heat. He's your man on screen in the white singlet, And Tanner Hendrickson, the Hawaiian, will be happy to just bank a second. You know, in these early rounds, you just want to keep making those progress steps. And, well, on screen there in red, coming up next, Jordy Smith will open that heat up in a little while. And that's going to be a big one. A lot of folk from the Durban area will take the drive out, the short drive to Ballito, to come and support on the beach. We are clock watching here as we're getting down to just inside the 10-second mark. And it looks like the countdown is with us. No Emma McGonigal. Tanner Hendrickson will advance through to the next round at the Ballito Pro. Wow. It's a big expense there for Alex Ribeiro, coming off a win and then to a loss in this opening round. That's the highs and lows of the competitive world.
Yeah, that's the no guarantees of our sport. You know, you got to try and eliminate those peaks and valleys. You know, you're better off having more consistent results, but tricky conditions out here, and it's just, as that tide starts coming in, there's going to be more luck involved.
All right, so next on the cards, Jordy Smith from South Africa, the defending 2010 event champion, takes on Brent Dorrington from Australia, Granger Larson, a familiar name from Hawaii, and Tomas Fernandes, the up-and-coming talent from Portugal. This is a stacked heat right here. 4 natural footers, all able to go to the air, and Jordy coming off an injury, technically the highest seed in this heat. This is going to be an interesting process as we go through the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, Jordy took Fiji off, get himself back in shape. He knew that he's got a couple of big events coming up for him. J-Bay, where he's 2 times winner right there. So he's, hopefully got himself back into 100% condition, and it's going to be interesting to see this first couple of waves from him.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the locals and South Africa's hopes still weigh on this man, Jordy Smith's shoulders in red. No rides at this early stage for either of our surfers. Dorrington in white, Larson in yellow, Fernandes in blue. And we are watching as the tide continues to fill in here in Ballito. I know that they did get a more consistent wave offerings through the high tide yesterday on this bank. So to use the window of today, favourable winds here, Potts. The winds are out the south, no problem with the ocean surface conditions. Just that sort of 12, 13 second period, around 4 feet or so, coming out of the south-southwest. It can get a little dampened by the filling tides here. We are moving into the spring tide week as well. We're about 3 days off the highest of the high and lowest of the low tides here.
And that's the trick. You got to try and hopefully utilize the right times of the tides. And I think, obviously, judges and contest directors keeping a close eye on the tides. Obviously, asking the competitors in the next heats whether or not they want to continue. The obviously question is yes, will it keep running? And I think they'll be just assessing it heat by heat.
So 2010 Mr. Price Pro Ballito was a big year here in Ballito. It was the second year that the then sponsors brought the event here to the location, and it would be a success story for Jordy Smith, who would take out the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, then go down to Jeffreys Bay and put his World Championship Tour hat on and come out with a victory in J-Bay as well. So big year for Jordy Smith that year. Did finish runner-up to Kelly Slater, didn't he? Yeah,
exactly
2010.
Right. You know, I think if Jordy can go through a year without getting injured, and that's the thing. I mean, these guys are all surfing crazy at the moment. Here we go, first wave.
All right, so Brent Dorrington from the Gold Coast of Australia, one of the smooth exponents of the sport, weaned on those point breaks in the Burleigh area. Flares the tail out nicely, does Brent Dorrington. He's been a household name for ages in Australia. I mean, he really has campaigned for many, many, many years on tour and really still got that smooth flowing style here. Now we're picking up on Tomas Fernandes, this young man out of the Ericeira area in Portugal, trying to link through to the inside. He's a slightly bigger framed guy. I'm sure he can definitely match Jordy in the power department. Granger Larson, smart wave selection. So this is a nice flurry of surfing here from our athletes as they open up with their opening exchanges. And a mixed bag of results there from Larson in yellow, Fernandes in blue, Brent Dorrington in white, and Jordy Smith in the red. Wow. We'll look forward to some replays there as we start dissecting that action for you here. 30-minute heats on offer here on the midday mark in Ballito. This one's still a full 26 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, nice little exchange here. Brent Dorrington, obviously the opening account, nice clean surfing, big snap at the end there, throwing the fins out. So nice radical finish to that wave, which the judges are like, and then right behind him, Granger. Big snap off the top. The young Hawaiian floats it over that section, comes through the inside, and then tries to force the issue right at the end there and goes down. The judges are not going to like that mistake from him.
So Larson's wave, a little bit more wave face and chunk and energy to work with than Brent Dorrington's. Going to be interesting to see, because there was that throwaway opportunity to really wrap up a solid opener for Larson that goes adrift in that effort. Going to see how those points match up between Dorrington and Larson, particularly in that exchange. Now, Jordy Smith picks up.
Yeah, Jordy, big snap there from the boy. Not as much of a wave, but just capitalizes, didn't quite ride out of that. So a couple of nice turns from him. Big scores dropping for Brent Dorrington, though. It's looking like a solid start for him.
So live action with Granger Larson hammering away here, not intimidated by the field on offer in this heat. And Potts, you're talking about numbers dropping in, and while the judges work on those scores, we're going to go down to the beach interview with the winner of that last heat.
All right, we're down here on the beach live with winner from the last heat, Costa Rican surfer Noma. Noma, you must be pretty stoked we're getting off to a good start.
Yeah, it's always nice to win your first heat. The waves are super tough, but I was just stoked to get one pretty good one and move through.
You must be also stoked to get one up on Alex Ribeiro. You lost him in the semi-final last month in May in Brazil. Nice to get a win against him.
Yeah, he's such a good surfer, and yeah, that loss was really close. So yeah, I'm stoked to get him back and just take it at a heat at a time in this event.
Well, you're having a great year so far, 12th. You've had some good results. You haven't made a final yet, but you've had some good counters.
Yeah, I mean, it's still really early in the year. I have one really strong result, so still a lot of work to do. So yeah, just keep working at it, one event at a time.
And also your first time to Ballito, you must be pretty stoked to be out here.
Yeah, it's my first time to Africa, so I'm super happy. It's such a cool place. People are so nice. So yeah, I'm just going to keep enjoying it the rest of my time here.
I'm sure there's some people watching online back at home that you want to say how's it to.
Yeah, I want to say happy birthday to my mom. It's really early, so they'd be getting up to watch my heat, but happy birthday. I love you. And I want to say something in Spanish to all the people back in Costa Rica. Bueno, todos, gracias por estar apoyándonos. Sé que es muy tarde, pero para los que están viendo, muchas gracias y pura vida. Vamos a seguir con todo. Cali va a competir en la tarde, entonces con todo, arriba Costa Rica, pura vida.
Well done, Noma, winner of the last heat, and through the next round. All the best, bud.
Thank you.
Right, so we heard from Noma there.
So Noemar McGonigal advances in the QS 10,000 Ballito Pro, coming to you live from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. And well, having a look here at a roll of the dice from Brent Dorrington. He's opened up with a great score of a 7.67. We're picking up on his second ride here, just a dump section there as he floats through, recovers well for a beautiful flow to the end maneuver. And well, there's some efficiency to what Brent Dorrington's doing here early on in this heat. Potts still only, still 22 and a half minutes on the clock. Plenty of time, and Dorrington banks that second ride.
That he does. Granger Larson, a couple of sixes in his scoreline, a 6 and a 6.50. Brent Dorrington with a 7.67, so gets that nod on the first exchange. This was the wave that Granger got while we were at that interview. Beautiful snap right there. And I didn't quite get the end section that he was hoping for, but enough damage done to get a good score.
So Granger Larson, our heat leader at this stage. We are waiting for another score to now drop into the system from Brent Dorrington. And while judges work on that, they'll also need to absorb this ride of Thomas Fernandez. His now second ride underway here in the now slightly broken conditions in Ballito. And now local hopes with Jordy Smith as he comes off the injury and back into the competitive framework in 2015. Jordy just works around. He'll need to finish this strong if he wants to start getting involved in the discussion. Not really a great runner on the inside there for Jordy. It does check in as his wave number 2, though. No real big numbers there from him, and the judges do owe us a few scores now. So we'll wait for those numbers and then start doing some comparison.
Yeah, let's have a look at the couple of replays. Brent Dorrington first. We're still waiting for the score to drop in, so the judges having a good think about it. A lot of the time watching the replay, right there, almost lost it, but managed to finish off, which is very important. Bang, right there, nice little reverse, fins high. they'll like that. So it's a good little backup for him. And, you know, obviously Jordy's got his work cut out for him right now. You know, the funny thing, Giggsy, these guys aren't daunted by the big names.
Absolutely not, and that's the beautiful part of the sport is as the heroes build up, there's just a bunch of people waiting to take you down, as in every ladder of every professional sport, but there just seems to be a little merciless edge to the sport of surfing when it comes to that. But Granger Larson, meantime, has banked a 6.5 and a 6 as his 2 opening scores. It does have him on paper at this stage as your heat leader, but judges working on scores for last of Jordy Smith, also Thomas Fernandes and Brett Dorrington. And we are expecting a healthy margin on the score for Brent Dorrington as he worked through that section. Maybe we even get one more replay of that, because he did get that clean air at the end, and certainly a nice flow.
Didn't quite ride out of it, but the wave ended on the beach anyway, so the judges will, I think, give him the nod on that.
All right, Granger Larson will now pick up on wave number 3 here, with around the 20-minute mark remaining. Larson through to the inside. You see how he just wants to load that rail up, and he gets the strong carve on the face into the lip area. Now Dorrington also unloading on the second wave of the set. He's picking up on his wave number 3. So third rides now being posted by Dorrington, who is not scared to let rip. And it will become a throwaway now. The action continues. Thomas Fernandes, 3-wave set, rolls into the bay. The judges will now be just absorbing this all like sponges. A lot to process as he rolls through to the inside. So the young Portuguese star as well in the mix in the discussion here in heat number 8.
And again, Jordy gets left out of the rotation right there. And that's the whole thing with, you know, the rhythm of the ocean. You know, it's Brent Dorrington, Granger Larson, they got that quick start. Those opening waves, Dorrington 7.67, Granger that 6.0. It's kind of put those 2 guys in the rhythm right now, and hence they've both got the big scores.
Potts, you're using keywords like rhythm, you've used keywords like patterns there as well. Jordy Smith was left out of the loop on the last 2 groups of waves, but let's go to replays.
Yeah, Granger Larson looking to replace a 6.0, races down the line here, snaps it. You could tell that he was just waiting for something big at the end there, connecting nicely with that one. So it's going to be interesting. I think it'll be close. 6.0 is his second highest score. I'm not sure whether he's going to replace that.
Well, Granger Larson will await his wave number 3's score along with Dorrington. Let's check out Tom Fernandes' efforts.
Well, he's looking to post his second wave right now. There's a nice big gouging maneuver right there. See, not a lot of vertical face, so he's sort of subjected to just do those sort of cutback maneuvers. Finishes off nicely. Nothing too radical on the inside. But a solid score going to drop mid-range, high 3s, early 4s.
So we're talking about the pattern in this heat, and the actions come in a couple of little clusters of 3-wave sets, and Jordy's been on the scraps of both of those. So now, time to turn the heat for Jordy Smith. 18 minutes remaining. He now is in first priority pole position. He has the ability to now to swing some momentum back as far as wave selection goes. And as we say that, Jordy Smith will pick up on this, former event champion. Of course, the star from South Africa, down in 18th now on the World Championship Tour. And Jordy needs to energize a little bit if he wants to become part of the discussion. Couple of swoops there, a la Jordy onto the inside. And, well, not looking like a high-revving Jordy Smith there by any means.
You know, it's going to take him. I mean, he's coming off an injury, as we see Blue finishing off his wave. You know, it takes a little while to dust those cobwebs off.
Yeah,
more waves out the back.
So the action continues here with Brent Dorrington, who it looks like he, if anything, is just building momentum now through this back half of the heat. 17 minutes still remaining, and now judges to work on scores for 2 rides of Dorrington and another of Granger Larson as well. So going to be interesting to see. The numbers are checking in for the previous ride of Jordy Smith. It's a 4.67. It's a low order score, and for now he'll be down in 4th position.
Yeah, you look at Thomas Fernandes, a 6.83. You know, as we were talking about before, Jordy's coming off an injury. Obviously, these small conditions would really test that knee out. You know, a lot of hard work. You got to generate your own speed, your own power in these marginal conditions. Let's have a look at Jordy's replay here. Sort of a flat sort of wave to start off with, so he's just biding his time. Nice little snap right there, gets the fins out, bit of release, and again, nice and vertical. Carves it on the inside. So as you said, not a dynamic finish to the wave, didn't quite ride out of that last turn. So I think Jordy's got to try and find those bigger set waves maybe unleash some big turns. This was the last wave from Thomas Fernandez. Big snap right there. You can see a little bit more vertical face on the wave and allowed those fins to get free. Once you build speed up on these little waves, you can do those big radical turns.
All right, now 16 minutes remaining, and I can tell you that those big snaps, Potts, is an 8.5 for Tom Fernandez. Wow, short and compact. Now Granger Larson, who is now momentarily down into third place position in the heat, through to the inside, races the Hawaiian. Big open carve into the white water. He just hits that hammer section. Nice power on display. So very clear that the judges are looking at that power aspect and really, really rewarding Tom Fernandez there.
Well, even up into the 8.7 for that. So those big committed turns. We saw McGonigal in the last heat do something very similar. He walked away with a heat win. Not necessarily the aerial maneuvers are going to be the order of the day. As long as it's nice and high and radical, then the judges will score it.
All right, so the action continues here in Heat 8. This is Dorrington finding himself in second place position, working through to the inside with big stuff like that. He is throwing the risk factor in at one is not going to cash in for him. Nonetheless, he did open with a 7.67 and a 6.83, finds himself in that second place position. Judges are working on a score for Jordy Smith. It's going to come in as his best number just yet. Potts, it's a momentum builder, if anything. It comes in at a 6.43. Now requiring an 8.07, still finding himself in fourth place there.
You know, the thing I like about it, he's still got 14 and a half to go. Started off with a 3, backed it up with a 4.67, just dropped to 6.43. He's got to try and get himself into that rhythm. You know, he's been left out of the last few sets. Maybe now he'll get that rhythm off that 6.43. And this was that last big score from Fernandez. Big snap off the top. This next turn was where all the points came from. Smoother on the face of the wave. Right there, just gouges it all the way around. So this wave offering him a lot of variety of repertoire. Nice little check snap right there. And then gets a bonus section on the inside, which we haven't seen a lot of, finishing off nicely. 8.50. Wow, that's a huge score.
Well, the other strong point in the discussion with the head judge, Pratamo Orient, was combinations. They want the big power turns, but they're happy to look at the cluster of maneuvers packaged onto that single ride. So there's testimony to the combination aspect right there, an 8.5 for Tom Fernandez in blue from Portugal, leading this heat over Brent Dorrington from Australia in white. We're getting now into the back part of the heat, 13 and a half still remaining. Now a 6.43 for Jordy Smith on his last ride. Granger Larson going through a little bit of a quieter patch here. Let's have a quick biokinetic chat here, Potts. The coming off an injury aspect, you come back to the event. Are you putting your knee under more pressure trying to generate in these slightly weaker conditions than you would if you were on a big open face at J-Bay, for instance?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, Jeffreys Bay, you don't have to generate too much speed. The wave offers that. Here at Ballito, especially, you know, in today's conditions, very little power. So, you know, Jordy's a big bloke. He's got to generate that speed and power, and those real tight turns going to put a lot of pressure on that knee.
Yeah, well, I think the knee, the ankle, all the sinews play a part. Here we go, Granger Larson using his knees to good advantage here as he just does that rotation in the pocket, flares it out there, slightly broken section at the end. He'll keep the flow. It's a good package of combination. Now Tom Fernandez, your heat leader, will answer straight back here as the momentum continues at the Ballito Pro. Fernandez onto the inside. He applies the power, just over application there in that little sucky pocket of that wave. But nonetheless, good value entertainment for the beach crowd. Fernandez and Larson in an exchange there, and a little over 12 minutes to go on the clock.
Well, the thing I like about it is that for Jordy's aspect is these guys, you know, they're starting to make a few mistakes. We've seen some chinks. Let's have a look at Granger's last wave. Up and over the top, I like that. Out on the open face, snaps it, throws that tail all the way around there. So looking for an 8.0 in third spot. Didn't quite get that end section that he was hoping for, but still needing a big score, 8.0. Jordy looking for an 8.07. Jordy's well capable of that kind of score. If the trend keeps going in Jordy's favour, we should see a bigger score come through next.
Well, to understand the last 11 and a half minutes, that last wave of Granger Larson, the points that come in for that is going to be a good barometer for what's happening in the back end of this heat. And here's some big numbers checking in now. There we go. It's a big number for a Granger Larson. It's an 8.13, Potts. You're right on the money there.
Wow. Well, there you go. See, the judges like that commitment to that turn. Giggsy, even though he didn't get that inside connection he was looking for, the commitment into that second turn, came out with speed and finished off on his feet. Very important.
So now look at the numbers, 11 minutes remaining. Tom Fernandes in blue still leads from Portugal. His score's an 8.5, so that's a good one for him. He has a slightly lower 6.83 as one of his counting 2 rides. So your heat leader will want to keep working in the back part of this heat to improve that score, because Granger Larson right back in the discussion for a heat win here, currently lying second, an 8.13 and a 6.5. So very, very close matchup here. 15.33 for the lead, 14.63 for that second place position. That's very close. Granger Larson looking for a 7.21 the next time he gets to his feet. Now, third place, Brent Dorrington. Opened up strong, got those points on the board early, was a heat leader for a part of the heat. Now, not much a descent in his scores as he is looking for a 6.97. But it's Jordy Smith tailing way back in fourth, an 8.2 required, holding a 6.43 and a 4.67. There has been the discussion of injury. There's been all of those things to talk about. We'll wait and see with now just under 10 minutes remaining.
You know, it's going to take Jordy a couple of heats to warm up again. Obviously, taking Fiji off, obviously a demanding wave there. So Jordy looking to just try and get that ball rolling again, get that winning feeling back, and hopefully be ready for J-Bay.
So we were talking about the strength that's required to generate speed as opposed to surfing stronger, heavier waves. You kind of more encompass your core strength as opposed to just your knees on the bigger, more powerful waves, right? And a lot more pressure on the knee joints and the ankle joints in the smaller waves, which is almost ironic.
Absolutely right. I mean, I was a victim of that during my career. We had a lot of events in waves like this. You know, we were more sort of city beaches, so you had to generate a lot of your own speed and power. Hence, you know, my knees got a lot older than I did. So, you know, it's very much wear and tear on the joints. You know, your knees and your ankles are like your shock absorbers, and you really need to like boogie on to get that speed. So very difficult on the body.
And I'll just throw another little personal jab, and that's why we don't surf the junk these days, right?
Exactly. 6 foot or nothing.
Exactly. So it's good spirits here in Ballito for day one of the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. It's 2015 and the history of this 47 years of professional surfing through the Gunston 500 chapters into the Mr. Price discussion and now into the Ballito Pro for its 47th year running now, this event here in the areas around Ballito. Just an amazing event. It's such a good input for... You know, here's a topic of discussion real quick while we've got a lull as well, is you can watch stuff online, you can study, you can Google all you want, but you know when you get to rub shoulders and you get to watch live action, it's just so rewarding for the local communities around the world as the WSL moves its events to different locations. There's such a rub-off of energy that comes from that. And I mean, you just cannot underestimate the young kids of today having that personal contact here at the beach.
Oh, it goes a long way. I remember being one of those young kids back in the day with the Gunston 500, you know, on the Durban beachfront, you know, watching the boys come to town and eventually getting my shot. So it's, you know, there's going to be kids on the beach right here today watching this action that, who knows, we're, you know, future champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the South Africans looking to really build a lot for the future with the South African surfing legends and their input with looking to put a high performance center together here in the region. So great surfing for the future of South Africa right now. It is your man in the yellow, Granger Larson, trying to now attack the lead and using that power application and, well, dodging a few rocks on the way as well. Now Jordy Smith, all important, all the local eyes and support on this man as he runs through to the inside. There's that power jam. And, well, we're talking about knees and ankles and ligaments.
Ouch.
And I saw Potts' face just go into the wince there. Well, it'll be interesting to hear, like, how the knee's holding up. That's the discussion here for Jordy Smith.
That was a big test right there. I mean, into that layback snap, those knees would have flexed probably as much as they possibly could. You know, didn't quite ride out of it. So maybe Jordy giving that one away, not wanting to try and pull that off. He could have been under a lot of pressure right there. Let's have a look. Starts off a little fat. You see, Jordy's finding these waves that don't give him that in straight away. Has to generate his speed. Up and over the top. Comes off the bottom now and just jams it in. Wow, right there. All the pressure on the back foot. That knee bent. Maximum flex. And Jordy decides to kick out of that one.
All right, so that will not be a top-end banking score for Jordy Smith here in 2015. Holding a 6.43 and a 4.67 that last ride, when it becomes a number, is going to hover in at around the three-point range. But let's just go through the dynamics of this last maneuver here.
Yeah, this is Jordy's wave earlier there, just sliding the tail out, kicking out again. So, really testing it out. I think, this is live action.
All right, so now here we go. This is a all-important wave for third-place surfer Brent Dorrington as he flares it out, and that is a good formula. Fist pump, happy with the delivery, and that he's banked on around the 5-minute remaining mark. So an important strategic strike for Brent Dorrington in the context of this heat.
I'll tell you what, 6.97 required. Let's have a look at the replay. And Dorrington, he's kind of found himself in a bit of a roll. Started off with a 7.67, kind of fell asleep a little bit, but this has got him back on track. Racing through the inside and bing, nice and high, came out of that real solid, and that felt good. Is that going to equate to points though, Giggs? That's the question.
Well, that's the question. We may even go for a slow-mo of that, because that was an unbelievable aerial right there on the inside. Now, this is Larson responding. There was that full tussle going on here between second and third place here. Granger Larson will take none of that. He'll respond with more power surfing. It's been serving him well through this back part of the heat. He posted an 8.13, still expecting another score, and it does check in at a 7.03 on a previous ride. Now let's just go back to Dorrington's replay.
Yeah, he's found himself on some good waves. He's got good rhythm out there at the moment. And he's just biding his time. I like his approach, waiting for the wave to stand up and then unleashing his turns. Finding those nice cleaner ones. You can look at the face of the wave for him. Allows him to set those fins and get that real projection up and out and over the top of that wave. Fins high. Little fist pump there, quiet little claim, and it's going to equate to probably the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
Well, numbers starting to check in now for Dorrington. Big, you saw how he delayed that, Potts? He just held that back arm in just to extend the rail drive, and he's going to go bank into the excellent scores right here. Numbers arriving now for Brent Dorrington, a new heat leader with 3.5 minutes on the clock, 8.93. The excitement is tangible here. Dorrington into the lead from Australia. That bumps Thomas Fernandes from Portugal in blue down into second. Now, important discussion. Granger Larson lying third, requires a 7.21 to stay in the mix here and progress. And Jordy at this stage, a big requirement, an 8.9. Scores for him a 6.43 and a 4.67. Wow, 3 minutes remaining.
Can we talk seesaw battle right here, right now? It's Thomas Fernandes, Brent Dorrington, Granger Larson have all had a shot at that first place. Granger's been surfing incredible. 8.13 and a 7, and he's in third. Jordy Smith needs to get a giddy up. Running out of time, just under 3 minutes to go. He's looking now for an 8.90. Don't count the big South African out. All he needs is the right wave.
Do you think he's been sparing that knee, surfing tentatively just to warm it up and maybe throw everything at one big maneuver? Risky strategy from the big guy.
Very risky strategy. He's a smart competitor though, but he's got his hands full right now. These three guys are really taking it to him.
Right, heat leader Dorrington continues momentum. Just looking, probably working under priority right now with that fourth place priority, but leading the heat. So just looking for more opportunities. Smith, I'm assuming, has got first priority now, and he's just going to hold out. It's a big number requirement, an 8.9. He'll need something special, and he'll need his knee to carry him the whole way through. Meanwhile, Tom Fernandes, second place surfer, looking to maybe cement and defend that second place position and eke out something more. Efficient surfing, nothing huge in that delivery. He already banked an 8.5 and a 6.83 in this heat to hold that second place position. So Tom Fernandes, well, Potts, maybe not an improvement there.
Yeah, I think he had a look. Jordy had a look at it, decided to let it go. I think we're going to see a situation remain the same. Granger, wow, he's surfing insane. 8.13 and a 7, still looking for that 7.21. Jordy needing a wave up into the excellent range. Time is the enemy right now.
So Granger Larson lying third has been really on the power game on the rail here. An 8.13 and a 7.03 are his two scores. but that 7.03 is letting him down. It needs to be replaced with a marginally higher 7.21. Brent Dorrington has gone to the air in a game where he is totally dominated with the aerial attack on the inside. Love the story when you script it against a guy like Jordy Smith.
You know what it's come down to, Gigs? Wave selection. You know, it's just that rhythm, that timing of the sets, having priority at the right time when they come through. It all started off with that 7.67 for Dorrington. Kicked it off well, maintained a lot of sort of momentum, but then sort of had a little bit of a slide in scores. Boom, found that 8.93 back in the lead.
Dorrington had the judges' attention early here with a 7.67 straight off the bat, Potts, as you were saying. Worked his way with a fair work rate, a slight descent in efforts, and then banked that 8.93. So solid, strategic, great wrapped-up heat for Brent Dorrington now with 30 seconds to go. We will keep a close eye on it, but it is slightly inconsistent now as the tide fills in. We're about an hour and 20 minutes off the high tide mark itself. So Dorrington first, Fernandes second, Larson, our surfer in yellow under pressure, and we'll lock into Jordy Smith here with a last-ditch effort. It's on the countdown of 3, 2, 1, so he'll surf through the horn here. Jordy Smith flares it out. Now he's really got to grit those teeth, keep that knee moving. It's a big requirement of an 8.9. Wave had some size on it through to the inside, and you can see Jordy's not quite out of third gear.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. I mean, I think the wave selections let him down a little bit. I think that opening exchange got him into that bad sort of sequence of events. Got left out of a few set waves, and that was the difference, I think. Nothing wrong with his surfing. I think the knee looks good. He's definitely tested that out. But unfortunately, the ocean didn't quite cooperate for Jordy.
Well, numbers will drop in for Jordy. It won't have a big impact on the picture. A great wrap-up here from Brent Dorrington and Thomas Fernandes to progress through to the next round at the Ballito Pro, brought to you by Billabong. And with that, we'll go to a short break, and then we'll be back with Todd Klein.
Welcome back to Ballito, South Africa, here for the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Todd Klein joined by Scott Turnbull. A major upset in that last heat. Jordy Smith, former winner here at this event back in 2010, just lost out in the first round here, Scott.
Yeah, local favourite. Jordy staying right opposite the contest site, been sitting there as we call in the next heat. We've got Glenn Hall, micro, surfing on the Irish flag. William Cardoso, the big guy from Brazil. David Silva, also from Brazil. And Hiroto Arai in the blue from Yokohama, Japan. Fair cry, fair different from when we were in here last time. It was a little bit slow. Guys were getting through with the total heat score of 12. And now they're all going to the air and spinning. We saw Midget Magic doing that one really well in the next one as we call up Glenn Hall for his first wave. This is while we're at the break there. So just a 3.33 for Glenn Hall here in the red, just to open his account nice and quick. Glenn obviously surfing on the CT level here as well. Just working that smaller wave, just open up his account with a 3.33.
Yeah, Championship Tour competitor, currently 28th on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, and comes into this event currently 78th on that qualification series, and a huge opportunity here with 10,000 points on the line. Glenn Hall on the backhand, small in stature, but big in maneuvers, representing Ireland, as you pointed out, so a very unique background is Glenn Hall, but I tell you what, small in stature, this guy is very powerful.
Yeah, and as I was touching on before, in stark contrast, we got William Cardoso, who's probably one of the biggest competitors in the field.
Nicknamed the Kung Fu Panda.
Right. And but coming from Brazil, these sort of conditions will be nothing different to what he's used to. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And then the other two, David Silva and Hiroto, are both very, very fast surfers.
And we talk about Jordy Smith, a past winner here in 2010, unfortunately bowing out in the heat prior to this one. Well, another past winner here, 2012 champion Glenn Hall, looking to get another title here. Could be the first surfer to go with 2 wins here at this particular event, the Ballito Pro. And he starts out with an early score of a 3.33 and a big upset as we see Jordy Smith there on the screen doing some local media commitments. And he's been missing a few of the championship tour events due to an injury. He injured it during the Drug Aware Pro in a free surf, actually cut the back of his heel, but the damage that he made him miss these last couple of events was due to a knee injury. And I tell you what, I've seen some footage of him recently free surfing. He looked to be 100%, but Mother Nature not on his side. Didn't find the rhythm with the ocean in that last heat.
Yeah, injuries seem to be the theme of this year so far. We've got a lot of our guys, I think you're saying in Fiji, there's a lot of wildcard replacements. Our current leader on the QS, Jeremy Flores, he's sort of won a couple of events already this year. He's had to withdraw of this event because he hurt himself, cut his face up and his leg quite bad, free surfing. I'm not entirely sure where that was.
I believe it was in Indonesia, right. And had to get airlifted out of there. And if you're out there watching, Jeremy, wishing you a speedy recovery, and not sure of the status and where you're at, but we sure hope to see you at the next Championship Tour event at J Bay. We know that you're one of the standouts there, and wishing you a speedy recovery, buddy. Let's check in on the current situation here, Scott. With 25 minutes on the clock, we've got one quick wave for Glenn Hall, and during our break, you and I were over there in the judges area watching that last heat. It was nonstop action. I tell you what, Brent Dorrington, amazing above the lip surfing in that last one, getting the win. And a lot of waves, and it was, as the tide fills in about 2 o'clock today local time, we will see that full high tide, and so about an hour to go, and it seemed like in that last heat it really pulsed.
Yeah, it's completely different to the couple of heats before we were calling there, Todd. What I liked about Midget's his nickname Midget Magic, he's really smart in that heat. He's got that fins high spinner on lockdown, and a couple of times where he had some sections, I think it could have been his second or third turn, he could have done that, and I thought he was going to, but instead he was mature and did some really big carves, some really big turns, and then used that at the end section on his last wave.
Well, speaking of Brent Dorrington, you nickname, you know him better than I do, and his nickname is the Midget. He's standing by for the past heat interview.
All right, we're down here live on the beach with winner from the last heat, Brent Dorrington from Australia. Brent, got to be a pretty tough heat when you're going up against names like Jordy Smith and obviously taking out a local.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat, and all the guys are ripping. It was, like you said, it was a full seesaw out there, and leads keep changing, and it's just good to get a few waves, and it's been flat the whole week, so just to get out there and get amongst it was fun.
I know you also come out with a few of the Aussie crew, and you've been out here for a couple of days now, getting into it. Obviously, small wave boards is the pick.
Yeah, I'm on a shorty for sure, like a groveler. My brother shaped it actually, so thanks to him. And then it's just been fun, hanging out with the DeVries family. They're looking after us well, so getting into it, it's great.
And Brian, what about this year on the QS? You had that fifth a little bit early on, making the quarterfinals, I think back in February, back home in Australia. You must be looking pretty good, feeling confident now getting the first win under the belt.
Yeah, it's just trying to build on every result. But had a few at the start of the year, and then it went a little bit slow, so just looking for another result and hopefully make that top 10 by the end of the year. That's the goal, so that'll be all time.
And we even had a couple of Aussies out here saying you got to say something to the Aussies back home. I'm sure it's in the evening and they're watching online.
Yeah, if anyone's watching it online at home, stay over it, boys. Cheers.
Well done, Brent Dorrington, winner of the last heat. We'll catch up with you later, bud. Well done.
Thanks, mate. You.
Great surfing and well done there for Brent Dorrington. As we said, some great maneuvers. And then once he got onto that open face where he had that big vertical section in front of him, he was taking to the air, tail high, and the judges rewarding him with big scores, so getting the win in that last heat. Moving on into that next round, and a major upset for Jordy Smith, past winner here, unfortunately bowing out in round one here at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, and what we can't see on the webcast is how much the beach fills up. The local fans absolutely love Jordy Smith. They're all down here and love watching him surf and perform, and he's one of the great performers. We wish him the best down the road at J-Bay. He has won that a few times and is a fantastic competitor. So bowing out, he'll move on. He won't take too much from this. This is just a bit of practice for Jordy. Just as you said, recovering from that injury and getting his feet in the wax and trying some different boards.
Yeah, he'll regroup as the J-Bay Open is just around the corner, July 8th through the 19th. And you can watch that live on WorldSurfLeague.com as the world's best converge there at Jeffreys Bay, one of the best waves in the world. And hopefully, if it's any indication of what that break has seen the last couple of weeks, we got a good event ahead of us.
Yeah, I love going down there. It's an amazing wave. And, it looks like we sort of touched on it earlier, how you have some waves, some heats where it pulses and other heats where it doesn't. Well, I don't know if it's you and me, Todd, but it seems to be all our heats are a little laden with flat spots while, the heats in between are just firing. So I know the guys were assessing conditions, but obviously a lot of waves ridden, a lot of high-quality waves ridden in the last heat. So at 21-minute mark of this heat, hopefully we'll start to see the ocean come alive again.
The challenging situation here for our tour commissioner for the qualification series, Travis Logie, is the forecast, Scott, doesn't look that favorable, throughout the entire event window. So trying to maximize the conditions that we do have on offer. Great call this morning by Travis Logie to move banks this morning, directly in front of us where the event was supposed to take place. It's just not a very good situation as far as the sand bank goes. You got a finger of rock that goes directly out in the middle of the break. So a good decision to move just to the south here onto this next bank. And up until now, it's been pretty consistent, as well as some good open face on offer. Predominant waves have been rights. We've seen the occasional left. But right now could be high tide setting in and getting the better of the conditions at the moment.
Yeah, and if you talk about swells, on the CT level at Samsung Galaxy World Tour, they've got 14 days for your guys in that waiting period, so they can pick the eyes out of those swell, whereas here in the QS, we've got a 7-day waiting period for this. So we've just come into the back end of the swell here as we arrived, unfortunately, which coincided with the start of the event. We are hoping at the end of the week to see an impulse in that sort of swell, but it just means for these earlier heats we do just have to try and push through a few of them.
So as we look at this heat with 20 minutes on the clock, Glenn Hall's opened up with only a 3.33. Normally you would say there's no way that'll stay in his score line, but based on the current situation and the lack of waves out there, you never know. But yet to catch a wave is the other three surfers, William Cardoza in the white representing Brazil, David Silva from Brazil in the yellow, and Hiroto Arai from Japan in the blue. And as we look at the surfers out in the lineup, Glenn Hall, as we mentioned, he's a championship tour surfer, currently 28th on that championship tour, 78th on the qualification series. William Cardoza is 54th. David Silva is our highest rated surfer in this heat right now on the QS, currently 36th. And Hiroto Arai is 87th, wearing the blue. And the seeding coming into this event is based on last year's ranking on the qualification series. After this event, these guys will regroup, get ready for the next big QS 10,000 event that will take place at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Once that event wraps up, Scott, we'll reseed based on this year's points.
Yeah, so a lot of surfers there looking to try and get their points up, as we sort of said earlier on in the day, within this event. But it's really hard. I was talking to Micro and he was watching. He was getting excited for what was coming up in his heat and the fact that the ocean might have been pulsing. And, so he would have set his strategy accordingly and thought, right, I'll go and do A, B, C, and D, as would the other surfers. And then, as Mother Nature has it, it's gone a bit flat and thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. So, as you said, Glenn may end up with that 3-3 score in his lineup at the end of the heat.
Glenn Hall, one of the best competitors in the world, and actually giving back. It's funny because a good friend of his, Matty Wilkinson, they traveled together both on the championship tour, and Glenn Hall has actually been doing some coaching with Matty Wilkinson. And we've talked about that during some of the championship tour events. As we see a paddle battle here, the Japanese surfer Hiroto Arai is going to get it. It's going to be his first wave here as he snaps it off the top. Drifts up over that next section, bit of a floater maneuver, and kicks out. So really 1.5 maneuvers there. One was an opening snap, and the next one was kind of a little bit of a floater there. Nothing real critical. It's going to get him on the board, and we've seen so far Glenn Hall only get a 3.33, so really challenging start here for these surfers in heat number 9.
Yeah, so we're still to establish priority at this early stage in the heat. So Glenn and Hiroto, obviously at the back of that list, and now William and David can sort of sort that out. So not a bad little opener for Hiroto there. As you said, only the 2 turns on that one, but that will get him on the board. And, we don't know how this heat's going to play out. It may be enough come heat's end.
So a lot on the line here. Not only just points of 10,000 going into the qualification series for next year's championship tour. Pretty good payday. You take this one out, Scott, you're going to take home $40K overall prize purse here. $250,000 $250,000. So a lot on the line. World's best converging here in Ballito, South Africa. And the local support here on the beach on a Monday is pretty solid. And I tell you what, I've been out there in between heats when we've had our breaks, and they're definitely supportive as you see these surfers kick out right there on the beach. A lot of applause, a lot of cheering for these surfers.
The other thing that's cool about this sort of event is, from what I've noticed, we've got a lot of school holidays here in South Africa. So you've got a lot of the people coming down from Johannesburg, and a lot of them, in a landlocked area, don't actually know a whole lot about surfing, which is in contrast to, Brazil, where they all love it and absorb it, and it's one of their national sports almost. As we see William try and have a paddle at that one, so that means that David will sort of take out their priority for the next choice of wave.
Yeah, speaking of Brazil, William Cardoza there having a go at that one, wearing the white jersey. Scores are in for opening wave of Hiroto Arai in the blue. It's a 3.40, so just enough to get the nod over Glenn Hall, who is waving there for the situation. Glenn Hall's opening wave was a 3.33. The beach announcer now is passing that on. You can see him motioning, going, okay, but what did Blue get? Blue got a 3.40, so he is currently in second now. Glenn Hall, he requires a 0.08, so basically he can breathe on a wave and get that score. William Cardoza, David Silva, the two Brazilians in this heat, yet to catch a wave.
Yeah, and if we look again at Glenn Hall, a really special event for him, this one. This is the event that launched him onto the World Tour. I think he was on the QS for 10 years before he qualified. As we see William really paddling for his third wave, and again unsuccessful in just trying to get into that one.
The bad news is he didn't catch that wave. The good news is he made such an effort, we got his graphic up there to introduce him to the heat.
Good one. So yeah, Glenn Hall, winning this event, that was the thing that sort of launched him onto the World Tour, and he was so appreciative of winning this event and the fans and everything here, and that finally set him up after 10 years of just chipping away. He's had some injury and unfortunately been cut down, but he's also been able to take out some of the top surfers on that World Tour stage as well. So we'll see how he goes for the rest of the heat. Again, a really slow heat. We're at the halfway mark now and only 2 waves ridden.
As I mentioned, Glenn Hall, on that championship tour, and you're kind of alluding to his past and his results, one of the strongest-minded surfers that you'll see on the championship tour. And going back to what I was talking about a few moments ago, doing some coaching now with Matty Wilkinson. We know that Matty Wilkinson's a bit of a wild child, free spirit, with a lot of talent. And so with that said, now Glenn Hall trying to give him some guidance and a little bit of coaching along the way to keep him in a positive mindset, even helping him a little bit with his diet. And we'll see how it pans out this year in 2015 on the championship tour for Matty Wilkinson. They're traveling together here. I saw him out yesterday free surfing, and so a great opportunity for him to give back to a sport in surfing that Glenn Hall has been able to get so much out of.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, okay, how does that work, who don't know the story, Glenn Hall's surfing for Ireland, but obviously from Australia. He does have Irish heritage, and surfing under the Irish flag, he's had a lot more opportunities from Europe because of that. As we see Hiroto Arai again going for his second wave here, and just not overly interested in that one. That wasn't much to offer, so that'll be a very throwaway score, that one.
Yeah, Hiroto Arai coming from Japan. A lot of breaks, for the most part, are all beach breaks in Japan. One thing that a lot of people don't know that haven't had the opportunity to travel to Japan and or read some of their publications, some of the best river mouths in the world during typhoon season. It opens up those rivers, a lot of cobblestone moves out in front of them, and it can be top to bottom, 6 to 8 foot barrels. Some of them predominant right, some of them peak situations, but some great talent coming out of Japan nowadays as well.
I wish you had told me that when I was booking my holiday for this year and went my surf trip. But yeah, you're right. Not always on the top of everyone's mind. You generally associate sort of small beach breaks with Japan, but we're always seeing those surfers competing on this QS level. I don't think we're yet to see a Japanese surfer break into the World Tour, if my mind serves me correct.
Well, going back, years ago, one of the best ever out of Japan, Shuji Kasuya. Anyone that's in the surf world during the 90s refers to him as the Japanese Tom Curren, one of the smoothest styles you'll ever see. He actually travels with the young up-and-comers coming out of Japan, like Hiroto Arai and the others that are here participating in this QS 10,000. And similar to what we were just talking about, Glenn Hall giving back to the sport is Shuji Kasuya, one of the best ever, giving him that competitive, giving these surfers the competitive mindset, as well as, what it takes to win. He's been there, he's done it. Shuji Kasuya, one of the best ever out of Japan.
Yeah, so we'll just keep having a look at the ocean here. It is a little bit slow.
A little bit slow.
Very slow, really slow, but we're having fun. It's a great day down on the beach here. We see some of the locals lapping up the waves and enjoying the competition down here at Willard's Beach, or we've moved over to Surfers Beach next to Willard's at Ballito in the Quatakuza municipality here in just south of Durban in South Africa for the 10,000 QS event.
Now, as we look at the scores right now, with 12 minutes on the clock, this heat's really gone by fast with not much action. Consistency is very much lacking in this particular heat. William Cardoso and David Silva have yet to catch a wave, and just a couple of small scores on the board. I mentioned at the beginning of the heat, a 3.33 for the opener of Glen Hall. I mentioned normally that would definitely be thrown out of that score line, and I said, could this be a heat where that 3.33 stays in his top two scores? At the moment, Scott, it sure is looking like that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully it turns on for the last half of this heat. And I guess the other thing is there's no option for the guys. They can't paddle up or down the beach looking for any other sort of peaks. They're on the main peak at the moment, and that tide is just trying to sort itself out. There is a lot of water in there, and not much the guys can do but wait. It's really hard if you haven't got your feet in the wax, as we sort of see a bit of a paddle coming for this wave.
Well, it looks like William Cardoso electing to go on the backhand. Nice vertical face, beautiful opening turn there. Goes vertical again. I tell you what, for a big boy, William Cardoso does impress me in the smaller conditions. I saw him last year, one of the standouts at the Vans U.S. Open of surfing. Here he is again. Unfortunately, he had to wait a long time to catch that wave, but I tell you what, based on the scores that I'm seeing on the board, it's going to probably be our best wave we've seen ridden. 2 vertical maneuvers on the backhand, nice smooth transitioning in between those maneuvers as well, Scott.
I think he did well. I seem to keep talking about that priority. We can't sort of see the priority discs here, but the surfers certainly can. So they know who is able to paddle for that wave without the other surfers hindering them. And we know that William had sort of 3 failed attempts at those waves, so he would have been in 4th position. So he somehow managed to pluck that wave under that priority. So a really smart tactical move there by the surfer in white, William Cardoso. As you said, 2 sort of vertical hits there for him. Not an overly long wave. There wasn't much more he could have done. Those lefts seem to be running down into the rocks a lot more. So not a whole great deal in terms of length of ride, but probably a good choice because he had more vertical opportunities than perhaps Hiroto or Glenn have with their 2 right-handers.
So you can see there on your screen, Cardoso staying on the inside, hoping another one will slide underneath the 3 surfers out the back who have a better priority situation than the surfer in white. He'll also be waiting for the scores of that last heat to come through, that last wave to come through. As I mentioned, I felt it was probably going to be the best one of the event so far. Not the event, but this particular heat. There it is, Scott. It's a 6.00, so he waited a long time. Patience paid off. 6.00 for the opening score of white. William Cardoso, he's in the lead. Now Hiroto Arai in blue drops down to second, representing Japan, requiring a 2.61. Glenn Hall in the red. He requires a 0.51, and David Silva, who has yet to catch a wave, only requires a 3.83 to move up into second. So very much a wide open heat, but a great start for William Cardoso. And now he's going to be up and riding here on his second one, smaller wave. But for a big boy, it's amazing the speed he can generate down the line. He gets one quick hit off and another one right there, literally onto the sand. And, a testament to his talent, but as well the equipment that he's selected for this event. Obviously, it's a little bit wider, a lot of volume in there, giving him a lot of flotation to make it over those smaller, flatter sections. Second wave there for William Cardoso.
Yeah, you and him are obviously on the same page. He thought, right, I'll listen to Mr. Klein and I'll slip under priority and see if I can't pick off something else. And look, it doesn't look like he's winning pretty at the moment, but that will put him into the lead. He's already got the lead with a 6, but that will back that one up. I don't see it going into the excellent range, as we see it lock in at a 2. We drop the low, the high, and we still average out a 2. But not winning pretty. He is in the lead, though.
Yeah, last of white there, a 2.00. Let's have a look at the 6.00 for the opening wave of William Cardoso.
Yeah, so this was only about 5 or so minutes ago. Paddles into our left here. It's quite steep. You can see a nice vertical hit on that section. Sets up a better bottom turn. We're a bit blinded by that angle, but you can tell he really hit that end sort of section there. So 2, I guess you could call them critical hits, given the conditions that are afforded right now. So that's why he got to the highest wave score. And we were talking earlier, Todd, about the adjusting judging criteria. That 6 would have perhaps been a 2 or a 3 in earlier heats where we had the waves on offer and we had other elements at play. But for now, that's this is a scale that's sort of been set for this heat.
Yeah, the bar is set in the morning, but it slides throughout the day based on the conditions. And as we watch that last replay there of William Cardoso on the backhand, that angle was exactly how the judges are looking at it as well, looking down the beach. And, beautiful top-to-bottom surfing. Opening score, 6.00. William Cardoso doing very well on that particular wave. Puts himself in the lead, and blue surfer from Japan, Hiroto Arai, requiring a 4.61. Glenn Hall, representing Ireland, wearing the red. He's opened up with a 3.33. Needing a small score, but you don't see him taking off on anything. He's going to want to utilize the priority that he's got at the moment to get a score of some consequence. He only needs a 0.51. And then you look at the surfer in yellow. Unbelievable. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go. David Silva yet to catch a wave.
And I think in any other situation, you'd go and look for something, but I guess that isn't even an option now. So they just have to wait to see what Mother Nature dishes up for them. Look like there is a little bit of motion in the ocean right now, so hopefully we'll see an exchange coming up off the back of that.
It's got to be a very frustrating situation here, Scott, for the surfer in yellow, David Silva, traveling all the way from Brazil. Long ways to come. A lot of money being spent. And at times, those thoughts go through these individuals' heads, and you can lose it. It's the surfers that can quiet those thoughts and focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, as we see Glenn Hall getting busy on the inside. Over the rocks there. Oh, God, he nearly took the rocks out there in this section here. He'll present something for him. So a smart move by Glenn Hall there. He knew he needed another score. He's got a 3.33. He did get sort of 3 turns in there.
That was huge. That was a big wave there and a great opportunity for Glenn Hall. He capitalized. I tell you what, a lot of guys wouldn't have gone for either one of those maneuvers due to the fact that there was rocks everywhere. Glenn Hall, though, timing it perfect, keeping the fins with just enough water in between him and the rocks, able to pull off 2 vertical hits on the backhand. We saw just a moment ago William Cardoza, the surfer in white, post a score of a 6.00 on his backhand. Let's wait and see what the score comes through for Glenn Hall. Last of red, he only needed a 0.51, so you know he's going to do that, but how much better is he going to do than the 0.51? Well, it's a 3.87 for last of red. Glenn Hall moves up into second. Now the Japanese surfer Hiroto Arai, wearing the blue, drops down to third place. He requires a 3.81. Let's have a look at the last wave here for red.
So set that up, and you can see the warbles underneath him. He stays high to get over that rock section. A little check tag there and just hits that last closeout. I think he actually paddled in a lot closer to the rocks to pick that one off. So a smart move by Glenn Hall. You were right at the start of the heat, Todd. You said that 3.33 may end up in his final scoreline, and it looks like it may do so.
Yellow going to catch his first wave of the heat here. David Silva snaps it once. And we got a young lady there having a look at the big screen that is on the beach. Instead of watching it live, she's watching it on the big monitor that's on the beach. A couple of quick hits there for David Silva, surfer in yellow, with time winding down, gets his first wave, only 5 minutes to go. Going to get him back in the game, though, here. Prior to that wave, he needed a 7.20.
Yeah, so 5 minutes to go, and it's taken 25 minutes for David to get his feet in the wax and get moving. I wouldn't want to be a judge. I don't know how they're going to go and score that one. He obviously got a few turns in. As we see William Cardoso trying to keep busy paddling into this one. Looks like a good wall, Todd.
Yeah, he's got a good wall, but is it going to be too good? Is it going to close out on him? He gets 2 quick hits on the second one, goes down. Not going to change the situation for him. He was looking to better a 2.00, but have a look out the back. The Japanese surfer picked off a much better wave. Already got 1 snap. There's his second. Look for a big finishing maneuver here. Tail up and over. Nice drift. He's not done yet. 1 little whitewater float there to finish off. A great wave there for the Japanese surfer, looking for a 3.81. Great situation for him there as he capitalized on that wave.
Yeah, well, it's all happening in the last couple of 5 minutes or so with all the surfers scoring a wave here. So this is really going to shake things up and might determine how the heat pans out. You know, who got what wave first, who gets in priority next. Where they're going to wait for a little while because there was 3 or 4 waves ridden. Those judges will take a little bit of time to look at those replays and figure out what the scores are. So the surfers aren't going to know what they need until the last minute or so. So let's go back and have a look at William Cardoso's wave there.
No, we're going to have a look at blue. Actually, Hiroto Arai, there's a big one right here. He needs a 3.81. Break it down for us.
So just waits for that section, sets up a nice little carving turn in the pocket there. Hits that section for a bit of variety, does a bit of sunglass roundhouse here, slides it on that white water and just banks it at the end there. So 4 turns, probably the most we've seen in a wave for this heat. So that'll certainly go a long way to replacing Hiroto's 0.43 low score. He's looking for a 3.81, as you said, Todd.
Well, David Silva waited a long time for that last wave, his opening wave. As I mentioned, he needed a 7.20 prior to getting his first wave. It's going to help his situation with the scores being so low. Scott, he's going to be right in the middle of this heat. Scores dropping now for the surfer in blue, a 6.77, highest single wave score of this heat. Jumps him all the way up into the lead. Now William Cardoza drops to second. Surfer in white representing Brazil requires a 4.18. Glenn Hall, who's been in that advancing position since the start of this heat, finds himself on the outside looking in now. He's in third. Yellow now. David Silva just posted a 4.67. He needs a 3.34. 2 quick hits. hoping to get some inside reform here to finish up strong. And that wave did not cooperate, but opening up, his last wave was a 4.67, put him right in this heat, now only needing a 3.34. Still got some time on the clock as well. We'll see if patience pays off here for David Silva.
Yeah, he knew it wasn't a big score he's after. That's why he really tried to milk that one for all it's worth. Will it be enough? We'll see. There wasn't a heap of turns in there. It was a softer wave, not a lot of flow, not a lot of critical hits.
Let's have a look at the last wave for David Silva. As I mentioned, he opened up with a 4.67. He needs a 3.34. We'll get to that replay in a minute as we have live action here at Glen Hall. Nice opening floater there. Comes off the top. Nice turn to follow it up. And again, beautiful surfing on a challenging wave here for Glen Hall. He's in third place, needing a 4.14. Good surfing there for Glen Hall.
Yeah, so as we just see the scores dropping for David Silva, he's looking for a 3.34. It's going to be a bounce there. Let's have a look back at that. So he comes off the bottom, nice first tag in that first section, gets around it, nice critical float around that section there, and then the wave goes a bit soft. So only two real major manoeuvres. Wrap around there. So only two major manoeuvres for David. He's been sitting in last all heat. What's happened, Todd?
It comes through at a 3.57. It was just enough. David Silva now jumps up into second. We're still standing by, though, for scores last of Glen Hall. He required a 4.38. He answered back after David Silva getting the wave behind David Silva. Glen Hall, solid surfing. Let's have a look at his last wave. He needed the score. Score starting to drop. Let's look at the wave, though, and see what you thought as we break it down.
Yeah, so needed a 4.38. Will he get it? Certainly a little bit better. Bit of a bigger wave here. Hits that section with a bit more commitment than David Silva did. Nice hook in the pocket there. Gets a third hook, and then it sort of goes flat on him. So he's looking for a high 3. What's he come out?
Well, he got it. It's a 4.93. Glen Hall, I watched that wave live. I thought it was very impressive to see how challenging that wave was and the top-to-bottom surfing he was able to execute. The judges thought the same. A 4.93, it is enough. Glen Hall is now back up into that advancing position. Surfer in red. He's in second. Now David Silva, the surfer from Brazil, wearing the yellow. We just saw him have a paddle there on that one. He needs a 4.14. William Cardoza, he's been up there in that advancing position, finds himself now with 27 seconds to go in fourth, needing a 2.80. Surfer in second. Glen Hall up and riding, quick up and down. Wow, what a flurry here at the end of this heat. I tell you what, we almost fell asleep midway through, but in the end, it's been a battle.
5-minute heat, and David Silva was sort of in last for most of the heat, moved up into second, and now he's back down to third. So only looking for a 4.14 as we sort of count the heat down. Looks like unofficially it will be Hiroto Arai from Japan with the single highest heat score of that round, that heat, with a 6.77. He will advance along with Glen Hall, the previous champion. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to David Silva and also the other Brazilian, William Cardoso, who exit this event.
I tell you what, those heats like that with the low scores, those are not only nail biters, those will get your nerves right up there at an all-time high. Traveled the world to get here, and losing, only needing a 4.14, or if you're in William Cardozo's case, a 2.80. Tough go for those guys, and well, best of luck to them as they regroup, and I'm sure we'll see them over at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing coming up in California.
Yeah, let's hope that the next heat we've got on deck is a little more like the end of that heat. As you said, Todd, it's really hard. There's not much the guys can do if there's no waves coming through. So you can obviously see William Cardoso quite disappointed there, only needing a really minor score, which he could probably do in his sleep, but unfortunately the ocean just not playing out for him.
Well, it looks like currently assessing the conditions is the head judge as well as our tour commissioner, Travis Logie, just on a bit of a standby situation based on the lack of waves in that last heat, always trying to put the surfers in the best conditions possible. And we know we do have a little bit of time within the event window to work with. So that is it. It's going to be a wrap. Thanks for joining us here at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. We will call things here on day one at the event. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow for more round one action. And we'll wrap things up here in just a moment.
Yeah, so the swell hopefully will call again tomorrow morning at 7:15 local time for looking for a start. The swell has just given the competitors not enough opportunity to get those scoring rides, so that's why we are going to call it for the day.
Alrighty, so we will call it off here after heat number 9. Tomorrow morning we will hopefully kick things off and resume competition with more round 1 action with heat number 10. Adrian Buck and Maxime Husino, Ezekiel Lau, and Michael February. Have a great night. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning here live from Ballito, South Africa.
co-sponsors of the event. Big thanks to Monsanto. Timothy A. We want to get that man in blue. Ballito, alright. We've got a post-it interview, especially for the webcast guys. Right, so we'll give you an update shortly as to what the call will be for tomorrow.
All right, we're down here live on the beach with winner from the last heat, a really tough heat there, Hirota Arai from Japan. Yeah, super tough, those conditions.
Oh, yeah, that's very strong. And I watched the last heat, and there's a couple fun ones, but when I go out and start heat, and just nothing, just stopped. And then, yeah, then I got one good set, and then got 6 points, and it's very happy.
Yeah, we saw right at the end the guys needing like 2.8 just to get through that heat, so it was really touch and go. The first 10 minutes super quiet out there. Hirota, coming from Japan, you used to some small conditions and beach break waves?
Yeah, Japan's many small waves like beach break, so very good for me, these conditions, yes.
And obviously a good result to get a win and get through to the next round. You've had a couple of good QS results breaking into the top 100.
Yeah. I got a couple points, so I need this good result and then get more points, yeah.
Lastly, anyone you want to say how's it to back in Japan watching online?
応援してくれた皆様ありがとうございます。まあ次も頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Well done, Hirota Arai, winner from the last heat. All the best, buddy.